6:06. A very good morning to you. You're listening to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. I'll be with you until 9 a.m. as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. So today, there is no question about it. The day will really belong to the Constitutional Court, and the ruling it's set to hand down in the long-awaited Palapala judgment. It'll make a decision on whether Parliament was right to throw out the Section 89 panel report on President Cyril Ramaphosa. The EFF and ATM says Parliament shielded a sitting president. The presidency says it will respect whatever the court decides. By 10 a.m., we'll begin to know the answer to that question. And then also coming up on the show, the Finance Minister, Enoch Godongwana, is threatening to switch off more than 8 billion rand in funding to the city of Johannesburg. He's calling the country's, the metro's finances severely distressed. Now, we're going to unpack what all of this could mean in the third hour of the show. That's as we see threats of protests from some of the city's unions. And Rwanda's Paul Kagame leaves Gaborone with 6 new agreements, including visa-free travel for officials. We'll take a look at whether that's something South Africa should be looking into. As always, the conversation belongs to you. Would love to hear from you throughout the show. The numbers to dial this morning for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. So plenty then to get through as we work our way to 9 a.m. But as always, looking forward to being in your company and the conversation. It is Friday, the 8th of May.
You're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Well, it's 10 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Let's take a look at what is making front page news on the country's dailies. Well, we'll start with the weekly, which is the Mail and Guardian. And the Mail and Guardian there has a picture of President Cyril Ramaphosa. It's one of those, I think it's an AI-generated picture. Unless, of course, somebody in the house was able to do it. But basically, the president is sitting in the middle of a 2-seater sofa, leather couch, and he is surrounded by dollars. And the headline reads, "Moment of Truth." And indeed, today is the moment of truth as we expect the Constitutional Court to hand down its judgment in the Palapala matter. Other stories that they're looking at least that you can find in the paper, is the continuation on their focus on the IDC. They started that about 3 weeks ago. and just talking about how the IDC is letting down black business, but also raising questions of governance and accountability within the organization. On the front page of the Sowetan this morning, a picture of the Johannesburg Mayor, Dada Morero, who's looking quite distressed in that picture. And the headline reads, Dada's 10 billion rand wage headache. SAMU Miles strike action against the city of Joburg after the finance minister pulled the plug on hefty pay hike for employees. Dada Morero to plead for funds to avert a crisis in a hastily arranged meeting with Godongwana today. So the Johannesburg mayor and the finance minister are going to be meeting today to try and find some kind of middle ground following that letter that the finance minister issued threatening to withhold grant payments for the city of Joburg. Some, of course, is saying, well, it's going to be digging in its heels and may well go on strike. It believes that the minister's letter holds no legal standing and therefore it can be defied. And workers are talking about just how much they actually need this increase given the high living costs that we've been experiencing. The front page of The Citizen, it says there, there we go. It says that the virus is taking its toll, and this is really taking a look at the Hunter virus and the responses that the globe has had to the Hunter virus, but also the response that we are seeing locally the responses that we're seeing locally from the health department. So the front page there of The Citizen saying virus takes wing in SA. And we have seen just the calls for calm included even in the cabinet statement that was issued yesterday. So that's what you can expect on the front page of The Citizen. And then the Business Day, quite a number of stories on the Business Day's front page, but I would say that the key one is municipalities to dip into huge VAT kitty, and that's how a white paper is proposing the replacement for fuel levy income, and that is as government seeks to redirect a slice of the VAT revenue to local government by giving municipalities a share of the more than 400 billion rand that SARS collects in VAT. And that's something that is of discussion there then on the front page of the Business Day. So that's what you can expect on the country's national publications.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good.
As the night moves in,
Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe from the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre. Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Do not miss Durban Tourism's stand at DEC IG20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBNT Tourism on social media platforms. Hashtag Visit Durban, hashtag Africa Travel Indaba.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's take a look at your weather for today. We'll start off with some of the warnings that remain in place. There's an orange level 8 warning for disruptive rain leading to widespread flooding and prolonged disruptions of settlements, roads and bridges. That's expected over Gokama, Guga municipalities and the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro of the Eastern Cape. A yellow level 2 warning for disruptive rain leading to localized flooding of susceptible settlements or roads and bridges, as well as localized disruption due to sinkholes, blocked drainage systems is expected over the west coast and adjacent interior of the Eastern Cape. A yellow level 2 warning for damaging waves leading to damage to coastal infrastructure, disruption of harbors, coastal routes, medium, large vessels, dragging, anchor breaking, mooring lines and disruptions to beachfront activities. That's also expected along the Eastern Cape coast. A yellow level 2 warning for damaging winds and waves leading to damage to coastal disruption of harbors, medium to large vessels, dragging, anchor, breaking mooring lines and disruptions to beachfront activities is also expected along the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. There are no fire warnings for today. The advisory, very cold, very windy and wet conditions are expected over the western parts of the country. The public and all small stock farmers are advised that the combination of snow, gale force winds, heavy rain, flooding, very cold conditions and very rough seas are expected from Sunday until Tuesday. Taking a look at your temperatures for today, Pretoria fine, lows high 17, a low of 5 rather, high 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Johannesburg fine, minimum 4, maximum 16. Vereniging fine, minimum 3, maximum 15. Mbombela fine, minimum 8, maximum 26. In Polokwane fine, minimum 6, maximum 23. In Mahikeng fine, minimum 3, maximum 17. In Vryburg partly cloudy, a minimum 5, maximum 16. Taking a look at Bloemfontein, the weather is partly cloudy, minimum 2, maximum 13. In Kimberley cloudy, minimum 3, maximum 14. In Uppington, partly cloudy, minimum 6, maximum 18. In Cape Town, partly cloudy, wind light to moderate southerly to southeasterly, minimum 13, maximum 20. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In George, cloudy with isolated showers and rain in the early morning, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon. Wind light to moderate westerly to southwesterly, minimum 10, maximum 16. Gqeberha, cloudy with scattered showers and rain. Wind strong westerly, moderating in the evening, minimum 12, maximum 16. In East London, partly cloudy with isolated morning showers and rain. The wind strong westerly, moderating in the evening, minimum 14, maximum 18. In Durban, it's partly cloudy, becoming cloudy towards evening with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, but strong at times, minimum 16, maximum 24. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy, becoming cloudy towards evening with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate to fresh southeasterly, minimum 15, maximum 23. And in Pietermaritzburg, it's partly cloudy, minimum 8, maximum 20.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
South Sudan.
Africa's youngest nation, born in 2011, a land carried by the Nile, people rooted in tradition, culture, and community. Cattle, song, and storytelling are the soul of everyday life.
Independence came after years of conflict and sacrifice. A nation divided, people tested. But even through uncertainty, hope remains. A country still finding its footing, still writing its future. From village paths to vast plains, dreams are rising.
South Sudan is not broken, it's becoming. In every child, in every song, In every tomorrow, there is hope. South Sudan is rising with courage.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Let's get into the global briefing. It's 6:22. Well, we'll start off with the Dutch-flagged cruise ship, the MV Hondius. It's become the center of a global health alert. What we know now is the confirmation of a hantavirus which broke out on that cruise ship. 3 passengers are dead. 8 cases are now confirmed or suspected. The WHO is tracking passengers across more than a dozen countries. South Africa finding itself somewhere in the middle of it. One of the deceased died in a Johannesburg hospital, while the second patient is also in ICU receiving treatment at a hospital in Johannesburg. Let me bring onto the show and welcome our contributor, Dr. Joan Swart, who is a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. Dr. Swart, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So we're seeing the WHO calling the public health risk low at this point. However, there's a global concern given the fact that passengers from this cruise ship have dispersed across more than a dozen countries, and this was before the outbreak was even understood.
Yes, good morning, Kathy. It's certainly a case of déjà vu, and we all feel a little bit re-traumatized, keeping COVID in mind. The WHO had a media briefing yesterday, which I watched. It was quite long, many questions. So important to note that at this stage, the emphasis appears to be on, as you mentioned, monitoring and tracking and preparedness, and not indications of a COVID-style global emergency. But what makes this significant is not only the virus itself, but how public health risks are now interpreted in a post-COVID environment. So the WHO repeatedly emphasized yesterday that the situation is fundamentally different from COVID, mainly because the transmission mechanisms differ significantly. It's not airborne, so the transmission is very much more difficult. It's person to person via immediate contact. So they stressed that it's about monitoring, tracking, preparedness, risk communication, and they don't want to create unnecessary panic. So in this case, they focus clearly on preventing misinformation and avoiding alarm, while also trying to maintain confidence. But at a different level, COVID fundamentally changed the relationship between the public health institutions and the trust from the public. So the trust is now more fragmented. People are much more skeptical, more politicized, and even limited outbreaks generate rapid reaction and speculation. So communication...
Sure,
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that communication credibility is therefore very, very important for the WHO.
All right. I want us to move on to Moscow. Vladimir Putin
Yes.
will be hosting a Victory Day parade tomorrow.
Yes.
He says there'll be no tanks, no armored columns, just soldiers on foot. And the Kremlin has also further said it's about Ukrainian drone threats. However, there is this leaked European intelligence assessment, which is suggesting that Putin could be worried about something else, a potential coup.
Yeah, I can just dispel that almost immediately. The problem is somewhat different, or very different, in fact. And you mentioned drone attacks. There's been, what I can recall right now, about 10 or 12 or so in the last year. So there is definitely, the state is under growing pressure to demonstrate control and deterrence and resolve the issue both in Ukraine, which is, of course, then spilling into attacks on the homeland itself. So that's why they are tightening security around their leadership and their infrastructure and protection and so on. But the fact is that Russia needs to end this conflict. They need to create some kind of resolution. And this is where the political pressure on President Putin comes from. So it's from within Russia, but not, as you say, regarding a coup. It's actually pressure on him to be more resolute and more decisive in his responses to attacks on Moscow and the rest of Russia, and resolving and ending the conflict in Ukraine. So most or many Russian observers and commentators argue that his approach, they feel, is too restrained and too gradual, and that there needs to be some form of stronger retaliation and clearer direction in these against these attacks.
Okay, and then in Istanbul, getting tongue-tied there. Turkey, they've unveiled what they're describing as the first intercontinental ballistic missile. I understand it's got a kilometer range of about 6,000 kilometers. So if one is on Turkish soil, that would put London, Lagos, and Cape Town within range.
Yes, most certainly. And I had to check the distance from Istanbul to New York, and that's about 8,600 kilometers.
So it falls just short, falls just shy of New York.
So they can basically reach anywhere else in the world but the US mainland. But you need to realize that they're part of NATO and they've got US military bases in their country in any case with these types of missiles and other infrastructure. But this is less, and I must add, good for Turkey. I'm very happy that they achieved this. And it's for them, it's less about a missile and it's more about their ambition to be independent in terms of arms development and availability. So they presented it as part of the domestic defense development. And of course, it comes amid regional instability, Israel's expansions in the regions, and tensions within NATO that's been coming on for a year or two now and has been rapidly intensified now with the war, first of all in Ukraine and now with the Iran war. But they are signaling that they are technological advanced, and they are building a deterrence capability. And we've seen in Iran how missiles can really go a long way to deter any type of attacks against the country. So it just, the meaning of this is that it shows that middle powers are increasingly seeking strategic autonomy rather than dependence on the greater powers. And Turkey has also pursued drone production, other missile systems, aerospace, regional military influence. So they are signaling that they are becoming one of the big players in arms manufacturer ring and in the arms race in general.
Dr. Swart, with all of this development, arms development, clearly we're not anywhere close to world peace, are we?
No, unfortunately not. And if you look at history, neither, I think, were we ever very close to it. We moved from like the two world wars and all the crusades and the wars before that into a Cold War, into hotter wars, all of the time. So unfortunately not.
Okay. Dr. Joan Swart is a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch. It's time for the latest news headlines. And Musa, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, more details are emerging on what transpired before a collision between two vehicles on the N1 in Limpopo. 8 people were killed and several others injured in the crash, which included a bus near the Witvlag turnoff outside of Louis Trichardt in the early hours of this morning. Scores of EFF members are expected to picket outside the Constitutional Court this morning ahead of its judgment in the Palapala matter. And the Kauga municipality in the Eastern Cape has urged residents of low-lying areas to urgently evacuate. It says this is a precautionary measure following the overflowing of the Mpofu Dam for the first time in 11 years. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, absolutely horrendous traffic coming into Joburg on the Mike 1 North. It's a stationary truck up by the Boyson's exit. Traffic all the way back heavily. Keep in mind, it's a high volume route. It's all the way back into Uncle Charlie's, back towards the N12. If you normally come through Diepkloof and pick up the Mike 1 from that sort of Uncle Charlie's interchange, just duck off and go up through Nazareth, come back in on Main Reef Road. Going to be a lot quicker this morning. The N3 queuing up into Heldmace, the lane restriction still there. Good news out of Pretoria this morning. N1 is clear of any lane closures between Montana and the N4. You've had a horrible week getting through there, but this morning a little bit of a result in the fact that there's no lanes that are closed. Durban breakdown, N2 south before just after Umgeta Road, before Spaghetti Junction. First of today's obstructions there. N1 northern parts of Limpopo, just north of Mikado. Another fatal bus crash overnight last night in a treacherous little mountain section there. North of Mikado. The road was closed overnight. Looks like it probably has been reopened this morning in the last half an hour or something. Traffic is starting to flow through that. Cape Town, a crash on the R300 North ramp to Stellenbosch Arterial to watch out for. And if you're driving Quebeca area, the old Udenegg Road remains closed through Boyson's Park due to flooding, and 3rd Avenue Newton Park remaining closed to traffic as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:34. Good morning, Zai Khan. You know, I'm watching you in that jacket and I'm like, I should have a jacket as big, as long, and as warm as that one looks.
This is not a jacket. This is a duvet.
Literally. I need at least 10 of those, please. All right.
Wow.
Let's start with the soccer action. Mamelodi Sundowns coach, he's admitting that the title race is no longer fully in their hands.
Thank you, Kathy. That's exactly how Pirates want it. They want Cardoso and team to be looking over their shoulders, and that's how the coach is feeling of Sundowns, admitting title race no longer fully in their hands after that 1-0 draw with Kaizer Chiefs. Sundowns remain 3 points clear of Orlando Pirates, but the Buccaneers have a game in hand and a superior goal difference. Cardoso saying Downs must now focus on winning their final 2 matches and hope that Orlando Pirates slip up. Let's go elsewhere, where Real Madrid midfielder Federico Valverde has been hospitalized, and that's with a head injury following an alleged dressing room altercation with teammate Aurelien Tchouameni. The club confirmed that Valverde had suffered trauma, concussion, and will be sidelined for up to 2 weeks. Reports suggest the Uruguayan was briefly knocked unconscious and required stitches after the incident at the Madrid training base. Real have opened disciplinary proceedings against both players, with President Florentino Perez, as well as the head coach Alvaro Arbeloa and captain Danny Carvajal, convened an emergency meeting. Now, the timing is critical, with Real facing Barcelona in El Clasico on Sunday, a match that could hand Barca the title. That's the La Liga title, with 3 games to spare. On to cricket, Mitchell Marsh and Prince Yadav produced a match-winning performance as the bottom-placed Lucknow Super Giants stunned the Royal Challengers Bengaluru with a 9-run DLS victory in their IPL clash at the Ikana Stadium. Marsh smashed 111 of 56 balls, blasting 9 sixes and 9 fours to power his side to 209 for 3. RCB fell short at 203 for 6. And finally, some golf news. South Africa's Shaun Norris produced a spectacular eagle on his final hole to seal and seize the day of the Catalunya Championship. His closing 3-wood approach from 244 yards finished very well ahead. He sits atop the leaderboard at 8 under, 1 shot clear of Ewan McFerguson, David Law and Alexander Levi. The opening day added emotion to the DP World Tour, which marked 15 years since the passing of the Spanish legend Seve Ballesteros, with tributes across the course. Now, South Africa's Norris is chasing a 3rd DP World title. He's continuing his strong recent form after top finishes in China and Japan. That's your sport on the National Briefing. Swing back for more. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. This morning we start off with greater concerns around oil. Executives in the sector are now warning of prolonged fuel shortages. It's amid this Middle East disruption.
Good morning, Kathy, and happy Friday. You're absolutely right there. Now, the stop-start nature of the conflict has continued to keep investors and executives on edge, making it increasingly difficult to predict the direction of global oil markets. The CEO of Shell, Wael Sawan, is the latest exec to flag concerns over the conflict, saying the industry is facing a crude supply shortfall of close to 1 billion barrels as the war continues to disrupt production and exports. Sawan warned the gap is deepening every day the conflict drags on, with the recovery expected to take months, even if tensions ease soon. Executives from Chevron, ExxonMobil, and ConocoPhillips have also cautioned that restoring normal flows through the Strait of Hormuz will be a slow process, raising the risk of fuel shortages in import-dependent countries later this year. And just tracking oil moves this morning, oil is back above $100 a barrel, gaining just over 8%. Shifting focus now to other company news, McDonald's also sounding the alarm over higher fuel prices and geopolitical tensions linked to the Middle East conflict, saying they're beginning to weigh on consumer sentiment, with the fast food giant flagging softer sales momentum in the second quarter. Seen as a key indicator of lower income spending trends, the company said financially strained consumers remain under pressure, particularly as fuel costs rise. Executives noted that spending by lower income customers continues to decline, reinforcing concerns that inflationary pressures are starting to bite deeper into household budgets. The company expects a slowdown in second quarter sales growth after April sales turned slightly negative in some of its markets. The comments accompanied McDonald's first quarter earnings, with global comparable sales rose 3.8%, supported by market share gains and a strong push on value and affordability offerings. Shifting focus to how markets have performed, the strong rally hit a snag overnight, with Wall Street stocks trading in negative territory and gains on the JSE fizzling out. The oil share closed flat yesterday, down 0.01%. Now, volatility remains the name of the game as traders track developments between the US and Iran. We've seen oil drop below $100 per barrel and trade back above that mark in less than 24 hours, further showing how sensitive markets are. Tracking currency moves, the rand on the back foot morning at 16.45 to the dollar, 22.30 to the pound, and 19.29 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. Catch you again just after 7:30 with another update. I'm Ndauleng Lechela.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. Hashtag Visit Durban. Hashtag Africa Travel Indaba.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
A refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. Today we are going to be starting it off and looking at that important visit between Rwanda and Botswana.
Jumbo Africa to the listeners, the relations between Rwanda and Botswana have entered a new era, and others are saying Raleboha, thanks to President Paul Kagame for visiting Gaborone, and that visit ended this week. Now, in this meeting, as you said earlier, the 6 agreements were signed: double taxation avoidance, visa abolition for selected passport holders, the air service, health, trade and investment. Now on the line we have the Minister of International Affairs from Botswana, Ntate Phenyo Butale, who will be giving us the rundown of why this visit was so important both for Botswana and for the region of SADC. There was a joint permanent commission cooperation. Preceding that meeting, there was Rwanda-Botswana Business Forum. So let's welcome the Minister of Botswana, Ntate Phenyo Butale, on the line.
Good morning.
Ntate Phenyo Butale, Ntate, thanks for joining the national briefing, the Africa in Focus. Just take us through what were the takeaways of this visit, a very important visit of Rwanda to Gaborone.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Ke dumedise le bareetsi ba radio station ya lona kere. This was a very important visit, but as you rightfully said, it was preceded by the second Joint Permanent Commission on Cooperation, JPCC. This was the second because we held the first or the inaugural session in April 2022 in Kigali, Rwanda. And this is an important strategic direction, a platform that really looks at cooperation between the two countries and looks at ways of enhancing and entrenching cooperation. And as you rightfully said, also during the JPCC, there were negotiations around priority agreements, and MOUs were finalized. We signed 6 of them when the President Kagame was here. We signed an MOU on economic trade and investment. As you know, President Boko is very, very keen on ensuring intra-Africa trade to make sure that we reduce this tendency of African countries continuing to export our minerals or even natural resources raw to other continents without beneficiation. Also, this thing of African countries continuing to trade more with other continents than trading amongst themselves. We also signed an MOA on on visa requirement exemption. Just a bit of a correction there that it is for all passports, not selected passports. Therefore, Botswana going to Rwanda would not be required to have or to acquire any visa. The same applies to Rwandese who will be coming to Botswana. And I must hasten to say that Rwanda had already done this. They had already abolished visa requirements for Botswana going to Rwanda, and we were just regularizing on our part. We also signed an MOU on cooperation in the field of health. The concern here is that we continue to have a lot of potential as African countries, but we are not doing much in terms of manufacturing of medicines on our continent. And we saw during COVID how exposed we were when we had to now take the last place on the line when it came to access to vaccines and related medicines that were needed at the time. Double taxation avoidance agreement, and also we signed an MOU, a renewal of an MOU between our Investment and Trade Center and the Rwanda Development Board. We also signed the bilateral air service agreement, and I think I must conclude by saying that this JPCC, and I think the marching orders that we got from our leaders was to say that we must implement. And for us to implement, we must establish, and we agreed to establish joint technical committees and adopt joint implementation metrics to track progress and ensure timely execution of commitments, and to also ensure that we deliver measurable outcomes. It doesn't help to have countless signed MOUs and MOAs with no implementation.
Thank you very much, Minister, for coming to us live and direct from Gaborone and giving us the information. Based on time, I would have wanted to cover the aspect, how will it benefit SADC, and where did Paul Kagame go? Was he eating even the food of Botswana? Those are important cultural relations that we will have want to know. But shortly, what is the impact for the SADC quickly?
Thank you very much. You must understand, my brother, that SADC is very, very important to us in Botswana, and as it is, I think, for all countries. And if we are to make anything out of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, we must start at the regional level and ensure that the
All right, it looks like we've lost the minister there on the line. Apologies, Advocate Mandula.
Yeah, hello. No, Minister, is there scheduled?
Oh, hello.
Minister, are you still there on the line?
Yeah, Advocate Mandula, it's safe to say you can continue. Let's get, I think, into our historical archives of the day. I think there's been a bit of a delay with the connectivity there. Apologies.
And thanks for coming live with the Minister from Botswana. That was the Minister of Botswana of International Relations, Ntate Phinyo Butale. Now, as we are concluding, it was on this day, 30 years ago, 1996, adoption of the Constitution went alongside Ntate, the former Deputy President Thabo Mbeki, when he made this historic speech. Let's take a listen.
I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. My body has frozen in our frosts and in our latter-day snows. It has thawed in the warmth of our sunshine and melted in the heat of the midday sun. I have wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito. A human presence among all of these, a feature on the face of our native land just defined, I know that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African.
That was President Thabo Mbeki making that historic speech. Others they say that speech defined the political mood of the moment
in post-apartheid South Africa, enhancing the former deputy president's reputation as a political orator, and others liking it to Martin Luther King. If you have looked at it, the late President Nelson Mandela was watching the former President Thabo Mbeki very closely and with interest of how this long speech and this statement that how it changed the mood 30 years ago. Asante sana, as we are still leading the conversation, SAFM observing the Africa Month.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Just need to clarify the M1 South coming through Pretoria. A bit of miscommunication with the operators there this morning. The roadworks are still in place. They are south of Stilramfull Road, down towards the N4. They are there now until March of 2027. This queue that you sit in every morning coming through Montana on your way towards the Hatfield split is an impressive, really heavy queue, and it is unfortunately long term. Staying in the capital, crash on Roslyn Road near Paul Kruger. That's also having an impact on the M35 Soutpan Road coming in through Onderstepoort. There's a really big backlog of traffic happening there. And a stationary truck at Boyson's on the Mike 1. Very heavy coming in from Uncle Charlie's and the Ormonde side this morning. Durban, 2 breakdowns on the M2 South before Spaghetti Junction. That's already pushing a queue back through in Nunda Road. The M13 out of Pinetown is heavy as you line up in towards the Paradise Valley this morning. And a crash on Cape Town's N2 inbound at Hospital Bend, pushing a delay back towards the airport. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
The National Briefing on SAFM with Kathy Mutlatlana.
You're listening to the National Briefing. So one of the interesting things that came out of that visit between the Rwanda President Paul Kagame and the President of Botswana, President Boko, was an agreement that allows officials of the two countries to travel between the countries without requiring visas. So Rwandan officials can now travel visa-free to Botswana. And of course, that is going to ease how business is done between the two. I wonder if that's something you think we as South Africa should also be looking into, especially in line with the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. How are we actually putting into place mechanisms that enable an environment for AfTA to thrive and to take a form? Is that something that we should be doing as a country and the rest of the continent? Yes, I know there are all of these migration matters that were tasked with domestically, but this is now at an official level, at a government to government level. I'll take some of your reflections on that soon. All right, let's get into the story now. And the big question is really, who pays for our democracy? Earlier this week in Johannesburg, the IEC and EASA launched the inaugural special issue of the Journal of African Elections. In it are 9 peer-reviewed articles on political financing in South Africa. The IEC chairperson, Mosotho Miepa, put it sharply in his reflections, saying democracy is expensive, but the cost of authoritarianism is even higher. And we know that timing is important because this year we vote in the local government elections under new rules. The disclosure threshold for political parties has been doubled to 200,000 rand, and the donation cap to political parties has been lifted, has been increased to 30 million rand. Now, civil society watchdog My Vote Counts says it sees that as a green light for more dark money. This is money that is unaccounted for to travel between political parties and private players. The critical questions here are: who is funding political parties? What do they expect in return? And how much of all of this happens beyond what you and I can see? Dr. Victor Shale is the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer for Outreach at the IEC. He joins us now. Victor, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Morning, Kathy. Thank you very much for having us this morning.
This special issue is built around four key themes that you've identified as theoretical foundations: public funding, private funding, and comparative analysis. What are you seeking to do with this framework of helping us understand funding?
No, thank you very much. And first and foremost, the issue arises out of the ongoing public or national discourse around political funding, which is quite a new phenomenon in South Africa. You'll recall that we are only, I think, about 10 years, not more than 10 years, implementing the political funding regime. Now, the structuring of the journal sought to first of all ground this discourse in theoretical foundations so that people appreciate where this is coming from, what is the philosophy and rationale for political funding, but also to then delve deeper into the different mechanics of providing public funding. And also the third thing, as you rightfully say, on how private funding manifests, and indeed dealing with the kind of questions you have already raised on who is behind the funding and what are their interests. And then the third section of that journal then provides a global comparative experiences from Western Europe and the African continent at large.
Critics are arguing around the doubling of the disclosure threshold and also the increasing of the donations cap, as they believe all it does is enable the background relationships that are taking place between political parties. And in response to that, do you share that concern?
Well, the concerns are valid, but then need to be interrogated, because regulating political funding is always going to be quite a tricky business. You have to walk a tightrope, meaning you've got to ensure that political organizations are adequately financed to carry their public representation mandate. But you also then have to guard against undue influence of money in politics. So it's a tight affair, especially in the context where, as you know, the fiscus is sort of shrinking. The demand for state support, especially on social welfare and other education and so forth. So you need to then strike a balance to say, if you look, which is why then in the journal you have also the theoretical, some kind of a flashback on where this is coming from. Because in the past, in the old days, political parties used to be funded solely from membership fees. But now with increased party political competition, with so many, for instance, we have over 500 political parties in South Africa. So the competition is high, and elections has become one of the fastest growing industries. In other words, the investment that goes into political campaigns has skyrocketed such that political parties then need to keep up with this trend. So the funding from the state wouldn't be sufficient for those needs. But then at the same time, as you rightfully say, we still need to be wary of who then is making up for the difference in the funding.
Very briefly, how much is it going to cost political parties now to register?
You mean for nominations?
Yes.
For contesting these elections?
Yes.
We have made a proposal which is now up for public inputs, because definitely there is a little bit of an increase. I may not have the specific figure now, but we have already been discussing with the parties at the liaison committee level on the proposed increase, because again, the demand for contesting elections has increased. That comes with costs. But also, this is also a mechanism for ensuring that really only people who are serious about contesting, who are serious about representing the public, who want to be taken seriously now to be in charge of the national fiscals are then enabled to participate.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Dr. Victor Shale is with the Independent Electoral Commission, and he is the outreach official, the deputy chief electoral officer for outreach with the IEC. And I mean, some of the previous figures for election deposits are about 200,000 rand. So if that increase goes up, it means that it's going to cost candidates and parties even more to contest in the local government election. And good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, 8 people killed in Limpopo road crash and evacuations underway in the Kouga municipality. Good morning. More details are emerging on what transpired before a collision between 2 vehicles on the N1 in Limpopo. 8 people were killed and several others injured in the crash, which included a bus near the Witvlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt in the early hours of this morning. The Provincial Transport Department says the bus was travelling from Malawi to Johannesburg. A Kenyan national, Isaac Isale, is one of the survivors.
They were coming from Messina side. First of all, the brake they failed when we are just before the first tunnel. The brake failed, the driver came out, tried to fix it. He managed to fix it. Then after we jumped the second tunnel, it failed again. But I don't know, he was scared, it was too dark, he didn't manage to stop. I think he wanted to stop Richard, that side of Richard. The time we reached here, it was too down, didn't manage to stop. Then we make an accident.
The Kouga municipality in the Eastern Cape is conducting evacuations in the Gamtoos Valley after the Gamtoos River burst its banks. Mayor Hatting Bornman says 40 residents are currently trapped in an area at the Gamtoos River mouth. The R102 up to Montplaas is currently flooded. Bornman has urged residents to completely avoid the area.
The NSRI and the SAPS police divers are on the scene, as well as our law enforcement and emergency staff, and they are currently in operation as we speak. Unfortunately, the banks have been flooded so much that the R102 is completely flooded and inaccessible from Montplaas past the Ferry Hotel. And we ask residents and motorists to please take care and please use the N2 if they do need to drive between Jeffreys Bay and Nelson Mandela Bay.
Scores of EFF members are expected to picket outside the Constitutional Court later this morning, ahead of its judgment in the Palapala matter. The party approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn Parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against President Cyril Ramaphosa. This relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at his Palapala farm in Limpopo in February of 2020. EFF spokesperson Tembi Msane says they want the court to hold Ramaphosa accountable for illegally keeping foreign currency at his farm.
From the beginning, the EFF has been the lone and consistent voice demanding accountability for the criminality, secrecy, and abuse of power surrounding the Palapala scandal. While many sought to protect Cyril Ramaphosa and preserve the image of the ANC, the EFF pursued every constitutional avenue available to ensure that no president is placed above the law. We await the judgment with the expectation that the Constitutional Court ensure that the Section 89 report is properly returned to Parliament for lawful consideration and accountability.
Minister in the Presidency, Kumbutso Ntshabeni, has delivered a strong warning against undocumented migrants linked to criminality. She focused on drug trafficking, intimidation and attacks on communities. This as public concern grows over illegal immigration and rising tensions in some parts of the country. Ntshabeni told the media in Pretoria that government's primary concern was the conduct of those involved in serious crime.
What's worse is those that are involved in criminality, because that's the discussion that is not being had. Those who intimidate South Africans not to run spaza shops and go to an extent of abducting them. Those who are involved in selling drugs to our children and drug peddling in our communities. Those who are involved in shooting people to enforce Sharia law. There's no Sharia law in South Africa. You cannot undermine the laws of these countries and want to impose your own laws. And you say South Africans must sit quiet. South Africans will not sit quiet. We cannot be undermined in our own country, but we are saying to South Africans, we accept that we cannot be undermined and let law enforcement do their part.
And finally, US President Donald Trump says he'll give the European Union until the 4th of July to implement a trade deal reached last year. Trump threatened to raise tariffs significantly if it fails to do so. It's however not clear how his threat to raise import taxes fits with the Supreme Court ruling in February that the power to impose tariff lies with Congress. The BBC's Michelle Fleury has the details.
Trump made the announcement after what he described as a great call with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Still, the US President is unhappy that the European Parliament has yet to finalise a trade deal reached last year. That agreement capped US tariffs at 15% in exchange for more EU investment in the United States. But Trump views the EU as dragging its feet.
Recapping the top story, more details are emerging on what transpired before a collision between two vehicles on the N1 in Limpopo. 8 people were killed and several others injured in the crash, which included a bus near the Witvlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt in the early hours of this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
If your plumber was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 27-year-old Lynn a mind-blowing 638 Rand on her 2025 Haval Jolion. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Very good morning. In your SAFM sports headlines, it's soccer. Orlando Pirates have been handed a potential boost in the Betway Premiership title race after Magesi and Orbit College moved their remaining home fixtures. And in rugby, assistant coach to the Sharks says injuries have derailed their URC campaign. We'll find out more at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, another heavy one coming down the N1 out of Pretoria from Montana down towards the N4. Hatfield Split, those roadworks are there. Single lane sections, big queues again from Montana's side. Crash on the Roston Road at Paul Kruger. That's also having an impact on the Soutpan Road. That's the road that arrives into Ondersteport from Chosenguve. So major delays that side of Pretoria. Joburg stationary truck at Boysen still backing you up as you head up towards the Crown interchange. Durban, multiple breakdowns between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction, heavy pressure as far back as in Underroad. M13, St John's Avenue Bridge through to the N3 at Paradise Valley, very slow. Cape Town, a crash at Hospital Bend on the N2 inbound, causing delays. There's also a collision on the N2 inbound just after Robert Sobukwe from the airport, the N2 under pressure this morning. And if you're driving Rebecca area, the old Utenegg Road through Boyson's Park is closed. 3rd Avenue dip section, Newton Park, still closed as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you. You're listening to the National Briefing. If you've just tuned in, welcome to the show. Coming up in this next hour, the dominating story for today, Palapala. The Constitutional Court delivers its judgment in less than 3 hours. We'll hear from the EFF, the party that has taken this fight to the apex court. We'll then get a constitutional reflection on what Section 89 actually allows Parliament to do. And then we'll look at the political consequences if the ruling goes against the president. Also coming up in this hour, the reality check with our contributor for this week, Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, on the national question. He'll be joining us as he concludes his reflections for the week. Of course, we'll also be taking your calls, your WhatsApp voice notes. The numbers to use this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Briefing on SAFM, weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, let's get straight into it then. All eyes on the Constitutional Court this morning as it prepares to deliver its long-awaited landmark judgment on the controversial Palapala saga. This judgment has been over 500 days in the making. So what are the ramifications that we're going to be looking at here? Advocate Lufuno Nevondwe is a constitutional law expert at the University of Limpopo. He joins us now. Lufuno, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. So what Parliament is having to, or rather, what the Constitutional Court is having to look at here is a very narrow case technically. It's a simple question that they have to answer, and it's whether Parliament acted lawfully when it voted down the Section 89 panel's finding that the president may have a case to answer to. What were the options before Parliament? What could they have done? What else could they have done? Advocate Lufuno?
Good morning, Kathy, and the morning, Kathy, and the listeners. The options are very straightforward in terms of the 2018 parliamentary rules governing the Section 89 of the Constitution, which deals with the removal of the president. Upon any motion from Parliament, which there was a motion from the ATM MP, Zungula. In that motion, he was calling for the removal of the president. And then upon that motion being debated in Parliament, I think the Speaker of the National Assembly at that time decided to ensure that there is a panel. There is an independent Section 89 panel appointed to deal with the matter. And the panel was then appointed. The panel just looked at the matter and decided in their recommendation to say that there is a case for the president to answer in this matter. So after the panel has done that, the parliament then sat, and when they sat, they then decided to vote on the matter, to vote not in favor of the panel report. In other words, they didn't accept the panel report, which called for the impeachment committee to be appointed within the parliament, which will look at the process of the impeachment of the president.
When we look at the matter that we're sitting with now, the Concourt is being asked to decide whether that decision, right, to vote against impeachment of the president was constitutionally valid, or report rather, that would have ultimately led to a process of an impeachment inquiry, whether that was constitutionally valid. Does it bring up an issue or question around the separation of powers here in determining or in trying to see how the court then is going to make a decision on this matter? Because parliamentarians can decide to adopt reports or to reject reports. We've seen this happen quite a number of times. If we go back and we think about what happened with the budget speech last week, the first time, that the proposal for the budget was rejected in Parliament, that was MPs exercising their rights and playing their role.
Yes, in South Africa we are in a constitutional democracy, and separation of powers is a foundational principle in a constitutional democracy. In other words, we have three distinct independent branches of government. We have the judiciary, which has the role to interpret, to administer justice, and also to adjudicate complaints independently. We then have Parliament, which has the role of lawmaking, and also to have the role to hold the executive accountable. And then you then have the executive, which is responsible to run government, to also make policies and also implement the laws or execute the laws. So that is the separation of powers. So here the question will be whether when Parliament exercised its powers, was it rational? As they exercised their powers in accordance with the parliamentary rules and the Constitution? Remember, the Constitution is the highest law of the Republic. Any law or conduct inconsistent with the Constitution, that law or conduct is invalid. So the test here is to check, the Constitutional Court will look at whether that decision of Parliament to vote down the Section 89 independent panel report, was it rational, was it lawful or unlawful? Because there's an argument from the EFF and the ATM to say that we believe that when the panel report says the president has to answer, or there is a prima facie evidence for the president to answer, they believe that the Parliament, the National Assembly at that time was supposed to have proceed with the impeachment processes, to have the impeachment committee. But remember, the process which has been followed was a parliamentary process, and this process was guided by the parliamentary rules as adopted by Parliament in 2018, which then guide Parliament in terms of the process which need to be followed when it comes to the impeachment of the president. Because here we just have to be careful in terms of how the separation of powers works in a constitutional democracy, because this separation of powers is there to ensure that there is check and balances. So in other words, each branch of government is being checked so that there is no abuse of power.
All right.
We know that there was an abuse of power on the side of Parliament during the Nkanja constitutional court judgment, which has found that Parliament ought to have exercised its constitutional powers to hold the executive accountable. But the facts now are different, because Parliament has then exercised its powers. So the question is whether those powers were exercised in accordance with the law or in accordance with the parliamentary rules, in accordance with the Constitution. Was there no abuse of power in that process? So that is what the Constitutional Court will decide today.
In fact, you're bringing me to what was my last question to you, reflecting back on the Concord ruling against President Jacob Zuma, or rather against Parliament, really, saying that Parliament had failed to hold the then President Jacob Zuma accountable. Do you see today's case as an extension of some of the arguments and even judgments that were made in that particular matter?
Yes, it is related, but it will depend how the Constitutional Court will then interpret the action of Parliament, because Parliament has argued to say that they have followed the process. They did not shield the President from accountability, because they followed the process, and in that process it also involves Parliament discretion, and that discretion is to decide whether to accept the independent Section 89 panel report or not. That is the discretion of Parliament, and it is done through the voting process to avoid abuse of power.
All right.
So that is another process. But on the other token, whether is that process rational? Is that process not an abuse of power? Is that process not undermining the principle of separation of powers, which talks about the checks and balances, which is the fundamental principle of a constitutional democracy?
Advocate Lufuno Nevondwe is a constitutional law expert at the University of Limpopo. Thank you for your time this morning. And you remember that there was a secret ballot, right, that was held at the time. And part of the argument that is being made is that if, or rather, there was no secret ballot, and the ATM has argued that if there was a secret ballot, we could well have been sitting with a different outcome. Let's take you then to the steps of the Constitutional Court this morning. That's where we'll find our SABC senior political journalist, Ntebo Mokobo, who is watching things there. Ntebo, good morning to you. A big morning, not only for the President, for Parliament, but also for the EFF and ATM that have been sustaining the public pressure on this particular matter.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Yes, indeed. It's a big day for both the ATM and the EFF. We've seen a couple of members of both parties coming in. You would recall that they said they will be picketing from around 7. But I think because of the chilly morning, they are a bit delayed. But we're expecting them that indeed they will be here. And of course, at exactly 10 o'clock, then the presiding officers here at the Constitutional Court will then deliver the much anticipated judgment. You would recall, as you correctly pointed out in your interview with the constitutional law expert, that it's almost exactly, in fact, today it's 521 days since the judgment was reserved then in 2024. So that's, 2025. So that's exactly what's going to be happening.
Ntebo will touch base a little later on within the show just to get a sense of how things are picking up there. Well, let me bring into this conversation somebody who has been talking about this issue and trying to work out the scenarios, right, of what the implications then of the ruling by the Constitutional Court today might be, especially if if the court rules against Parliament in this matter. Brutus Madlala is a political strategist and a PhD candidate in the Department of Political Studies at the University of Johannesburg. Brutus, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time this morning. So you've been asking a question about sort of what happened next, what becomes of President Cyril Ramaphosa if he loses. And of course, if he loses, it happens under what is a very differently constituted parliament. What are some of the scenarios you've explored?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. The big question here is, you are right, the political balance of power in Parliament has shifted because when this matter happened in 2022, the ANC still enjoyed the majority. We currently have an ANC that has lost a lot of support, and we have a GNU. And my take here is there would be serious political ramifications should the decision of the Constitutional Court say that Parliament erred and it was irrational in making that vote. And therefore, they need to go back and constitute that committee, and the process must unfold for impeachment. But that process will still be subjected to a vote later. Now, my sense is that you have a possibility of a Paul Mashatile becoming the president of South Africa, but that must happen with a vote. So first of all, there will be a dissolution of a cabinet. When the president resigns, there is a possibility of a dissolution of a cabinet and then an election of a new president. And the ANC will be forced to negotiate with the DA to accept a Paul Mashatile, or to negotiate with MKP and the EFF to constitute government, because the three parties can make 50+1. So you have a possibility of a new GNU altogether, or the current GNU under the leadership of Paul Mashatile. You also have a possibility of a deputy president coming from MKP, or a deputy president coming from the EFF. Those are possibilities. And as I say in my article, politics is the art of the possible.
Brutus, when we look at the configuration of the ANC and the Democratic Alliance, it seems the DA has always made it clear that for them, working with the ANC is also very much about President Cyril Ramaphosa, the man, and that they will do everything they can to keep the EFF and the MK party out. Are we looking at a scenario here and a possibility that President Ramaphosa may survive either way, even if the court ruling today is not necessarily in Parliament's favor, because there's so much hanging on it for the GNU, and especially for partners like the DA, who've been clear before about the fact that they're not willing to work with anybody else?
Yeah, it is possible, because the DA has been very vocal, saying that it does not want a future in which there is a doomsday coalition. They termed it a doomsday coalition, meaning a coalition between the MKP, EFF, and the ANC. And they are saying that will be a coalition of the corrupt. Now, the DA would do anything to make sure that they avoid that scenario. But it would mean that they must compromise on the issue of whether Paul Mashatile would sit as the president, because that's the deputy president in the ANC. The ANC would like to see its own president ascending to the union buildings. Now, if Cyril Ramaphosa resigns, and I make a point in the article that he is hoisted by his own petard. He came with this euphoria of a new dawn and everything else. And such a person has a lot to lose. And my sense is that Cyril Ramaphosa, first of all, is not Jacob Zuma. He has a law degree. Cyril Ramaphosa is credited for his contribution to the writing of South African Constitution. And Cyril Ramaphosa adopted Nelson Mandela as his public role model. Now, if you look at those three factors, you can't think that Cyril Ramaphosa would want to hang on if the judgment is adverse against Parliament. For him to sit through the whole impeachment process, it will be embarrassing. So he is likely to resign. And if he resigns, then the DA would have no choice but to negotiate with the ANC and agree on ANC's terms. And in that scenario, as I outlined in my article, there is even a good possibility for the DA to argue for a deputy president. And we might likely have the new leader of the DA as the deputy president, deputizing Paul Mashatile. But it all depends on the outcome of today's Constitutional Court judgment and whether these parties would be willing to come together to negotiate a deal that can save us from this crisis.
The possibilities do seem endless there. And let's just remind ourselves that the South African Reserve Bank, SARS, the public protector, all cleared the president in this matter. I wonder how much of a bearing that's going to have on the choice or the decision by the Constitutional Court today. And Musa, good morning to you. A busy day on the news desk today.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. The N1 road in Limpopo is open. It was closed last night following a crash near the Witvlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt. 8 people were killed and several others injured in the crash, which involved 2 vehicles, including a bus. The Kocha municipality in the Eastern Cape is conducting evacuations in the Gamtoos Valley after the Gamtoos River burst its banks. The R102 up to Montplaas is currently flooded. And scores of EFF members are expected to picket outside the Constitutional Court later this morning. It's ahead of its judgment in the Palapala matter. The party approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn Parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against President Cyril Ramaphosa. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
The Soutpan Road, I should say, the M35 coming in from Shoshenguve, a very heavy backlog this morning as you arrive into Rosslyn area. There was a crash there around Rosslyn and Paul Kruger, a nearby junction. It seems that is perhaps what's having that impact. Very heavy in that on-the-spot area. And one south from Montana down towards the Hatfield Split, jam-packed again today. Roadworks there until March 2027. That's the bad news. Joburg side, a crash on the Mike 1 South near Caller Drive from Sandton heading into Melrose. It's slow. And backlogs on the N3 running south passing Edenvale, queues down in towards Gillilis. Mike 1 fairly heavy this morning. Boyson's all the way up to Parktown with a stationary trucker just before the Crown interchange causing some delays as well. Durban's Richmond Road, very heavy getting up into Pinetown today from Marion Hill. There's some traffic light issues around the N3 highway, then more queues up towards the sort of M13 junction. If you like, the breakdowns before Spaghetti Junction southbound have all been cleared away. Cape Town, earlier crash N2 into Hospital Bend. That's being cleared. Was left a backlog of traffic from as far back as around about sort of Robert Sobukwe area. Main road through Cork Bay going very slowly this morning. And a couple of major route closures around Quebec as a result of the recent heavy rains in that area. Newton Avenue's Third Avenue, Newton Park remains closed. And the old Utenake Road still shut for traffic moving through the Boysons Park area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning to you. Orlando Pirates, they've been handed a potential boost in the title race.
Yes, Kathy, one thing about this PSL title race is that even the venues are adding drama now, because we've got Pirates saying this is a timely boost for them in the title race after both Magesi and Orbit College moved their remaining home fixtures against the Buccaneers to bigger venues. Now, Pirates, chasing leaders Mamelodi Sundowns, are more accustomed to playing on larger surfaces, with the changes potentially favouring their attacking style as the title race heads into the final stretch. Meanwhile, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso admitting the race is no longer in their hands. This after they dropped 2 points in their 1-1 draw against Kaizer Chiefs in the week. Cardoso conceded Sundowns can now only focus on collecting maximum 6 points when they go up against Siwelele FC and TS Galaxy.
Regarding the league, our obligation is to make the 6 points we have ahead of us and then wait to see what is the outcome of that. So recover the players, because in 2 days we're going to play again. Make the result against ULL, and remember that this team from Kaizer Chiefs lost 2-0 with ULL. And that means that we need to approach this match with a high sense of responsibility, because it will not be easy as you may imagine, especially also in the sequence we are, where we lost several players, as you know, from injuries.
That's the Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso here on the National Briefing. Rugby now. The Sharks coach JP Peterson says the selection of 18-year-old Zekatelo Siaya at fly half against Benetton is a move with the future in mind. Siaya burst onto the scene at fullback during the URC tour against Ospreys and Edinburgh. Peterson now wants to test his versatility in the number 10 jersey. With Jean Smith moving on, Peterson believes Siaya's high school experience at fly half could prove valuable. Let's go back to the English Football League now. They've launched an investigation into Southampton after Middlesbrough accused Southampton of spying ahead of their championship playoff semi-final. A Southampton performance analyst was allegedly caught recording a training session and taking pictures of tactics. The staff member was told to delete the footage and leave, with Middlesbrough later filing a complaint. The AFL confirmed it has requested Southampton's observations, treating the matter as a potential misconduct under league regulations. Finally, Olympic news. The International Olympic Committee has lifted its ban on Belarusian athletes, paving the way for a full delegation to compete at the Los Angeles Games in 2028. The IOC says participation should not be limited by government actions, allowing Belarusian teams to return to competition. Russian athletes, however, remain restricted to competing only as neutrals on an individual basis and only if they have not supported the war in Ukraine. The Belarusian Olympic Committee welcomed the decision, calling sport a unifying force free from political influence. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll be back with more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
In Tauleng, when you look at FlySaf Air, you can really see the beating that consumers are taking in as far as travel is concerned. They're extending that fuel surcharge as, jet fuel prices remain elevated. But the take-up even of the 12 Rand flight not being what it has been over the years. Usually it'll be sold out in 5 minutes. This year, not so much the case.
I mean, that's just showing you the extent at which, I guess, households are under pressure. Kathy, you and I could continue, of course, paying higher airfares for months as FlySaf extends its fuel surcharge amid ongoing volatility in global oil markets, as you've just described there. In a MoneyWeb article, the airline said the surcharge, first introduced in March, will remain in place until at least August as jet fuel prices stay elevated following disruptions in global oil supply routes. Now, FlySaf says the Middle East conflict has created uncertainty around fuel supply dynamics and made it difficult to predict when costs will normalize. Jet fuel prices at local coastal airports surged after the conflict escalated, piling pressure on airline operating costs, where fuel makes up more than half of expenses. Now, the carrier says it is reviewing the surcharge weekly while focusing on protecting core routes and operational efficiency during the volatile period. Of course, what we are seeing playing out in the war, also showing ripple effects to the economy at large, with Moody's warning that the conflict could slightly weaken South Africa's growth outlook, cutting between 0.2 and 0.5 percentage points from GDP this year and next year. The shock comes at a time when the economy is already dealing with high and weak global demand. Despite this, the ratings agency remains cautiously optimistic about South Africa's prospects, citing steady progress on fiscal discipline and structural reforms that could lift growth toward 2% by 2028, only if those reforms are sustained. Moody's says the Reserve Bank has enough credibility to treat external shocks as temporary, although further rate hikes could still weigh on the recovery if global conditions worsen. Now, debt is expected to peak soon before gradually easing, with policy continuity and political stability remaining key risks ahead of the next election cycle. Now, turning our focus to market action, we're in for another day of choppy trade as investors track ceasefire-related headlines. Adding to that, investors will be awaiting the release of U.S. non-farm payrolls for April, which will provide insight on the health of the U.S. labor market. Ahead of that, futures on Wall Street are back in positive territory. However, markets in Asia taking a different direction, back in the red, taking strain. Oil makes gains with crude trading at $101 per barrel this morning. Now, that will likely filter through to the JSE when markets open at 9 a.m. And then lastly, in the currency scene, the rand steady this hour amid the stop-start nature of those U.S.-Iran talks. It's at 16.45 to the dollar, 22.29 to the pound, and 19.27 to the euro. And that's a wrap of your business and market news this morning. I'll be back bright and early on Monday morning. I'm Ndauling Lechela for the National Briefing.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:43. In a moment, I'll be taking your calls. The number to dial on the studio line, 086 000 2032. I'll take your reflections on your expectation ahead of the Concord ruling, and on the WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. So let's get into our reality check. Professor Tsepo Madlingozi has been walking the journey with us for the week. Can you believe that a week has already gone by? It feels like just as we're starting to get into the heart of things, Prof, now it's all gone. So you started us off with the national question on Monday, and it's been a journey that we've been through, looking at part of what the country has done, the TRC process. Has that yielded the desired result? Do we need a second TRC? The role of young people yesterday really being such a trigger point for many. I wonder where you're going to be landing this plane then this morning. Good morning, Professor Madlingozi.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Yes, indeed, it has been a long journey. We've used a couple of anniversaries as touchstones to reflect on our history and to ask how do we resolve the national question. As you said, the 30th anniversary of the TRC, the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution, the 50th anniversary of Youth Uprising. Today, I propose to look at the anniversary of I'm an African speech, the speech by the then Deputy President Thabo Mbeki, which he made on this day, the 8th of May in 1996. I'm an African, I owe my beings to the hills and the valleys, the seas and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our land. Being part of all these people and in the knowledge that none dare contest that assertion, I shall claim then I'm an African. Kathy, President Thabo Mbeki made this speech on the occasion of the adoption of the Constitution. If you look at the speech carefully, the brilliance of the speech is that Thabo Mbeki drew a link between the new foundational law, the final Constitution, and the unfolding processes of post-apartheid belonging and becoming. Kathy, by many accounts, we are yet to see a truly united nation. And I dare say that that speech gives us the tools to think about resolving the national question. That speech, if you look at it carefully, it reflects on some of these questions that we've been dealing with. Some of these questions includes who belongs to the nation and who's excluded from this nation, who shares in this nation's belongings, what will it take to truly dissolve the native settler relation, what are the core values and philosophies of this nation, and what kind of state, ethical, developmental state, can help us forge a truly united nations. The brilliance of this speech, the African speech, which listeners can get on the online, I'm not going to read all of it, is threefold. One, President Thabo Mbeki said that if we should regard issues of indigeneity, indigenous, settler invasion, and migration as immaterial historical factors. Moving forward, those should not be material factors. The question for us, Kathy, is have we used the Constitution to forge nationhood and to transcend historical justice? Secondly, the importance of this speech is that Thabo Mbeki proposed a capacious notion of Africanness, that transcends race, color, and ethnicity. So here, Africanness does not mean so-called tribal identity. Again, following our theme this week, we need to ask, how can we, and here I'm paraphrasing Samora Machel, kill the tribe for the nation to be born? Do we need to kill ethnicity, tribe, for the nation to be born? What are the pros and cons of that? And then lastly, Katie, the importance of this speech is that Mbeki proposed that this African identity should not be rooted in race. Therefore, here, Africanness should not mean blackness. You know, Kathy, 2 years ago, I published an opinion piece in the newspaper where I said that we must get to a point where the state stop imposing racial identities. Those racial identities are unscientific, they're unbiological, and most importantly, they're inherited from apartheid. Of course, we use them now for historical redress, but in the future, we should get to the point where the state, not individuals, the state stop imposing racial identity. So the third question for us is, do we still need to hold on to these racial identities? Kathy, in closing, as I said this week, you know, the national question is not an abstract question. It's a question that goes to the core of how do we build a nation built on truth, justice, shared values, and inclusion. And as I said yesterday, we need to start with young people at home. How do we secure safe homes? Secondly, safe schools, schools where there is physical safety, there's emotional safety. We emphasize notions of responsibilities, but also the teaching of history and the recitation of the preamble. For us as a whole nation, how do we translate that in our lived experiences? Do we need to recite the preamble at, you know, important occasions? Secondly, what does civic education look like for the nation? But lastly, Kathy, there can never be nation building without an ethical state, because corruption deepens inequality. Corruption leads to a sense of abandonment by a lot of marginalized communities. So yes, we look back at the nation building process, but we look forward, and that cannot happen without an ethical, capable state. Thank you.
Can we talk about the lack of use, or to talk about not using racial classifications when so much of the injustice that people face, that the inequalities that people face is still along racial lines. How do we measure which point then becomes the point where it becomes or it should become irrelevant?
There's a famous phrase that says, to get over race, you need to go through race. To get over race or racism, you need to go through race. So for now, yes, we use racial categories because those racial categories were used to impose inequality. So we use them for now, but we need to be clear that racism is based on racial categories. There's no racism without race. Racism is impossible without race. Race is non-scientific, it's non-biological, it's imposed by white supremacy. Therefore, there must be a time. We can only do that if we set clear targets for historical redress. The problem, Kathy, is that the state has not really defined these targets very clearly. That's number one. Number two, as a Human Rights Commission, we published an equality report 2 years ago saying BE and affirmative action need to be rethought. They're important, but the way they've been imposed or implemented, they need to be redrawn. So, yes, implement race now to correct historical injustice, but they must get a point where the state, not individuals can self-identify however they want, but the state should stop at a certain time using these categories imposed from apartheid.
Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, let me thank you for your time, your reflections this week on the reality check. All right, so what we're going to do, we'll take the latest traffic report and then I'll bring in your contributions.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy backlogs in the Melrose area along Joburg's Mike 1 corridor. It's a crash southbound at Caller Drive. So coming down from sort of Marlborough Drive territory via Santon into Melrose, very heavy. And going north, a bit of onlooking pressure from Houghton Estate Parktown side. Also the N3 south today, clogged from Modderfontein down towards Gillily's interchange. N14, if you're on the Krugersdorp Highway towards Pretoria, expect backlogs there going up into the N1 Brockfontein interchange. A bad crash involving a taxi. It's on Solomon Mshlangu eastbound at Disselboom. So if you're trying to get along Solomon Mshlangu towards Linwood Road, that is a problem this morning. And of course, the N1 South still jamming from Montala down towards the N4 into the long-term roadwork section. Durban's Richmond Road, no traffic lights at the M3 coming up from Marion Hill. It's heavy. There's another breakdown this morning. It's on the N2 North now, just before Queen Nandi Drive. So a bit of pressure up over Umgena Road into that particular scene. Cape Town, a crash on the very busy junction of Brackenfell Boulevard and De Bron. All approaches into that junction currently under pressure. N7 North queuing into the roadworks up at Goodwood queues as far back as Lunga this morning, and the Klipfontein Road out of Athlone through Sabrown Park heading in towards Mowbray quite slow as well. Just want to get an update from the what I call the Southern Cape region, if you like, that sort of area that links the Western and Eastern Capes together around George and a bit beyond. Routes like the Mayerings Port Pass closed. There's been a big wash away on that section of the N12. The Robertson Pass, Mossel Bay to Oatsall is closed. The N9 George out to Uniondale is closed, and plenty of closures along the R62 route, which you may know also as the Langkloof. That one, it's unlikely you're going to get through between the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape from sort of Uniondale to all the way to Corrido because of the impact of the heavy rains and the flooding. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Do you ever call you like to sell? Don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, SAFM listeners and you, Sis Katie. Me, if I was Cyril Ramaphosa after the judgment, I will have to pack my bag and go and kiss South African goodbye. You are speaking to Zonke Lenoke in Promised Land under the Hasekhwanyana municipality that is corrupt. Thank you.
Morning, KV and the listeners.
I will be not surprised if I'm not going to hear somebody who will say, Mr. Ramaphosa is not above the law. People are choosy and picky to claim if somebody is above the law or not. Mr. Ramaphosa, for me, is not above the law. He must be charged. And this statement that are closed, they must be open. They must be sent to Madlanga Commission so that they must be open. Ramatsidiso in Botaville. Thanks, Kathy.
Kathy, good morning. This is Hein Weingaard from the Civil Society Organization, Cape Forum. The question that remains to be answered is, what is the true origin? What is the truth behind that load of dollars that was found at, or that was stolen from, the home of President Ramaphosa at Palapala? We're still looking for an answer to that question. People are in court for the theft of the money. He's been cleared by some institutions, and hopefully the Constitutional Court will get us closer to that issue.
Good morning, Siskete. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. Today is a delivery of the much-awaited Palapala saga at the Constitutional Court. This will actually create a future reference on similar cases in future. Whichever direction it takes, it is going to help in terms of becoming a reference for future similar type of cases. Thank you. Sevanele Pretoria.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through. You're right, it very much is an extension of lawmaking as we know it in the country, right? To deepen and to bring clarity to some of these functions, roles and responsibilities of our institutions. Let me go to Pule in Matlosana. Pule, you also want to talk about the Constitutional Court matter.
Yes, Kathy. I've been listening since morning, even when you brought the expert dealing with constitutional issues, and I don't hear people saying, "What if the court rule in favor of Ramaphosa? What will happen?" I only hear people saying, "What if the court rule against Ramaphosa?" It looks like people have preconceived ideas.
Pule, is it not obvious what happens? It's business as usual, because this is the court of last resort on this matter. Yes, so what happens is that the status quo continues.
Yes, but the court can rule either in favor of Ramaphosa or against Ramaphosa's contributions. When people speak here, I've been listening since morning. They are saying, if the court rule against Ramaphosa, and one speaker said, if I was Ramaphosa, if the court rule, I'll take my things and go. Now, nobody ever says, what if the court rule in favor of Ramaphosa? They will be saying Ramaphosa is abusing his power and abusing court. If the court rule in favor of Ramaphosa, as it was before, the court rule in favor of Ramaphosa, people said that's why they're in the Constitutional Court this morning, because of the lower court rule in favor of Ramaphosa, and they were not happy. And they said Ramaphosa the courts are favoring him. Today against Kathy, if the court rules in favor of Ramaphosa, the status quo will remain. Now Ramaphosa is abusing his power, the court fear him, so forth and so on. So, yeah. But I never heard people saying the same thing. Our Zungula, they want things on their side. If the court rule in their favor, then we've got judicial that is fair. Okay. If it's rule not in their favor, the judicial is not fair.
I take the point that you're making, Pule, and I guess we'll have to see what those responses will be. But the assumption is that obviously the expectation would be that everybody would respect the ruling of the Constitutional Court. Whether or not it will be without criticism is something else entirely. Mr. Kraushoek, good morning to you. Very briefly, please.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for the prof speaking about the race matter. I'm Mr. Kraushoek from the Free State Griqua Council in the Free State. We have submitted from the Khoi and San communities a complaint to the Human Rights Commission in relation to this race classification of the Khoi and San communities. And since 2016 until to date, it is now 10 years ago that this has not yet been corrected and not yet been attended. So the race classification is a thorny issue for the Khoi and San communities. The injustice that has been portrayed within this racial classification is undermining our freedom since 1994. So I would love to hear from the Human Rights Commission that we must deepening this matter and investigate further what has happened with our report. Thank you, Sisketi.
All right, Mr. Kraushoek, thanks for that. And as you can hear, they agree with the sentiment the Prof made this morning, that we should not have racial classifications, at least going into the future of this democracy. And Musa is standing by with your latest news update. And good morning.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, the N1 Vlag reopened and EFF to picket at Constitutional Court ahead of Palapala judgment. Good morning. The N1 road in Limpopo is open. It was closed last night following a crash near the Wit Vlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt. 8 people were killed and several others injured. The crash involved 2 vehicles, including a bus. Provincial Transport Department spokesperson Mashudu Mabata says the bus was travelling from Malawi to Gauteng with 61 passengers on board. She says the road will be temporarily closed again this morning to facilitate the recovery of a trailer.
The road will again be closed at 10 o'clock to allow for the recovery of the trailer and for the SAPS dog unit to continue searching for any possible human remains. Traffic officials and police officers continue to manage the scene. Motorists are advised to reduce speed when approaching the area, exercise extreme caution, and adhere to all road safety rules. Further details will be communicated as more information becomes available.
More details emerged on what transpired before the crash. A Kenyan national, Isaac Isale, is one of the survivors.
They were coming from Messina side. First of all, the brake, they failed when we are just before the first tunnel. The brake failed, the driver came out, tried to fix it. He managed to fix it. Then after we jumped the second tunnel, it failed again. But I don't know, he was scared, it was too dark, he didn't manage to stop. I think he wanted to stop Richard, that side of Richard. The time we reached here, it was too down, it didn't manage to stop. Then we make an accident.
The Kouga municipality in the Eastern Cape has urged residents to completely avoid the Gamtoos Valley. It's conducting evacuations in the area after the Gamtoos River burst its banks. The municipality says 40 residents are currently trapped in an area close to the mouth of the river. The R102 up to Montplaas is currently flooded. Hatting Bonman as the municipal mayor.
The NSRI and the SAPS police divers are on the scene, as well as our law enforcement and emergency staff, and they are currently in operation as we speak. Unfortunately, the banks have been flooded so much that the R102 is completely flooded and inaccessible from Montplaas past the Ferry Hotel. And we ask residents and motorists to please take care and please use the N2 if they do need to drive between Jeffreys Bay and Nelson Mandela Bay.
Scores of EFF members are expected to picket outside the Constitutional Court later this morning ahead of its judgment in the Palapala matter. The party approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn Parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against President Cyril Ramaphosa. This relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at his Palapala farm in Limpopo in February of 2020. EFF spokesperson Tembi Msane says they want the court to hold Ramaphosa accountable for illegally keeping foreign currency at his farm.
From the beginning, the EFF has been the lone and consistent voice demanding accountability for the criminality, secrecy, and abuse of power surrounding the Palapala scandal. While many sought to protect Cyril Ramaphosa and preserve the image of the ANC, the EFF pursued every constitutional avenue available to ensure that no president is placed above the law. We await the judgment with the expectation that the Constitutional Court ensure that the Section 89 report is properly returned to Parliament for lawful consideration and accountability.
And finally, Instagram users will no longer be able to send completely private direct messages from today. The feature has been switched off globally. The removal of end-to-end encryption on messages is Instagram's parent company Meta's major U-turn. The BBC's Joe Tidy reports.
The future is private, Mark Zuckerberg said in 2019. The Meta CEO promised to roll out privacy-enhancing technology called end-to-end encryption across Facebook and Instagram messaging. But today the company is switching off the feature on Instagram for its 3 billion monthly users. Meta says its U-turn is down to not enough people opting in to use the feature. The child protection charity, the NSPCC, has praised the decision, saying the tech allowed the grooming and abuse of children to go unseen. Big Brother Watch says it's a backward step for online privacy.
Recapping the top story, the N1 road in Limpopo is open. It was closed last night following a crash near the Witvlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt. 8 people were killed and several others injured. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Rugby with the Griquas. They're chasing an unbeaten SA Cup run ahead of the semi-finals. And we also bring you the thrill and the drama behind the SA Betway Premiership that is going down to the wire between Mamelodi Sundowns and Orlando Pirates. All the details around 8:30.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Waiting for mid-month grocery discounts saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 49-year-old Esmeralda pays only 499 Rand a month for her 2015 Chevrolet Aveo and gets covered for full retail value if her car is stolen or hijacked. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We get underway in Pretoria East with quite a bad taxi crash. Solomon Mshlangu and Disselboom. If you're moving eastbound along Solomon Mshlangu up towards the Linwood Road, quite a backlog to work through there. N1 South jam-packed from Montana down towards the Hatfield split into the roadwork area. Mighty Mopoli Highway queuing down to Bremer. That looks quite heavy. And the N14, you're going to be asked to sit on the Krugersdorp Highway this morning, moving up into the Brakfontein interchange. Collision on Joburg's Mike 1 South at Caller Drive. That's equally bad south into that from Woodmead as it is north from Houghton Estate, going up towards that in heavy both ways. That stationary truck on the Mike 1 before Crown is still there in the Boysons area as well. A couple of standout queues around Durban this morning. Richmond Road out of Marion Hill, no lights at the N3 on your way to Pinetown, very slow. Crash on the N3 just after Pavilion out towards Paradise Valley. Watch for some delays there. And the breakdown on the N2 before you get to Queen Nutty Drive, heading up into that scene from Umgena Road area, very busy. Cape Town Station stationary truck or a jackknife truck, Bottler Ray Road at the R300. A crash on Brackenfell Boulevard at Durban, slowing traffic in both directions. And if you're driving Southern Cape area, a lot of closures. The M9 between George and Uniondale and the M12 Meyringsport Pass are the big ones. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of the National Briefing this morning as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. Coming up in the show this hour, we'll look into what the National Treasury actually told the Mayor of Johannesburg in a letter that has shaken the whole metro. We'll be unpacking that shortly. And of course, the Joburg Metro and the Finance Minister are set to hold a meeting to discuss these matters later this morning. It's amid threats of a shutdown coming through from the unions. Also coming up on the show, a celebration of motherhood at the Joburg Zoo this Sunday. And we'll end it off with a built in Mzansi, a young woman from a village in Tsolo who is turning indigenous South African plants into eco-luxury skincare and creating jobs for women and youth where they live. This meaning they're not forced to migrate into the cities. We'll take a look at all this and more coming up in the next hour. As always, we'd love to hear from you. 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. 0614 104 107.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's get into the story now. It's 13 after 8 o'clock, and it's around the state of affairs in the city of Johannesburg. A letter dated the 24th of April from the Finance Minister to the Mayor of Johannesburg has now been made public. The language in that letter has been unsparing. The city owes its creditors 25.2 billion rand. It has 3.9 billion rand in cash. The gap is 21 billion, and the minister is threatening that if things do not change, he will invoke Section 216 of the Constitution and withhold the city's 8 billion rand equitable share, and that money, of course, goes towards subsidizing basic services, especially for the city's poorest households. Well, joining us for more on the story is Andrew Donaldson is a research associate at the Southern Africa Labour and Development Research Unit in the School of Economics at the University of Cape Town. Good morning, Andrew, and thank you so much for your time. So you've been on the Treasury side of letters like this, and I wonder how many letters like this you've seen issued to metros, quite blunt in terms of how it's positioning the matter, which I guess is also an indication of just how serious the National Treasury is.
Good morning, Kathy. Well, I haven't seen letters quite as blunt and detailed as this. So this is in some ways a new development in the relationship between the Treasury and particularly the metros, our major cities. There have, of course, been financial management problems in municipalities over many years, and so there has been extensive correspondence, instructions, regulations, and reporting from the Treasury on municipal finances and attempts to steer things in a better direction over a long time. But this is certainly a step up in the intensity of engagement. And I think if I can add to that, the Johannesburg's financial position has been deteriorating over many years. And the minister is calling for action now over the next few months in order to forestall this with potential withholding of the equitable share in July, just a few months away. But I think we need to face up to the fact that this is not Johannesburg's financial problems are not going to be solved quickly. There's a lot at stake here. There are several different issues raised in the minister's letter, and I'd like to say a bit about those. And some of them can be addressed in the short term, but others will take some time to sort out.
When we look at the letter, the minister singling out this 10.3 billion rand wage agreement that was struck with SAMU and described it as having been illegally signed. Now, that deal has been a year in the making. It followed collective bargaining processes. So what I'm saying is that it's not new. We knew that this is what was agreed to come this financial year. Why is it that the Treasury is only responding to this matter now?
So in general, wage settlements and salaries and remuneration issues at the local government level are dealt with separately from the wage settlements at national and provincial level, which fall under the public sector coordinating bargaining chamber and are sort of centrally determined. So municipalities have different arrangements and vary to some extent amongst themselves, although there is collective bargaining coordinated by SALGA. So the national government is reluctant to intervene in wage determination and industrial relations at the local government level. But I think everybody looking at Johannesburg's financial position can see that the wage problem, the salary cost problem, is a big part of the overall financial position and is going to have to be dealt with. I don't think it's just about this 10 billion settlement that was reached with SAMU last year. It's also about the overall structure of employment across the 13 agencies that fall under the city. There are wage level issues, the higher costs of executive salaries, but also in some areas, if one looks at Johannesburg's reports, overstaffing and rationalization of staff structures that are going to happen if Johannesburg's finances are to be put on a sound footing.
What makes the Metro of Joburg different to other municipalities? It's not the first time, certainly, that we would see a municipality pass what would ultimately be an unfunded budget, right? There's so many examples of this that we can find in the country. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is the particular push around Johannesburg that triggered this, or that you believe triggered this from the National Treasury point of view, that perhaps does not have or bear the same ramifications if it's happening in other metros or municipalities?
Well, I mean, Johannesburg is the economic hub. It is the financial center of the economy, so it's a really important part of our fiscal system. It's a large budget relative to overall local government budgets. But let's also recognize two things. I mean, Johannesburg has had unstable political leadership for quite a long time now. And so when the minister's drawing attention in this letter to financial management issues, he's partly sort of indirectly drawing attention to the consequences of political instability. When a city faces difficult choices, and Johannesburg certainly does face difficult choices in its financial management, then political leadership is critical, and it's very hard to get choices, the decisions taken that need to be taken in a context of political instability. But secondly, this is a city that is in some respects in economic decline for reasons that are not entirely the responsibility of the city. So we can see how the structure of the economy is changing. The economy is growing slowly. The Johannesburg property market is in decline. The hospitality industry is in trouble. Financial services businesses are moving out into suburbs or elsewhere, and so the city faces an economic outlook that makes the city's financial management difficult. Those are circumstances in which really difficult decisions have to be taken: rationalization of services, but also strategies for promoting economic development and economic growth in a sort of a new economic future for the city. And I think in this context of political instability, it's been very hard to reach some kind of understanding there. And I think that's a challenge that the minister is indirectly raising, but it's going to take time to sort that out. And that's not just about the role of the Treasury or financial leadership. It's also a broader economic policy and development challenge.
Let's look at what's on the table for this morning, right, for both the minister and the mayor of Johannesburg as they go into this meeting. It's around triggering Section 216 and really the threat of Treasury withholding equitable share. How can a compromise be reached? What are the consequences, implications if they're not able to reach mutual ground? Very briefly, please, Andrew.
I think that in these discussions, we're going to have to distinguish four different things that are really raised one way or another in the minister's letter, but they need to be separated. One is the cluster of financial management issues that have been raised. So that's about not paying suppliers on time. It's about the failure to collect revenue that is due. It's about procurement issues and possibly waste and financial irregular spending, the kinds of issues that are raised in Auditor General's reports. Those certainly need to be addressed. They are partly about administrative capacity, clearer decision making, dealing with problems of corruption, if that's part of what's going wrong. And I think it also is going to raise questions about rationalization of the entities that form part of the city. Then the minister's letter also raises this non-compliance with MSCOA, with the classification systems, the accounting systems that the National Treasury requires municipalities to comply with. And although that's a financial management issue in its own right, it is a different issue from the kinds of management issues that lead to waste or irregular spending. And compliance, I think for your listeners' sake, it's important to clarify, compliance with MSCOA is about implementing modern accounting systems for municipalities that are rather more complex and certainly very different from the accounting systems that national government and provinces are responsible for. So to give a simple example, municipalities are obliged to write up as revenue the bills that they charge to households for electricity supply, or water supply, or rates and taxes. Actual collections always fall short of those bills. So revenue is written up, but the municipality needs to take into account that actual collections will fall short of that. When the National Department writes up its projections for personal income tax or VAT receipts for the year ahead, it doesn't write up an estimate of the total amounts that households ought to be paying. It writes up an estimate of what it will actually collect. In other words, it runs cash-based accounts. So the municipal, what we call accrual-based accounts that are implicit in MSCOA are complex, and they involve these differences between the actual book entries of revenue projections or spending plans and cash that will be in hand and available to the municipality to spend. I think that the complexity of the accounting systems that municipalities have to comply with is part of the problem here. But that's a different thing from waste or mismanagement or the failure to maintain assets, which is part of the financial management problem. Then there are the salaries, and then lastly, if I can just quickly say, there's this bankruptcy problem, that the city has less revenue at its disposal than it needs to spend. And that's about policy issues. It's about the economic decline of the city. And those are broader issues that need to be dealt with, not just through financial management, but also through policy discussions.
So clearly it's not going to be a simple meeting, because there are very complex matters that are on the table. Andrew Dollinson, thank you so much for your time and for that very comprehensive breakdown of what is really at stake here in as far as this matter is concerned. So a crisis really in the city of Johannesburg, and some resolution then hopefully will be found this morning as the finance minister and the mayor of the metro, Dada Morero, meet to try and prevent the withholding of that equitable share grant by the National Treasury.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lekker 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Let me start off in Cape Town for this round. Ngonde, good morning.
Kathy Mushashana, how are you?
Freezing, sir. You?
It's freezing.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Anyway, Kathy, let me preface my contribution on Palapala by saying, from 86, actually in 86, I was a graduate from Rhodes, and I was employed in that very same year, to work at Barclays Bank, now First National in East London, where my main contribution there was to exchange foreign currency. You're talking about Italian lira, Greek drachma, British pound sterling, blah, 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 blah. Very nice environment. Now, one of my colleagues there, Bruce Wright, a white man, his role was to liaise daily with the Reserve Bank, right? And he had the Bible, right? What we call a Bible. He had a book called Exchange Control Rulings, right? In those exchange control rulings, no South African can hold a currency for longer than 14 days at that time. All right? So let's leave the gymnastics of the transaction was not perfected. I believe somebody said that, right? I don't know what
Oh,
they meant by
Ngonde,
that.
you're taking me back. You're taking me back. Yes, that
But
was,
the point is,
yeah.
as per the exchange control rulings written by the South African Reserve Bank, right, is that we are not supposed to hold currency for longer than 14 days, right? Yeah, Kathy, when I went overseas, I knew that the dollars that I brought back in the country, this is now 1980, I must use them within 14 days, right? So no transaction perfected. What nonsense is that? All right?
All right,
Anyway.
all right, Ngonde. I think you've made the point, Ngonde, out in Cape Town. Very smart lawyers, I tell you, got involved with that. Hulisani, you're in the Northwest. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. Thank you very much. My view is very simple, Kathy. Cyril Ramaphosa runs a myriad of companies. And this myriad of companies, he runs them through shareholding and, of course, direct ownership at some like Palapala. But he has a team of responsible people, just like your Rupert would have, just like the pick and pay of the pick and pay shops. Now, I do not think that there is in any way that Cyril Ramaphosa would be found guilty for an administrative error within a shop. Palapala is just like a simple shop. Just like when you might make a mistake, Kathy, that causes SABC a reputational damage. We do not necessarily go and hunt for SABC CEO, and by virtue of it being owned by the state, hunt the minister. We deal with Kathy Mutlashan. So I do think that we are extending it a little bit further to think that what happens at an operational level, he should ultimately be held accountable when he has people employed to deal with those duties.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hulisani, let's leave it there. It's 8:30. Let's get the latest news update. And Musa, good morning.
In Cape Town for possible exposure to the Hunter virus. The N1 road in Limpopo is open. It was closed last night following a crash near the Witvlag turnoff outside of Louis Trichardt. And the US and South Africa have started preliminary discussions on potential deals including bilateral investments in mining, energy and infrastructure. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg. Earlier crash on the Mike 1 South at Melrose near Caller Drive, still causing a backlog coming through from the Woodmead Sandton side. The N3 pretty heavily backed up, has been for the last couple of hours from Modderfontein Road heading into Galuli's interchange. The N3 North stays heavy up to Heldnace into the roadworks. Broken down bus still, or truck at least, still with us at Boyson's on the Mike 1 North, and roadworks on the N17 coming in from Boksburg towards Wadeville. Quite a heavy backlog there. Don't forget you're going to queue on the N14 Pretoria bound just after the Pretoria West exit, and the N1 South stays heavy from Montana down through towards the N4 Hatfield split into the roadworks. Durban this morning, a breakdown on the N2 North at Queen Andy Drive. Traffic moving a lot better than it was earlier this morning. M13 out of Pinetown easing up as well through to Paradise Valley. We had some big delays there earlier, but that's all clear. Cape Town easing pretty quickly as well. The highways, well, busy on the N2 corridor going inbound to Hospital Bend. Backlogs from Langa, and also a lot of traffic around the N7 Viking Way junction due to all of those roadworks that continue. And if you're driving the Southern Cape area, around the greater sort of George area, Western Cape through to Eastern Cape, make sure you're checking ahead. Plenty of road closures. They remain washed away or flooded after heavy rains across the last 48 hours. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, a final update for the morning. So we're looking at rugby. The Griquas have named a near full-strength side. This is for the Cheetahs derby.
Yeah, Kathy, this is basically a semi-final before the semi-final because there's no holiday plans when it comes to the weekend for this team. They are going all in. Big excitement for the Griquas. Full-strength side for tomorrow night's final SA Cup derby against the Cheetahs in Bloemfontein. Despite already securing a home semi-final, their coach Peter Berg says the Peacock Blues are prioritizing momentum and continuity as they chased an unbeaten run in the competition. The pressure is firmly on the Cheetahs, who must win to avoid dropping into the Currie Cup First Division, a result that would have major consequences for the Free States. Now let's go to soccer. Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso says fixture congestion could hurt South African clubs in future, despite Downs still chasing both the Betway Premiership and CAF Champions League titles. Cardoso believes the demanding schedule has contributed to key injuries in the Sundown squad ahead of their Champions League final against AS FAR Rabat.
We understood how to give him what kind of behaviors we would want from him in the pitch and inside the team, and how to build the team not around him but complement them all. And I think in the moment we are having indeed a wonderful Arthur that is following also the excitement the team has shown in the last matches. So I'm even curious to see what he has to show, because he's also a wonderful boy.
Let's go to tennis action. Arina Sabalenka, the world number one, started her latest bid for a maiden Italian Open. That's with a straight sets win over Barbora Krejcikova in Rome. Coco Gauff advancing to the third round as well at the Italian Open. 6-3, 6-4 was her win over Teresa Valentova, and the 9th seed Jasmine Paolini of Italy fighting back from a set down to beat France's Léolia Jean-Jean in a 3-set thriller, 6-7, 6-2, 6-4, and that lasted 2 hours 58 minutes as she'll next take on Paolini, the Belgium's Elise Mertens. And finally, UFC champion Khamzat Chimaev has kicked Sean Strickland at a heated UFC 328 pre-fight press conference. UFC President Dana White invited the two rivals, and that's for a face-off, knowing that tension was high. After a few moments of jostling and shouting, Chimaev landed a kick on Strickland, forcing security to separate the two fighters. Now, Chimaev is a big favorite after beating former champion South Africa's Dricus du Plessis at UFC 319 to claim the middleweight title. That's your sport on the National Briefing. You can check me, that's right, coming up, that's tomorrow night between 7 and 9 p.m. on Spotlight on SAFM. But look out for more sport today with John Hediker around 12:30. I'm Zaikan.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products, like 6-pack Spar Long Life Full Cream or Low Fat Milk for $89.99, save 10 Rand, or 900 gram Bacoma Wheat Bix for $52.99, save 12 Rand. Prices valid from 22 April till 10 May. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
You're listening to the National Briefing. It's 8:37. So one of the big stories we've been covering for the morning is what is expected at the Constitutional Court, the judgment in the Palapala matter. Senior politics reporter Ndebo is standing by on the stairs of that particular court. So Ndebo, you mentioned earlier it's a chilly morning, so perhaps the turnout in as far as support may not be what the ATM, the EFF and other parties who've been behind this court action may be anticipating.
Yes, good morning again, Kathy. I think the numbers will increase by the day because at some point we were told that, I mean, the EFF leader will also come. So for as long as the commander-in-chief of the party is in town, possibilities are members will turn out in their numbers, and that is expected late in the morning. But I've seen some people from the MK party as well, some of them in here. I've seen ATM people as well as few members from the EFF. So as the day progresses, we will see, because at the end of the day, after the judgment, obviously, there has to be an address either from the commander-in-chief of the EFF or from one of the national office bearers of the EFF.
Ntebo, it is going to be a big day. Who are we expecting in court? Are we likely to see any representatives of the presidency actually attending this session?
For now, there hasn't been any communication in terms of whether the president, someone from the presidency will attend. But I mean, what normally happens, Keith, is that, I mean, in a case like this, what normally happens is that before even the judgment comes out, the applicant, even the respondent, especially if that the respondent is of the nature or the stature of the president or even ministers, they would know what's the outcome of the case might be. And I think already they should be knowing now in terms of what is likely going to happen. But they can only know that through their lawyers. I think their lawyers should know what is likely to happen. And if I don't really think that there is anything mouth-watering out of this thing or anything exciting for that matter. Because if you look at the case, I mean, if you look at the case, for instance, that, I mean, the president, the Constitutional Court has to order or has to overturn what Parliament has done in terms of saying what you did was wrong, or the rejection of the Section 89 report was wrong. For argument's sake, let's say the Constitutional Court then says that, yes, you were wrong in terms of doing what you did. Even if that happens, the final determination, rests with Parliament. And in Parliament, the only thing that will happen there is that you need numbers. For instance, if you want an impeachment, you need around 267, I think, MPs. And I don't think that that they can master that. As we speak now, I see Marshal Dlamini, the Secretary General, and now Tambo of the EFF are coming in. They will be, I think, sitting inside, listening to the deliberations. Yes, as I was saying that, even if you were to impeach the president, if the Constitutional Court said the Section 89 was right, you can go on with the inquiry. That on its own you will need 267, and I don't think that can be mastered by the MPs. If you look at the number of the MPs that the ANC has, it has got 159, and of course the DA. And I don't think the DA will ever vote against the president. I don't think so. So if you look at the DA and the ANC, they've got enough numbers to can reject anything that anyone wants to pose or any threat that they want to pose against the president.
Ntebo, we're going to leave it there for this morning. Here's at the Constitutional Court. And yeah, the stakes are high, but the Government of National Unity has put on the table multiple scenarios of what could potentially unfold following today's judgment. All right, let me go to the phone lines. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. Should I take this call? Butana, I know it's not 9 o'clock yet, so you may not have had a chance for Rooibos just yet. So I don't know where your blood pressure is sitting right now. Good morning.
Good morning, my sister. Good morning. Good morning. We are being defrauded to appease the violent ANC union. We have been defrauded. Where are we going to get this 10 billion as residents of Johannesburg? Where are we going to get this? It is so unfair. They've got a liability of 25 billion. They've got only a mere reserve of 3 billion. Where will this money come from? It's so unfair that they behave like this, and it seems as if they want to do it at all costs. Regardless, I can see the attitude of the mayor. He says, no, that money must be found. Where will they get this money? The ANC has been behaving so arrogantly towards us for too long. It was prefaced by upgrading Johannesburg to level 10. Why even do deserve to be level 10? Because that's the rationale that they are putting forward. It is so irritating to listen the manner in which you have been defrauded. But the residents of Johannesburg were enough of this thing.
Yeah, and I guess that's the bigger question, Butana, right? That when you have so much money wiped off from the metro's fiscus, how do we explain where that money has gone? How do we explain how Johannesburg has ended up in a state of insolvency? This is not where the city was 10, 15 years ago. How did we get here is the question.
Exactly. And the billions are fading out. Fading out. No consequences. No consequences. But I'm telling you, we are enough of this ANC union. We are enough of this ANC behavior. We are enough. We can't carry on like this. Appeasing the violent union at all costs.
Okay, no. Butana, let's leave it there. One also wonders, the finance minister and the mayor are from the same political organization. Are there no sessions that are held within political parties where there's an impending crisis? Is there no other conversation that takes place? Because surely this also has an impact reputationally for the ANC. Mboyisa, you're in Pietermaritzburg. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, look, I just want to add here on the issue of Palapala. People don't understand. The case in the Constitutional Court is not against Ramaphosa per se. It is against the National Assembly for not doing what it is alleged that they're supposed to do. Even the judgment today is not it got nothing to do with Ramaphosa per se, or what he has done at Palapala. It is about what the parliament has done or did not do, because they were supposed to hold Ramaphosa accountable, of which in the mature democracy, really the prime ministers, the president, sometimes, I can't remember which country is that, the president at some point or the prime minister had to resign for lying, simple lying. So here there is an element. I doubt if Constitutional Court will rule against that, because Chief Justice Ngobo is the one actually who came with those recommendations. So I believe that even if the Constitutional Court ruled in favor of EFF, it is not a crisis yet for Ramaphosa, because it can still be done properly, and then that inquiry be done, and the National Assembly ruled in favor of Ramaphosa to stay. So it is not an issue of, it is not a big issue, as people want to make it a big issue.
I hear you, Mboyisa, and the reality is that as all of those processes unfold, time is also ticking. So there's 2027 next year, quite a significant one for the ANC. And then there'll be 2029. That's the next national elections. So there are many ways in which this could still play out. And certainly the ramifications won't necessarily be overnight. The implications won't be overnight.
And if things were to be done my way, I would have just said that let this thing pass on, because in any event, Ramaphosa next year is not coming back. It is his last year, because there's no two centers of power. A new leader will be elected next year, because he won't come back.
Okay.
There's no two centers of power. So they can just let him finish whatever. By the way, this is his 10, because he took 1 year from Jacob Zuma.
So he'll also have a year taken from him?
From him. I mean, he's not coming back. And then, yes, they will take it from there.
Okay, Mboyisa, let's leave it there. Tabiso, you're in Polokwane. Good morning. Oh, Tabiso, that line to you is not great. Let me do this. Let me take Rob Byrne with a final traffic update for the morning, and then I'll bring in just your last callers and voice notes on the show.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. We've had a breakdown all morning on the N3 going south at Gallooly, so the run through Edenvale is quite slow once you get to Linksfield. You get in the heaviness of it. There's also a backlog coming in on the R24 and N12 routes. A crash before you get into Gallooly, so from the Ekurhuleni side is bad. And that stationary truck on the Mike 1's been there since about 5:30 this morning. Boyson still slow as you come into that from Gold Reef City. N1 south out of Pretoria down through to Joburg via Midrand, looking okay. There is a bit of pressure around the Woodmead Marlborough Drive exit on the Mike one after, because of course you've got the roadworks on the N1 section coming from Montana towards the N4, but the volumes are easing and so is that backlog. Truck crash recovery underway on Van Rieden's Pass. Expect a bit of a wait to get across the pass. Lane closures on both sides of Van Rieden's currently. Durban's eased up nicely. Just having a look at Cape Town traffic, it's a very easy Friday. A lot of your routes that would normally be congested this time of morning is just noticeable by the absence of traffic. Elevated freeway, touch on the slow side. M5, N2 routes joining up into Hospital Bend remain a bit busy. And the big sort of talking point back into this week has been the Southern Cape area. A lot of road closures still there. Restrictions along the N9 between George and Uniondale. Uniondale to Willowmore. That section is obstructed. The N12 Meyeringsport is probably going to be closed for some time. Swartberg Pass remains closed south of Oudtshoorn, and plenty of closures and restrictions along the Langkloof Road. That goes from the Western Cape into the Eastern Cape, basically from Uniondale through to Corrido. Lots of closures along that section due to flooding and bridge washaways. Check before you travel. Absolutely important before you just trundle off into those closures. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Morning, Kathy. Peter from Durban. I think this immigration issue will be the biggest issue in the national election in 2 years' time. There's no doubt that it has become a real issue which parties will rise or fall on. And so it's going to be interesting to see what positions that they take. It is linked to jobs and unemployment, which is also a critical issue. But for me, immigration is the number one hot issue that is going to have a big impact on our next national general election. Thanks.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. This is Matebula. Sis Kathy, do we have someone who have seen these dollars which was left in the sofa after some of the amount was stolen? And how much was taken to the bank, if I may ask? Because I've been listening to this radio when it comes to the Palapala issues. But I've never heard someone say we took this so much to the bank and all that. Who sold these notes of dollars from the sofa? Good morning, this is Matebula.
Gore. Kathy, when the speaker or the professor says we must forget about ethnicity, is he saying we don't have cultural activities? So there should be no Zulus, there should be no Tsongas, there should be no Sutus, no Tswana, no Venda, no Pedi, no Swatis, no Ndebeles. Is that what he says? We should now stop dressing cultural clothes and attires on a heritage day. So should we not have heritages? I don't think that will ever happen.
Morning, Sisiketi. Sisiketi, another bus from Malawi again, causes carnage there. It's one of many who comes to South Africa with mechanical faults. Now RAF must pay. Why not those people claim from the owners of those companies, or bus companies? And the other thing, Sisiketi, this thing of picketing outside the courts in South Africa must be stopped, because it's like they are trying to intimidate the courts for things to go their way. This thing must stop. It's nonsensical. Anonymous.
All right, those are just some of the WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through. Look, if I heard Prof. Madlingozi correctly, he did not say that people must get rid of their ethnicities. I think he was speaking about racial classifications and the role of racial classifications going into the future of our country, given the fact that race is fundamentally what defines us. Tabiso in Polokwane, let's try again. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and how are you?
Good. Go for it, Tabiso.
Look, Kathy, regardless of the outcome, but I think we need to be very happy as a country that would all watch from 10 o'clock about the decision that will come out of the Constitutional Court. You know, that is those are the benefits of the constitutional democracy. Because if we're living under any other system, it was just a parliamentary democracy in the past. No, not even democracy. It was just a parliamentary, wherein Parliament will just decide and there will not be any checks and balances. Today, we're at the Constitutional Court to see how our democracy has matured. We must that as a country, in matters that we are not happy and how Parliament acts, we are not happy about it. We can be taken to the highest court in the land. We have a conclusion so far as the matter is concerned. This is the moment of
Tabiso, the connection to you is not great, but I agree 100% with your sentiment. What a country we live in, that these are even the possibilities, that these are the realities we can go through without there being chaos, right? Without there being chaos. Churchill, you're in Mthatha. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. I think, Katie, the speaker before, the latter speaker, just hit the nail on the head. I've been listening to the sentiments of your callers. I think it must be very clear that this particular judgment from the Apex Court currently is not about Ramaphosa, but it's about the actions of Parliament to defend Ramaphosa. Now, this is a matter, if they agree, this is a matter that has to be taken back to Parliament so that the impeachment processes can kick in. But now there's one thing that is very critical here. Remember, there's an IPIT report on the actions of the police that were there when they concealed this whole issue. There were illegal activities that happened there for the longest time. Now the question is, did the president not know about this? Secondly, there was an inquiry, I think if my memory puts me well, it was by Judge Ngoba, I'm not sure, where he said the president has got a case to answer. Now, our hopes must be on Parliament, whether they are going to use their majority for Ramaphosa to be impeached. Because remember, you are going towards elections. Now, that should be the most critical question to be saying to them, as we're going towards Parliament, they must remember their constituency. Remember the scourge of corruption that is in this country. How are they going to use their votes? You will remember previously, in the predecessor of Ramaphosa, they defended Zuma for the longest time against impeachment. And what happened to the ANC? Where is the ANC now in as far as elections, in as far as its performances? Now, these are the very critical questions that we need to ask. Even from the DA, remember, this is the GNU. The DA must not forget that they've been very vocal in fighting against corruption. If they're going to use their votes to protect Ramaphosa, we're going to meet at the polls.
Churchill, thanks for that contribution. And look, yes, the Concord may not be making a decision about the president per se, but of course it has grave implications for the president in the same way that Nkandla did for Jacob Zuma. You'd remember in that matter, it was the 2016 matter where EFF versus the Speaker. And then 2017, the UDM versus the Speaker. And in both those matters, Parliament was found to have failed to have held President Jacob Zuma accountable. So yes, they might not be deliberating the merits of the case per se and judging Parliament's behavior and actions, but it will very much have implications for the president. All right. I think that is a good note then for us to wrap things up on the national briefing for this week. I trust that you've had a good and insightful week. Thank you for all of the WhatsApp messages, the voice notes that you sent through to the show. I know we're not able to really do justice to what you share with us, but we do try to touch on and bring as many of you on air as possible. Of course, you will be tuned in to the Constitutional Court at 10 o'clock when this decision is made, and it will give us plenty to talk about as we start off the week next week. So this week we are marking Africa Month, and this is a speech that has been touched on, I think incidentally so, by a number of our contributors today, but in the spirit of the adoption of 30 years of the country's constitution, it's perhaps a good note that we leave you with this monumental speech by the former President Thabo Mbeki. This is where we leave it on the national briefing. We're back with you Monday between 6 and 9 o'clock. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. But as you ease then into your mid-morning, I hope that this will certainly make you think deeply about our country.
I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. My body has frozen in our frosts and in our latter-day snows. It has thawed in the warmth of our sunshine and melted in the heat of the midday sun. The crack and the rumble of the summer thunders, lashed by startling lightning, have been a cause both of trembling and of hope. The fragrances of nature have been as pleasant to us as the sight of the wild blooms of the citizens of the veldt. The dramatic shapes of the Drakensberg, the soil-colored waters of the Likwa, Iqili, Notugel, and the sands of the Kalahati have all been panels of the set on the natural stage on which we act out the foolish deeds of the theater of the day. At times, and in fear, I have wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, the black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito. A human presence among all of these, a feature on the face of our native land just defined, I know that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African.
In our top stories, Concord set to deliver Palapala judgment and 29 Western Cape schools remain closed. Good morning. It's quiet outside President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Limpopo. This as the Constitutional Court is expected to rule on whether Parliament made the right decision when it rejected a report of an independent panel. The report had found that Ramaphosa may have broken his oath of office in relation to the Palapala matter. It relates to the theft of more than $500,000 farm in February of 2020. Batsiba Maboa reports.
Palapala farm is 43 kilometers west of Palapala, and this is where the controversy started in 2022, where it was reported that 2 years earlier, there was an alleged theft of money in US dollars hidden in sofas. At the time, the African National Congress used its majority in parliament to set aside the findings of an independent panel which found the president had a case to answer. The EFF approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against President Cyril Ramaphosa.
The National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the hantavirus. Spokesperson Foster Mohale says a man has displayed symptoms of the disease and has been sent for laboratory tests. Mohale says the department is closely monitoring the situation.
As the Department of Health, we can confirm that contact identification, tracing and monitoring of all people who have been in the same space of flight traveling between St. Helena and OR Tambo with those who tested positive are currently being monitored. In the Western Cape, 4 people have been identified for contact tracing, and one of them has since been taken for laboratory testing because he has displayed or experienced symptoms similar to antivirus.
The US and South Africa have started preliminary discussions on potential deals, including bilateral investments in mining, energy and infrastructure. Reuters has cited a Financial Times report which says around 25 officials from both countries met in Johannesburg on Wednesday to discuss cooperation in minerals. This has been described as the highest level meeting to take place between the estranged countries this year. The US and South Africa are yet to confirm the report. The N1 road in Limpopo will be closed again around mid-morning to facilitate recovery of a trailer following a crash in which 8 people were killed last night. The road is currently open following the crash, which involved 2 vehicles, including a bus near the Witvlag turnoff outside of Louis Trichardt. The bus was travelling from Malawi to Gauteng with 61 passengers on board. Several others were injured. The Provincial Transport Department spokesperson, Mashudu Mabata.
The road will again be closed at 10 o'clock to allow for the recovery of the trailer and for the SAPS dog unit to continue searching for any possible human remains. Traffic officials and police officers continue to manage the scene. Motorists are advised to reduce speed when approaching the area, exercise extreme caution, and adhere to all road safety rules. Further details will be communicated as more information becomes available.
The Western Cape Education Department says 29 schools will remain closed in the Eden and Central Karoo district. This after storms battered the Garden Route and Little Karoo over the past few days. The closures on Wednesday and yesterday have affected 89,000 children at 125 schools. Education MEC David Maynir.
The affected schools will communicate with parents about the continued closure. Schools will now implement catch-up plans to ensure that teaching and learning returns to normal and the schoolwork missed over the 2 days is covered. Thank you to the officials, principals, teachers and parents for the smooth implementation of the closure, and thank you to the first responders.
Recapping the top story, it's quiet outside President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm. This as the Constitutional Court is expected to rule on whether Parliament made the right decision when it rejected a report of an independent panel. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you so much for joining us. This is your Friday edition of the program, and TGIF, as I always say on this day. Thank God it's Friday. We feel like we've been steamrolled at the end of every week, but it is lovely to be with you this Friday morning as we wrap up the week. It is a very exciting news morning indeed. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. But of course, the team is here. Melissa and Geneo, we're taking your calls and producing the show. Mbo is on sound and Junior is on cameras today. And of course, that means you can watch us as well. You can watch us on our SAFM SAfmRadio on Facebook. You can watch us on X, and you can watch us on YouTube if you like. You can also listen live. Apart from listening on your radio, you can stream our audio from the SAFM website or listen to us on DSTV channel 814. As usual, we start off the show with our open line, and you can call in on that studio line 086 000 2032. Send us a voice note, send us a text. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Do please keep those calls and voice notes short. We've been having some fascinating conversations over the last few days. So we're following a lot of strong stories for you this morning, right? And one of the big ones of the day, as you know, is the Palapala issue that comes under the spotlight at the Concourt. So the Constitutional Court has been looking at this issue, and it's a bit of a complex one in that it is not looking into whether the president is guilty of having kept the equivalent of 8 million rand at his lodge and his farm in Limpopo unlawfully. That is not the question in hand. It's got to do, of course, with this robbery at the Palapala farm in 2020, and it's got to do with what happened in the wake of that. First of all, the question was, why did he have that money there? He said he was going to make a purchase of cattle with that money, but subsequently there have been various investigations into whether he acted unlawfully. And one of the most recent of those, in fact, the most recent of those, is the IPID report. We got one of the drafts of it. It was made public in the last few weeks. And it showed that the presidential security team, right, the Presidential Protection Service team, and named two people in particular in that team, had acted unlawfully, seemingly. The case hadn't been reported, first of all. The theft hadn't been reported. Secondly, it appears as though they carried out their own investigations off the record, and they used SAPS resources to do so. It goes on to say that they actually crossed the border into Namibia and continued with unlawful investigations there. So, it really is a very complex story. That is the basis of the story. What is happening in the Constitutional Court today, though, is a side issue that comes off from that original issue. And essentially, this is a case that was brought by the EFF and by the ATM, the Economic Freedom Fighters and the African Transformation Movement. And essentially, they said that the president needs to be held to account to this. They wanted to see him impeached. And so they took it to Parliament. Parliament then put together an independent panel to look at it, to see whether there was a case to be made against the president of impeachment. And the judge, Sandile Ngcobo, came up with the finding that, yes, actually there was. There were reasons to look into this matter a little bit further and investigate it in detail. Turns out that after all of that, the ANC, which then had a majority in Parliament, voted it down, right? So it didn't get any further than that. And at that point, the EFF and the ATM said, no way, Jose, we're actually not leaving this here. We are taking it to the Constitutional Court to find out whether indeed there was a case for this panel's decision to actually be taken seriously, and for a secret ballot to be held, so that people voted without fear as to whether an investigation should be held or not. And that is how they have ended up in the Constitutional Court. And that ruling, they have not held their breath waiting for this ruling. It's taken a year. Right? And essentially, they've been waiting for a long time to get this result. So we're going to find out today exactly what the court has to say about that. We've got the ATM on in just a short while. And then we're also going to speak about this very important issue that also went to court today. And this is the issue of Baby Savers. Tell me if you know about this organization. Have you had any dealings with it? It's a coalition of several smaller organizations. And they deal with the abandonment of babies in the sense that they have these special boxes, right? These kind of receptacles where if you're not able to look after your baby and you want to give your baby up, or you have to give your baby up, you take the baby there, you put the baby into a box. It's not a crude box, right? It's one that is built to hold a baby. And an alarm goes off, and then they realize someone has put a baby there. They take that baby into their care, and they foster that baby. They have that baby adopted, perhaps, but they look after that child, essentially. And what it has meant, to my mind, and from the experts who talk about it, is that babies are less likely to be abandoned in an open field or in a drain pipe or something like that, because these organizations exist. Interestingly, the Gauteng Department of Social Development
decided that the fact that it's got these baby savers organizations have got these boxes means that they are encouraging abandonment, seemingly. Right? That seems to be the argument that they're making. We'll get finality on that when we speak to everybody who is involved. But they essentially tried to bring court action against them to outlaw those boxes as a result. And so that is the conversation we're going to be having today, because that case has gone to court. We should have a result in court today. And we're going to speak to some of the people involved in looking after those babies. And then, of course, it's 30 years since the Constitution was adopted, right? It's a very advanced Constitution, one of the most advanced in the world. Nobody can argue with that, and nobody does try to argue with that. We've had lots of conversations about constitutional review and so forth, so we know it's not a document carved in stone. It's a work in progress, right? But the basis for that constitution and the way it was put together is such an interesting process. It was obviously put together by the Constitutional Assembly. It was led by then Cyril Ramaphosa well before he was the president of the country, and he brought to bear a lot of interesting aspects, like his legal background, the fact that he had been an activist in the worker movement. He had been arrested. He had been an anti-apartheid activist, and he'd been a negotiator during CODESA, and so a lot of these facets of his personality came to the fore as he led that Constitutional Assembly. So very, very interesting indeed to talk about what it means 30 years on. Are we celebrating or are we just commemorating the Constitution today? We're going to have Parliamentary Speaker Togo Diziza talking to us about that. And then, of course, it is Africa Month, and we are doing our best to remember all the things that help us identify as Africans and make us proud of our African identity. And there's a really interesting musical initiative that has taken place. It's come out in the form of an album, and there is a South African vocalist involved, Dr. Natalie Rangan, and she has worked with a Ghanaian instrumentalist, a keyboardist and a pianist, Victor Day, and he's from Ghana, and they've done a wonderful album together, and they've called it African Briani. And I think it's probably because, she is of Indian descent, and he is of African Ghanaian descent. So it's a very, very interesting conversation that we're going to have with them. They're both jazz musicians, and I think it's going to be a lovely opportunity to find out how they are essentially fusing aspects of their different lives and cultures, and how that impacts on their collaboration and the kind of jazz that they produce together in this album. So we'll talk to them around about 11:30 today. Right now it is 9:15. We are taking your calls. We are listening to your voice notes and reading them out. So stay tuned and communicate with us at this hour.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
When I was commentating on him, I knew him as Elasto Lungu. He's Elasto Lungu Capoeira.
No, thank you for having me on the show, discussing what has been happening at Kruger Energy Football Club. Yes.
Elasto, I wanted to also ask you about the fact that two of your rivals, or they were your rivals until recently, Keswick Stars and Milford, had very good cup runs. So the fact that their attention was distracted from reaching the semi-final of the Nedbank Cup, did that help in a way? Because you could obviously focus purely on your league form.
Michael, it did. For once, I was very pleased when we did not progress further in the Nedbank, because the NFD, you've got to play your preliminary games so that you have the 8 teams that represent the NFD that is in the Nedbank proper. So we lost our preliminary game at home against Highbury, and for me, I was like, that is a blessing in disguise, because we could now focus on the league.
Top Sport on SAFM. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
16 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse, and Bonakele in Khayelitsha is on the line to us. Bonakele, good morning to you. Bonakele, can we hear you?
Yes. In fact,
good morning.
Come again?
Good morning. Actually, first things first, Bonakele.
A very good morning. Yes, you were saying?
Thank you. No, first things first. How was your birthday?
No, it was very, very... my birthday was... In fact, I was at work. I'm at work even right now. I'm a driver.
So
I
see.
Actually, the day was good.
All right.
So I'm still feeling the way felt yesterday.
Okay,
Feeling
fantastic.
Feeling very young, you know.
That is wonderful. You must tell us the secret to that at some stage, Bonakele. But you're thinking about the Constitutional Court case today, I see.
Absolutely,
What's on your mind?
Yes. What is on my mind? First of all, I would like to applaud the president of saying whatever decision or the ruling that he will respect that. So I take head off from what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one, the question I would like to know, if anything that goes in favor of the president, will this EFF going to appeal this, or what is going to happen? Remember, it went to the Concord, which is the highest court.
Yes.
Do they stand a chance of appealing or not?
That's a good question. I mean, usually my understanding is, but maybe the lawyers listening to us can also tell us, Bonakele. My understanding is that there isn't another court to appeal to. But I don't know if there are exceptions to this case where you actually ask to appeal it in the Constitutional Court. But I'm going to ask the lawyer to actually answer that question, and perhaps I'll put that question to one of our reporters who has a legal background to explain that to us. But it's a very, very good question indeed, because there are all sorts of issues here, including the separation of powers. So that makes it a very complex case. But I'll try and get that question answered for you, Bonakele. Thank you so much for your call. All right, we'll take another call now from Emmanuel, who's on the line to us. Emmanuel, good morning to you. You're from KZN. You also want to talk about Palapala?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Hello, how are you guys?
Well, thanks. Go for it.
Oh, no problem. I'll be short here. The Palapala farm and our president. I may be wrong, but what I'm seeing happening around us, I think democracy is under attack. Why am I saying that? Because when I look around the globe, seeing our presidents which are protecting and defending democracy, all of them, it seems like they are corrupt. But now we have, remember, the World Economic Forum, of which most of our presidents are signed under. And the World Economic Forum, they came up front telling the world that we are now going to shift to the one world government. They didn't hide it, of which our presidents are under that World Economic Forum. So according to me, I think those who are above the system are destroying democracy so that we shift to this totalitarian system.
So, Emmanuel, are you saying to me that the Palapala, all of the legal the legal aspect around the Palapala story, where the EFF and ATM have taken it to the Concord, are you saying that the World Bank has set that in motion?
I believe that the globalists that are above democracy are the ones who are shifting the whole system now, from now up until 2030, to the totalitarian plan agenda.
And are they using local players to do that? Is that what you're saying?
And that's I 100% agree. I 100% agree, because most of the cases you see now, they never end. They take you from this point to that point, and that person is pointing that person, but you don't get to that end where you say this person is the one who's creating this. I think what Mr. Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum, he said, from now up until 2030, we're gonna be penetrating the governments. He said it, so we know that. So he said they're gonna be fiction in the government to create chaos, so that we destroy the old system, which is democracy, to the new system after 2030.
All right. Thank you very much for your call, Emmanuel. I don't know how the EFF and ATM would feel about hearing that, thinking that they might be pawns in a bigger case. Thank you. But I think there's also the issue that we have a functioning democracy, and the fact that the president's issue can be taken to the Constitutional Court. It doesn't matter how small a player you are, or how large you are, or who you are, for that matter. If you have a case to answer, the structure of our system is such that it allows you to do that. And I think that's a really important thing. I think, if anything, it shows democracy at work, because it means that nobody is above the law, and you have the mechanisms to be able to exercise power, even if you are an ordinary citizen, and it is over the first, essentially the first man of the country. So we are going to hopefully have an interview in a short while with the ATM, but I'm taking, our very own Thulasizwe Simelane, SABC presenter of Full View, is actually at the Constitutional Court this morning. And the thing about Thulas, as you probably well know, is he has a legal background as well. So he's in the process of doing his articles and that kind of thing. And very soon we will be calling him Advocate Thulasizwe Simelane, I have no doubt. But he is watching things very carefully at the Con Court this morning. Good morning to you, Thulas, and thank you so much for making the time to speak to us this morning. Just talk us through exactly what we're going to see unfold this morning, and the kind of essentially the basic the arguments that the ATM and the EFF have put forward in trying to get this case resolved.
Good morning to you, Joe. Without needing to major on minors and minoring on majors, I've just got to correct very quickly that I will not be an advocate when I'm done with my process. I've chosen the attorney career, but nevertheless, it's always important to clarify that. But what we are expecting, I mean, Joe, you could not have scripted this any better, even if you tried. Today is the 8th of May, 2026. The Constitution marks exactly 30 years of its adoption by Parliament, sitting as the Constitutional Assembly. Rewind back to the 8th of May, 1996. Who is leading the Constitutional Assembly and leading processes even here at the Constitutional Court for the adoption of this Constitution? None other than Cyril Ramaphosa as chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly. And today, full circle, that Constitution will be tested. At least one aspect of it, that has to do with the balance between accountability and separation of powers. The main thrusts of the arguments that were brought forward by the EFF and the African Transformation Movement when this case was heard back in November 2024 was that basically Parliament's rules to deal with this process of impeachment as provided for by Section 89, those rules are unconstitutional in that they inserted a role for the National Assembly within the process, for the National Assembly to vote once the Speaker has received the motion from Vuyo Zungula of the ATM, looked at it and thought it was proper and decided that it must be taken to an independent panel to investigate whether a prima facie case, sufficient evidence exists for the process to move forward. That's where they say the insertion of the National Assembly in the form of a majoritarian mechanism of voting once the report is back. They're saying that bit is unlawful. They would want a situation where when this process comes from the independent panel, it goes straight to an impeachment committee of Parliament, not a vote which is, majoritarian in the manner that it happened. As we know, it's water under the bridge that actually the National Assembly voted against that report. They're saying that doesn't strike the right balance between the rule of law elements of our constitution versus the majoritarian approaches that say that, sometimes majority rules, but sometimes the question needs to be one of law. It's either there's sufficient evidence that points to the need to proceed with the inquiry, or there isn't. They would want that to be a rule of law, constitutional, legal question, not a political one.
I mean, that is a fascinating technicality that you're talking about there. And I think it's important to note as well that the issue of the majority counting, that becomes quite important when we look at it in view of the fact that the ANC held the majority in Parliament when this vote was taken.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And who knows what it would look like now. But the essence of today, Joe, is unlikely to take us further than we were, even if the outcome is in favor of the ATM and the EFF, in that there still will be those processes, even if they say the way Parliament behaved in voting down this report was improper. The remedies that are open to the Constitutional Court, I mean, there's a remedy that talks about substitute substitution of that decision, that they can substitute it with a decision that says this report is adopted. Not many people are comfortable with that, but it was advanced in the arguments. Another remedy is basically striking down the rules that make provision for the voting part of things. That's one of the possibilities available to them. Another one is remitting it back to Parliament to say, engage with this report properly, take it from the panel to an impeachment committee of Parliament for them to take and answer the question of whether there is sufficient evidence or a prima facie case that has been made out for the president to answer in an impeachment process. But in the end, ultimately, even if we go back to an impeachment committee stage, ultimately, whatever the outcome of that process, and we really are now in the realm of, postulating the possibilities, even if that were to happen, ultimately, the decision to impeach or not to impeach would still come down to a vote in Parliament, which would need to pass by a 2/3 majority.
Right. And I mean, I was going to ask you, could there possibly be a rerun of this vote? The landscape looks different since the last time the vote was held, but also, I mean, we know that it wasn't a secret ballot. Could little differences like this make a difference potentially in the outcome of this were it to be rerun?
Well, the EFF and the ATM would be hoping that there wouldn't be a rerun of the vote in the National Assembly. They would be hoping that's their essential cry, to say you are making this a political question when actually it should be a technical question of law. Does prima facie evidence, sufficient evidence, and I keep using the two interchangeably because, we all remember how much of a debate that became when the arguments were made here at the Constitutional Court. But they're saying you've made this to be a political majoritarian question when actually it's a technical one that should go to a committee set up for purposes of the impeachment process, for them to engage with this report and say, does it provide us in fact, one of the advocates framed it as a charge sheet to say, this is preliminary, it's a sifting mechanism, the panel, which then brings a quote-unquote charge sheet to a committee of Parliament, an impeachment committee, that then takes it and runs a quote-unquote trial. And in that committee, it would be composed, even if it were to be constituted along the lines of Parliament, composed by politicians, but the urging is that they should treat it as a technical process before ultimately it serves as a political process at the National Assembly, voting on the question to impeach or not to impeach.
Thulasizwe Simelane, I have so many more questions for you, but you're unfortunately going to have to leave it there right now. Our SABC News presenter of The Full View, Thulasizwe Simelane, who actually happens to be a student of law and a candidate attorney at the stage, he is going to probably, straddle those fields for a while. But it's very useful to have him within the fold because he explains these issues so well to us. Thank you so much for your time, Thulas. This is going to be a very interesting thing, and Thulas telling us there that the main thing that the ATM and the EFF are asking for is not for a rerun of the vote in Parliament. They're essentially asking that if an independent panel makes a ruling on an issue like this, that it then moves straight to an impeachment committee that can deal with this. And so this is a great technicality in terms of the law, but it's very, very interesting to see how the Constitutional Court will rule on that today. We'll keep watching that for you. 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Anne Musa standing by with your latest news headlines now.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the hantavirus. It's quiet outside President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm. This as the Constitutional Court is expected to rule on whether Parliament made the right decision when it rejected a report of an independent panel. It relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at the farm in February 2020. And weeks of rainfall have left devastation at several cemeteries in Johannesburg. Graves in parts of Olifantsvlei, West Park and Avalon are waterlogged and partially collapsing. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. Hashtag Visit Durban. Hashtag Africa Travel Indaba. The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:32 here on the Daily Discourse. We're taking your calls in just a short while, but I'd also like to listen to your voice notes. Many of you have been weighing in on the issue of the Constitution and, of course, the Palapala issue that is in court.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm Sweet on what am I ruling. Either way, the judgment may go, but ultimately the president won't be impeached. Even though I've heard the wishful analysis by the analyst called Palapala on Kathy's show, he's jumping the guns. The president won't be impeached, ultimately. Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne and fellow SAFM listeners. I'd like to take you up on your issue that the South African Constitution is the best in the world. My question to you is, the Constitution is the best for whom? Like, who is it best for? Because the South African Constitution was drafted by people who are not even South Africans. It benefits people who are not South Africans. It works against fellow South Africans. So please explain it to me. When you say it's the best in the world, is it the best in the world for whom? This is Sipho from Palapala. Thank you. Great show.
Thank you so much for that, Sipho. So firstly, I said it's one of the best in the world, and it is considered that objectively by people who work in the area of law and human rights. But secondly, it benefits South Africans. These core issues of equality, freedom and dignity, which are enshrined in the Constitution, are three incredible laws and policies and ways of living in this country if they are implemented in the way they ought to be. So essentially, I mean, we take for granted. I launched a show last night, a legal show on the SABC News channel, and essentially, you know, we spoke to a member of the United Nations as well, and advocate Ms. Noko, actually, Ms. Abigail Noko, and she's in charge of the regional Southern African human rights portfolio at the United Nations, and she said some really interesting things about how much we take for granted the human rights that we do actually have because we've grown up in this environment. Many of us, some of us remember the time before this and what laws were like compared to this. And then some of us remember what it's like to live in both, right? And whether we would like to admit it or not, our human rights and our access to human rights have both increased drastically since we came from apartheid, since we transitioned from apartheid. And so we do benefit from that in ways we sometimes don't even realize. I benefit from that as a black woman who's able to have this conversation with you now. You benefit in having your voice heard. That's part of the freedom of this country. There's so many aspects of the Constitution that are actually, if we're to be honest with ourselves, working in our lives every day. The aspects of the Constitution that have not been properly implemented, that hold us back, certainly. But let's be completely honest with ourselves. If we look at the Constitution, it has certainly improved our lives in many ways. I'll take a call from Sam in Bloemfontein. Sam, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Joanne. Joseph, how are you?
I'm so well, thanks, Sam. Go for it. You're a little bit soft, but just throw your voice a little bit.
But you can hear me now.
Yes.
I've been waiting for so long, eh?
No, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Okay, Joanne, Joseph, I want to just comment with Palapala issue here with the president. Yeah, what I really want to say is that to me, it is the shame of what happened, according to the president, because he's the owner of that place, a game reserve or whatever. But
Yes.
it is a shame back to South Africans, because in Sesotho, I'm Xhosa, but in Sesotho they say Muja Sarare Uyaipihla, which is Johan. If you are blessed enough, you don't have to show up people that you got more than enough, that you can't even hide your things or place your things in or put your house in order. So to me, it is a shame as the poor South Africans that got nothing. And the president is on this situation that he is. Because if you look now, the petrol price and everything, things are very, very much expensive. But the same president is doing something happened bad as it is, whereby money was found in so far or something. But truly speaking, as South Africans, they don't have jobs, Joanne. South Africans, they are suffering. South Africans are poor. And our president, it's a shame, if I can put it in that way.
Yeah,
That's why I don't want to go. That's why, Joanne, if I can finish up by saying, I don't want to hear about what will be the decision about the court, but South Africans are suffering. South Africans, they don't have jobs. South Africans are going through tough times, Joanne.
Yeah, I hear you, Sam. Thank you very much for your call. There's a sort of an impassioned plea there from Samuel and I think I understand where Samuel is coming from. It's difficult for people to worry about issues like this sometimes when there are bread and butter issues at stake. But of course, having a constitution of this kind and having a functioning parliament and a president who is rightfully there, etc., and the people we are governing being held to account, being able to watch them be held to account in situations like this is equally important. So somehow we've got to balance these two concerns.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
If your bank was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 32-year-old Perushka a whopping $729 on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, TCs and information online.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Right, it is 20 minutes to 10 here on SAFM, and we're going to be looking at that Baby Savers story in just a moment, but I want to listen to more of your voice notes on the issue of the Constitutional Court.
Good morning, Joanne. The Reserve Bank, the Public Protector, and the media, all these institutions have mobilized to defend Ramaphosa at all costs. It is a fact, it's not a perception. We have journalists who use their X account to lash out at anyone who criticizes or questions Ramaphosa. So I don't expect the Concord to rule in favor of the EFF. Thank you.
All right. So firstly, I mean, if it's true that journalists are lashing out and that other entities like the Public Protector are protecting the president, either way, the Constitutional Court is an independent body. It's not linked to the Public Protector. It doesn't fall under the Public Protector or work with the Public Protector. It's an independent body. Journalists don't work with the Constitutional Court either, nor do we tell those judges what to do. And I'm not sure which journalists you're talking about who are defending the president at all costs. But the Constitutional Court makes its own decisions based on the papers that are presented to it and the case that is fought in front of it. So you don't need to have the fear that the Constitutional Court is going to listen to what an arbitrary journalist like me says on a Friday morning on my show, or what anyone else says, or necessarily what the public protector has said either. That doesn't fall into the court papers that have been presented, right? They are going to make a decision based on a technicality around whether following the independent panel's work in Parliament, whether that should have gone straight to an impeachment committee or whether that should have gone to the National Assembly for a vote. That is what they are deciding today. So it's a question of law, really. Let's listen to one more.
Good morning, Joanne. If the Apex Court ruling will be against Cyril Ramaphosa or the Parliament itself, it will be a wake-up call for us South Africans to be in alert for the tendency of the ANC members in Parliament who are having that tendency of being constitutional delinquent, as they did with Jacob Zuma. Now it's Ramaphosa. We must make sure that in oncoming national elections, we eliminate them from all spheres of governance, be it national, provincial, or municipalities. Thanks, Mulatin Bloemfontein.
Melati, thank you so much for that. Keep those messages coming in. All right, it is nearly a couple of minutes away from 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, and there's been an important case that's played out in court this week over abandoned babies. You may be aware of organizations like Baby Saver SA, Door of Hope and the like, who provide a safe space for babies whose parents can't look after them. It usually takes the form of a receptacle in which a parent can leave a baby anonymously, and these organizations then look after the baby until the child is fostered or adopted. Now, several months ago, the Gauteng Social Development Department accused these bodies of acting illegally by accepting the abandoned babies. It said they were breaching the Children's Act and it threatened to shut them down. The case eventually went to court this week and a ruling is going to be handed down today. Let's just find out what's happening in that case now. We speak to the founder of Baby Saver South Africa, who's also founder and director of New Beginnings, Tahia Hassam. Ms. Hassam, good morning to you. Would you please start by explaining to us how these Baby Saver boxes work?
Hi, good morning to you and to your listeners. So just correction, I'm one of the founding members of Baby Savers. We've got three other amazing ladies, Nadine and Whitney, being in court representing all these little lives. So a Baby Saver box, is like a baby wall, like a big post box, for instance, situated either at a CYCC's premises or a church or something that's not affiliated to buildings, but their mechanisms is all the same. So when a mom places a baby inside the box, an alarm goes off in the house, which is connected, or then to the security company, which alerts us that there is a baby. So whoever's on the premises or the security company that you have a contract with then comes out to fetch the baby. Most of the baby boxes all have cameras inside of them to show you that there is a baby, because sometimes people just open the box for funsies also. And then you've got a whole response team that within a few minutes responds to that call, fetches the baby, assesses the baby medically, if a baby needs to go to a hospital immediately or then can go to a CYCC or a place of safety, then the statutory process starts, because for every baby that comes through a Baby Saver, there has to be a legal pathway. So these cases are reported, children's court proceedings are opened, and then the investigating social worker or the statutory social worker then decides on the way forward for that child.
On what grounds do the Gauteng DSD accuse you of behaving illegally and threaten to shut you down?
Oh, goodness, yeah. We'd love to know the actual reason, but according to them, one of the reasons they stated was, for instance, that we are robbing babies of their culture and their heritage, and we are depriving fathers of their rights. Now, if these fathers were around to support these pregnant ladies, we would not be sitting in this situation in the first place.
So let me understand this. They accused you of robbing babies of their culture and heritage and robbing fathers of the opportunity to parent their children. This was part of their court papers. Is that correct?
That is correct. The arguments are not very well founded because, for them, according to them, there's no need for Baby Savers, right? But we don't understand this because since, 1999, Door of Hope was the first Baby Saver in South Africa, right? So we're now 27 years later. Why all of a sudden now has it become an issue? It doesn't make sense because if these moms had the necessary, access to social services and counseling within their communities or at their hospitals or their clinics, they would be assisted. So the baby saver is an absolute last resort. So a lot of the moms that we deal with come to us for counseling. So it's not just a mom who goes straight to the box and says, you know what, I don't want to take responsibility for this child, let me just dump this baby here. No, we speak to the moms, we have contact with many of them, so that we can guide them, so that they can make an educated and informed decision that's in the best interest of that particular child, but also any other children she might have, and for herself. So it's trying to give the moms the availability of services in their areas, which often falls flat, not often, more than often falls flat. We deal with so many moms who will contact us and say, I've spoken to the social worker, they say, God will punish me, I must keep my baby, this is my responsibility. But then you have moms, for instance, who are facing GBV in their homes, and they're saying, I don't want to bring another child into this situation. My other children are suffering already. They go to a social worker, they say, no, just get a protection order. Or if they're in hospital already, say, I cannot keep this baby. Whether it was, if it's a rape case, for instance, they say, but where's your court case? Where's your criminal case? Did you open up a case? And if moms in hospital say, I cannot afford to keep this baby, or for whatever reason I'm unable to love and protect this child for the rest of their life, they say, no, you can't do that, you have to stay in hospital. And many of the moms have said to us, this is very controversial, but many moms come to us with the same thing. If they mention the word adoption in hospital, the nurses and the social workers say to them, no, adoption is a white thing. But Baby Savers isn't about adoption. It's about a child's right to life before culture and heritage and a name and all of those things. It's their right to live that is of paramount importance, first and foremost.
Let me ask you a final question, and I'm not sure if this is in the DSD's court papers or whether this is just a perception, but from pre-interviewing several people about the story, this came through to me, that perhaps Gauteng DSD officials feel that these boxes simply make it too easy for parents to abandon their babies and consequently encourage the abandonment of babies.
So again, it comes back to our belief that a child's right for life must come first and foremost. And again, if the government systems failed these moms before, they come to us as a last resort. It's not like we are encouraging them. I know that is their thing, but I mean, we are providing a safe alternative to unsafe abandonment. The argument just doesn't make sense to us at this point.
All right, thank you so much for putting us in the picture there. You heard the voice there of Tahir Hassam, and she is part of this Baby Savers South Africa coalition. We thought we should get a neutral party to just give us a legal opinion on this. We bring into the conversation Karabo Oza, Director at the Centre for Child Law. Mr. Oza, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the programme. How do you feel about government's assertion that in leaving a baby in a box, a crime is being committed here, and the Baby Savers SA coalition is a party to that crime?
Morning, Joanne. Thank you for having me. So our argument as amicus in the case is to say that baby saver boxes are a viable alternative for as long as the other options are not working for the young moms. I think it's been made clear that most of the moms, and even our center last year had to assist about 3 young mothers who were in hospitals trying to give up their children properly through adoption, but were actually held hostage. There was a 17-year-old that they were refusing to allow to go home, forcing the baby on her, even though herself and her mom had said that they had counseling, they wanted to give up the child for adoption, and they were being forced to take the baby. So we went into the case to say that, well, the state is saying there are all these mechanisms, alternatives, where young moms who are in distress can safely relinquish their children, but those are not working. And we put our reasons as to why they're not working. And we also said that, because if for instance, you have the young moms who are in a hospital wanting to give up the baby there, we looked at the laws and the regulation and saw that there isn't anything really that speaks properly to the process of how that should take place. So one of our submissions is that if you let Parliament sort this out by really amending the law and creating safe paths for these young moms, including how Department of Social Development, Department of Health, and the police must work together to assist in these cases, then you also then have a solution. Obviously, we do make the point that for as long as the alternatives are not working properly, the criminalization of the baby savers is something that should not be done. Obviously, the crime around the person who's leaving the child and abandoning the child, it's under criminal law, that is an offense. We didn't get into arguments around that because Women's Legal Center made some submissions around that aspect. But ours is to say that there's a safe place where a child can be left without them being exposed to the elements, without them their life being at higher risk, that place should not be criminalized.
You know, the argument's been made, and you might have heard Ms. Hassam suggest this, that women disproportionately face the burdens of pregnancy, child rearing in our country, and would be, apart from their babies, the worst affected if the baby savers option didn't exist. Is that true, or are we allowing adult women to simply evade their responsibility as parents?
It's really sad that the suggestion is made that young women are being allowed to actually run away from responsibilities. I work on children's rights issues a lot. Yes, there are young fathers who want to be part of the lives of their children. But these women who end up at these facilities have already been told that get rid of the baby, I'm not responsible. And I'm talking about even the 3 that we assisted towards the end of last year. The fathers told them, don't call me. The social workers were even at one point given the numbers of the alleged fathers, who then said to the social workers, I don't want to see this woman, I'm married, or I'm also a student, I'm 18, I don't want the baby. So those stories show the disproportionate impact on particularly young black women who face this, who don't have a choice. And remember also in terms of the law, the Children's Act, when you are a mother and you give birth, for you automatically get parental responsibilities and rights. You can't opt out. Whereas unmarried fathers, in terms of the law, can decide whether they want to be known or not. So they will always be disproportionately affected, and they try to seek help. I don't think that them seeking help is them running away from their responsibility. We must also remember, Joanne, as well, the reality of our country with the higher rates of violence against women, sexual violence, that some of these women are victims who are at the end of their tether and do not see a chance of raising babies that may have been conceived through violence. So you cannot divorce these options from the lived realities of our country.
In your estimation, if these boxes were outlawed, would it reduce the number of abandoned babies in our country?
I don't think so. I don't think it would do that. And maybe here it's a positive for us to just look to our neighbors in Namibia, where at one point they did outlaw the boxes, and that actually increased the numbers of unsafe abandonments. And they actually went back and decriminalized baby saver boxes. So just next door, because the minute they said baby savers are out, there was more babies left in unsafe places. So our context slightly different from Namibia, but also our population bigger than Namibia's population. But if you look at the current socioeconomic climate, the current issues around violence against women and all those things, I believe that already we have high rates of moms abandoning babies. Those who do give babies that baby savers, at least they go that extra mile to try and get safety for their kids. And if we take away those options, my view would be you'll end up with more babies being abandoned in unsafe places.
Thank you so much for that. Just one last quick question. When are we expecting a court ruling on this?
The court ruling won't be now. I think there's an interim arrangement to make sure that baby savers are not criminalized. That's going to be like by agreement, I think, between the applicants and respondents. And then the judges are going to reserve judgment on the main issue around the constitutionality and those bigger issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much for putting us in the picture. You've explained that so well. Karabo Oza, Director at the Centre for Child Law.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe from the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre. Africa Travel in Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism's stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism, on social media platforms, #Visit Durban, #Africa Travel in Indaba.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, 3 minutes to 10 here, and before we edge towards the news, some of your messages are coming in. One of you says, hi Joanne, it's Dan Ennerly in Westville, Durban. If the Gauteng provincial government thinks Baby Savers is a way of encouraging women's pregnancies, they might as well advocate or totally do away with child grants, because that's one other incentive for pregnancies. And another review says, I wonder if the DSD knows the difference between unsafe abandonment of infants in dustbins and sewage systems and the relinquishment of infants, which they are so hell-bent on criminalising. What alternatives is the DSD making available to desperate mothers, says Brian from Pietermaritzburg. Great questions there and comments. Thank you very much for that feedback and for thinking so carefully through these issues. We always appreciate it. Zoe Zoe wants to comment on the issue of Palapala. Good morning to you, Zoe. I'll take your comment quickly before we go to the news.
Yes, good morning, Joanne. This is Zoe Ekong.
Yes.
My question, Joanne, is whose money is this that the president is accused of? Is his money or is it the state's money? I had a caller before me that was complaining that the people are unemployed, and then I don't know what that has to do with the money that was found in Ramaphosa's farm. Second question, did his predecessor pay back the money that he was accused of taking from state coffers to build in Nkandla? So those two questions, is this state money or is it Ramaphosa's money? So if it is Ramaphosa's money, then the attitude must change. It must be dealt with legally in terms of the law, not to be a political vendetta against the president.
So you're raising some really important points there, Zoe. For starters, I was trying to make head or tail of what our previous caller was saying, but I think he was making a comment about if I'm correct, about the fact that we can't be worried about issues like this at the Constitutional Court when we've got bread and butter issues to worry about.
Oh, yes.
That may have been his point, but I think, like I said, we've actually got to balance all of these things at the same time. They're all happening in our country, and they're all important, and they all have implications for us as citizens. But yeah, and the question about whether it was Cyril Ramaphosa's money or not, my understanding is that it was his money, and that he was involved in a deal to buy cattle from someone who didn't show up. So, it appears that it was his money, but either way, the robbery should have been reported. Zoe, thank you so much for your contribution to the program this morning. And of course, remember, throughout the show, our studio line remains open. It is 086 000 2032, and we take all your WhatsApps and your texts on, and your voice notes as well, I should say, on 0614 104 107. Thank you for listening to the Daily Discourse. It is 10 o'clock on the dot. Here's Anne Musa with your latest headlines.
In our top stories, 4 people monitored over possible hantavirus exposure, and Concord set to deliver Palapala judgment. Good morning. The National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the hantavirus. Spokesperson Foster Mohale says a man has displayed symptoms of the disease and has been sent for laboratory tests. Mohale says the department is closely monitoring the situation.
As the Department of Health, we can confirm that contact identification, tracing, and monitoring of all people who have been in the same space of flight traveling between St. Helena and OR Tambo with those who tested positive are currently being monitored. In the Western Cape, 4 people have been identified for contact tracing, and one of them has since been taken for laboratory testing because he has displayed or experienced symptoms similar to antivirus.
It's quiet outside President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Limpopo. This as the Constitutional Court is expected to rule on whether Parliament made the right decision when it rejected a report of an independent panel. The report had found that Ramaphosa may have broken his oath of office in relation to the Palapala matter. It relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at the farm in February 2020. Patsiba Mabua reports.
Palapala farm is 43 kilometers west of Palapala, and this is where the controversy started in 2022, where it was reported that 2 years earlier, there was an alleged theft of money in US dollars hidden in sofas. At the time, the African National Congress used its majority in parliament to set aside the findings of an independent panel which found the president had a case to answer. The EFF approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against President Cyril Ramaphosa.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is sitting in camera in Pretoria today. This means the testimony of Witness H will be heard behind closed doors and in the absence of the media and the public. Earlier this week, the Commission's evidence leader, Advocate Mahlape Selo, brought an application requesting that the proceedings be held in camera. She cited safety concerns as one of the reasons. Weeks of rainfall has left devastation at several cemeteries in Johannesburg. Graves in parts of Olifantsvlei, West Park and Avalon are waterlogged and partially collapsing. As families grow increasingly concerned, the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo says assessments of the extent of damage are still underway. It maintains that these are not widespread structural failures, but rather isolated cases. Nonhlanhla Chingela reports.
Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo says due to previous concerns and allegations of grave tampering, they don't carry out repairs or reinstate grave sites without the family's consent. Families who wish to repair or restore headstones are advised to consult a qualified grave maker specialist and obtain permission from the relevant cemetery administration office, preferably during weekdays. Required information includes the cemetery name, details of the deceased, cemetery section and the grave number.
And finally, counting is underway in local elections in England. Britain's two main establishment parties, the governing Labour Party and the Conservatives, are expected to lose ground. Scotland and Wales have been voting for the devolved national governments. The BBC's Damien Grammaticus has more.
What we are seeing is a very bad night for the Labour Party of Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. They are losing seats across the board and look set to lose a lot tonight, up to about 2,000 they could lose, of the 5,000 odd being contested. And they are primarily losing to Reform, which is the new party on the right, populist party, and that is picking up seats in many places.
Recapping the top story, the National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the Hunter virus. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
When you listen to me, I feel important. When you hug me, I feel safe. When you talk with me, I learn.
Your love and attention helps your child grow strong and confident. Listen, comfort, and connect with him, because every child deserves to feel seen, heard, and loved.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lekker 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We are entering the second hour of our show. Thank you for all your contributions so far. Lovely hearing from you both on our studio line 086 000 2032 and our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I've really enjoyed the opinions that you've shared with us over the course of the morning. And of course, we are constantly learning from everything you feed us and we try and feed back to you what we are learning along the way. Let me tell you what's happening in the next hour. We have got an interview with the East London Industrial Development Zone, and they are going to be talking to us about the issue of their digital projects. It looks like that is gathering steam in that province, and we want to find out exactly what they're doing there. They've apparently opened a new data center, and we'll find out a lot more about that in just a moment. And then just after 10:30, we're going to have this conversation with the Speaker of Parliament, Togodidiza, about the issue of the adoption of the Constitution exactly 30 years ago today. It's actually a red letter day in South Africa's history, having adopted the Constitution, and you'll remember that it's a very important Constitution that draws in all sorts of elements. It brings to bear the Bill of Rights. It brings into the Constitution the international aspects of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There are 30 articles there, and many of them have been absorbed into the South African Constitution. From a human rights point of view, it is considered one of the most advanced constitutions in the world. The question is, can we help that translate in ways that ensure that the three qualities, essentially, that if you whittle our Constitution down, equality, freedom, and of course dignity, are actually borne out in the lives of our people. That's really what we want to see, and we want to be able to use the law for that purpose. So we're going to have that conversation in just a short while, and then we're also going to be keeping a very close eye on this Palapala farm burglary case ruling that is underway in the Constitutional Court right now. The judgment there has begun, and we're going to take you there as soon as we can, and as soon as we get to the really important crux of the matter, we will hope to dip in there, and we will have an analyst talking us through what is going on there. All right, nearly 10 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and this is, of course, an interview brought to you by the East London Industrial Development Zone Leeds. Mr. Tembela Zweni joining us today as we reflect on the outcomes and impact of the recent Digital Economy Summit that was held in East London. It was a gathering that brought together government, industry leaders, innovators and young entrepreneurs to discuss the future of the digital economy in the Eastern Cape. The summit marked an important step in positioning the province as a growing hub for technology, digital infrastructure, skills development and business innovation. Major announcements included the launch of a new data center, the introduction of a BPO facility, a digital hub and the Cisco Edge Center. All of them are aimed at expanding digital access, creating jobs and empowering local businesses and communities. So let's bring into the conversation Mr. Tembela Zweni, East London Industrial Development Zone CEO. Good morning to you, Mr. Zweni, and thank you for your time on the program today. What was the main purpose of the Digital Economy Summit held in East London recently?
All right. Good morning to you and the listeners. Look, the Digital Economic Summit event yesterday we were trying to showcase now the readiness, in that sector. We were trying to show that it's no longer a concept or an aspiration, but it's something that we are executing as a zone, but also more importantly, to also say that the province is also ready now for this economy. You recall that this economy is the one now that is actually fueling both economic growth and job creation, and therefore it's strategic for us that we play our role in that space. We make sure that there's the necessary infrastructure that is required so that we can, at the end of the day, have what we want to have, a smart digital platform from where, companies can actually plug in.
Right. The new data center, I understand, was one of the big announcements. In practical terms, how will it make life easier for businesses and government services in the Eastern Cape?
Look, in practical terms, it means now anyone who participates in the data center, they will achieve, firstly, data security to make sure that their data is secured, such that if something were to happen where they are operating, they are not going to lose their data. It will ensure business continuity, but more importantly, or rather equally importantly, they will also achieve data sovereignty, so that the data that is there, it's governed properly. They follow all the regulations, that are relevant to it.
The summit also introduced the BPO facility, the digital hub, and the Cisco Edge Center. How will these projects create opportunities for young people and support small businesses in the region?
Yes, the digital center itself, let me start with it because that's the one that is a job spinner in terms of the job seekers. There we are intending to create 2,400 jobs for the young people. It's an 800-seat BPO. If you then multiply that by 3 shifts, you get 2,400. So young people will benefit there in terms of jobs, and as you know that this place is requiring more jobs to be created. The Cisco Edge one, we're talking there of skills development for those that are seeking jobs, but also for the SMMEs. So in terms of because as we develop this sector, we must also ensure that there's inclusivity there, such that everyone benefits, especially your young people and the SMMEs. With regards to the Cisco, with the digital hub, there we're talking turning out tech entrepreneurs, people who have ICT ideas, prototyping and so on and so forth. So they will be there. In fact, as we stand now, we have 37 SMMEs that are participating there. So if you look at what we seek to achieve, whilst we are attempting to create more jobs, but also want to develop our SMMEs, because SMMEs are the backbone of any economy. And in this case, they were focusing on ICT-related ones.
And looking at the bigger picture, Mr. Zwane, how do these projects position the Eastern Cape in the wider digital economy of South Africa?
Yes, that's a good question. It actually positioned Eastern Cape as now ready to participate in this sector. As I was saying that, if you look at the manufacturing now, I think manufacturing is no longer a job spinner or a job spinning sector. Jobs are created more on digital infrastructure, on artificial intelligence. So it positioned the province as the province that is ready and also ready to export those BPO services. So in that way, then, it increased the competitiveness of the province as a destination, as an investment destination in the BPO, in the digital economy.
I also see that the ELIDS described these investments as part of a Zone 4.0 approach. What does that mean in simple terms for our listeners? And tell me why it's important now.
Yes. Perhaps I should answer this question by just outlining to you the road that we have traversed as a zone to be where we are today. We started off by, by integrating Zone 1 and 2 models, which are basically your first and second generation special economic zone, which were really focusing on the attraction of the foreign direct investment, the provision of basic infrastructure, and integration of this SZ into the local economy. And then from there, we moved to Zone 3, which is third generation SZ, where now we infuse those with sustainable development. We're talking now about, renewable energy. And we were then assessed by UNIDO as an eco-industrial park. And as a zone, we became number 1 out of 7 countries that were actually assessed. And then from there, we move now to what we're talking about, which is Zone 4, which now is trying to infuse the characteristics of a digital economy. We're talking now the smart digital platforms. We're talking artificial intelligence. We're talking data centers, BPOs, and so on and so forth. And that is deliberate, as I was saying, that in terms of the job creation and economic growth, more now is being fueled by the digital economy, which is now Zone 4 model.
Tell me this, the data centre speaks to data sovereignty and local hosting. Why is it important for South Africa and the Eastern Cape specifically to host its own data locally?
Well, it is important. Also, in terms of cybersecurity, I don't know if you're aware that the cybersecurity is one of the top 10 risks that business have identified in South Africa. So, by having this data standard, as I say, in terms of data security, data sovereignty, it actually make it easier for businesses and government to actually buy space in this data center. So it's important that already the province is talking about extending the digital services into other areas of the province. So this data center now is going to be easy to lock into those initiatives to ensure that there is, the data that the government is using is secured. Not only secured, but it is sovereign.
Connectivity, I see, was also a major focus, particularly with broadband and undersea cable enablement. How will improved connectivity change the way businesses operate in the province?
Yes. Look, we are part of a global economy. So whatever that you do, in fact, what we are trying to do here also is to make sure that the companies that participate in the zone, be it manufacturing, being it ICT, every sector of the economy, we are trying to make sure that they become part of the global value chain. And for them to meaningfully become part of that, they must definitely be digitally empowered. So this undersea cable now is going to assist in terms of making sure that there's connectivity across the globe. There's also in terms of internet, internet become cheaper, and now suddenly it becomes a competitive issue for us as a location. Now, any company wants to come, they will assess that, as you know, that now internet also, the utilization of it is part of the things that are being used by companies, to the extent that now it's going to be cheaper. So suddenly the cost of of doing business in the zone and in the region becomes cheaper, and therefore would become more competitive as a zone. I think it ensures connectivity. So for us, it's not just a nice-to-have thing, but also it's something that will improve our value proposition, will improve our connectivity, and therefore our competitiveness as an investment destination.
We're going to take a short break, Mr. Zweni. When we come back, we'll have more on this.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Nearly 23 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and this interview that you're hearing right now is brought to you by the Industrial Development Zone in the Eastern Cape, and we're speaking to the CEO, Mr. Thembela Zweni. Mr. Zweni, just to continue the conversation, I mean, many of us are wondering, will you create Wi-Fi areas, these free Wi-Fi areas for students or even businesses, small businesses and entrepreneurs in particular, to be able to operate from in your city centres and in areas where they actually do need access to be able to build their businesses?
Can you come again with a question? I didn't hear it properly.
Oh, apologies for that. No, I was wondering whether you plan to create free Wi-Fi areas for students or businesses to operate from.
Yes. I think that those that are here in the zone, we've got our science and technology park. I normally refer it as an innovation campus, where young people come in, they do their ideation, they are exposed to all sorts of innovation, and there they actually get free Wi-Fi, so that they can be able to do their research at no cost. But I think that what is going to be happening now with this with this initiative, in the surrounding areas, internet is going to be much cheaper, such that now whoever wants to do business, then they can be able to tap into it. We have not, and we also know that the municipality itself is aspiring to be a smart city, which means therefore that the benefits that the zone will actually be giving out to the young people will also be able, in the medium to long term, will also be able to get those even outside the zone. As I'm saying that the city itself is aspiring to be a smart city where Wi-Fi is free, internet is free, and so on and so forth.
That's great news to hear, and thank you so much for putting us in the picture. The Chief Executive Officer, Thembela Zweni, there, speaking to us about the East London Industrial Development Zone.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is 25 minutes past 10, taking some of your voice notes right now, and I must just remind you that this Palapala ruling is underway in the Constitutional Court as we speak. Justice Mandisa Maya giving that judgment right now, and what she's done mostly in the last few minutes is recap the facts of the case. So she's gone back and she's recapped exactly how it played out, and she's getting to the bit that's still to come, where she actually hands down her ruling. So we're keeping an eye on that for you. Many of you are sending in your voice notes on this at this hour.
Hi, Joe, and beautiful morning, Gwenna. There's something I don't understand with this matter. Yes, it's politically motivated, I agree. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Joanne, if you're sitting in SAfmRadio now and you're speaking words, and one word goes out wrongly, do we say now we need to go to the person in charge of SAFM, the management, the executive of SAFM, that they're the one who are wrong? Because it's similar to this. Like the president said, that money was not his money. It doesn't belong to him. It belongs to someone who came to the resort. But here we are brushing the president with the same allegations that it's his money. How do we prove that it's his money?
Thank you very much for that. And I mean, that's a very good question. And there have been so many investigations on this. What we understand was that it was the money from a deal that was underway, that the cattle had been purchased, and as part of this deal, this money was going to be handed over, right? So that's what we understand right now. It's not clear to me whether it was government money or whatever. Somebody asked that question a little bit earlier, and I don't think anything pointed to the fact necessarily that this was government money. It seems to have been the money that was related to a deal involving the sale of cattle. That is what we know so far. All right, there are also many of you also commenting on this case that is currently in court.
Good morning, Joanne and the SAFM listeners. South Africans, myself included, we are hypocrites, man. Those that love President Cyril Ramaphosa are ignoring all the facts and want him to be exonerated at all costs. And the opposite of that is also true, because those that dislike him want him to be found guilty at all costs. We are not honest. We are hypocrites in this country. So we are playing the man and never the ball. Mati Mogashko and Pretoria, what a show.
Thank you so much.
Morning, Joanne, your team and the listeners. For me, the Palapala saga, I just want to remind the Democratic Alliance members and supporters and voters that we are where we are because they or their representative in Parliament defended corruption, defended Ramaphosa by voting against impeachment. Just want to remind them that, because they always portray Democratic Alliance as a clean party, but now they defended the wrongdoing. Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Matubolo. Joanne, it is so painful to see people march outside the court for Palapala matters than to go and march outside the parliament, for the parliament to talk about poor people, for the parliament to close our borders, for parliaments to make sure that a lot of people in South Africa have jobs. But EFF is using the people that are poor, who are not working, to march against their narrative of their president to become a leader of this country. It is so painful. We need to march against the poor condition that we are living in. Good morning, this is Matubolo.
Good morning. Thank you so much for those messages, and keep them coming. Right now it is 10:30. Let's get your latest news headlines and we'll continue the conversations after that.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. And the headlines: Chief Justice Mandisa Maya is currently delivering a highly anticipated judgment regarding the Palapala farm theft. The landmark ruling will determine whether or not Parliament acted lawfully in 2022 when it voted to reject an independent panel's report that recommended an impeachment inquiry into President Cyril Ramaphosa. The National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the hantavirus, and a number of people have been rescued in the Gamtoos Valley in the Kuga municipality in the Eastern Cape. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
10:31 here on the Daily Discourse, and we've got an interesting half hour coming back. Today is 30 years since the start of the South African Constitution, in the sense that it was adopted 30 years ago today, based on the Bill of Rights and drawing on the 30 articles of the Declaration of Human Rights. A constitutional assembly led by Ramaphosa, well before he became president, led the discussions and debates that resulted in the creation of the document, considered one of the most advanced constitutions in the world. Now, the Speaker of Parliament, Didiza, is going to be joining us shortly, and we're trying to get hold of her. And while we do, I just want to remind you of what's happening right now. And as our colleague, Thulasizwe Simelane, reminded us just a short while ago, this is, of course, happening on the very day, on the anniversary of the Constitution. The Palapala ruling is being handed down in the Constitutional Court right now, and there is a deep sense of irony in that. You'll remember that Cyril Ramaphosa was one of the people who, he actually was deeply involved in the Constitutional Assembly, and he was the person who actually led the process, right? So he brought together all the parties that were involved. He essentially ensured that all of these opinions were heard in the drafting of the Constitution, and very interesting to go back and read up about that history, and here his actions have led to a case that is now in the Constitutional Court. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out today. But our Speaker of Parliament, Didiza, is on the line to us right now. And Madam Speaker, good morning to you, and thank you very much for joining us today. It's been 3 decades of constitutional rule and reform in South Africa. What would you say has been achieved during this time?
Well, I can say that one of the important things that has been achieved is that we have a constitution that has actually bound us together as a nation. As you look at the framework of the Constitution in its preamble, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And I think in the daily lives, we can see that. We can also say it has given our people a voice in order to be able to continuously ensure that what we put in that Constitution can be realized. We've looked at how government has actually performed in ensuring that some of those socio-economic rights that are in our Bill of Rights are being realized, even though not to a stage where all of us can say it is done. But we can see the progress. We can look back and make a measurement of where we were then and where we are today. We've got strong institutions such as the legislature, such as the executive and the judiciary, but also institutions supporting democracy who actually make sure that they are conscious of society to ensure that we are true to what the Constitution demanded of us.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, I think, as we have always said, that the Constitution is a living document. It evolves as we face particular challenges. That's why, we have an opportunity through our Constitutional Committee that time and again we can reflect on the proposals that are being made where people feel that we need to strengthen this Constitution. But as we know, that its application is equally important by all of us, those who have been given responsibility in the executive, in the legislature, and in the judiciary. Those who are the citizens who can claim their rights in this Constitution, it is equally a Constitution that belongs to all of us.
I mean, you're making a very interesting point there, that we appear to be excellent at lawmaking in this country, but we often fail at implementation. How does the Constitution remain relevant if ordinary citizens don't directly benefit from it on the scale they should?
Well, I wouldn't say we have not implemented what the Constitution demanded of us. As I say that if we can do a measurement, for instance, if you look at the human settlement, you can look at where we were in 1994 and where we are today in actually addressing the needs of the most vulnerable in our society in terms of housing. You can look at the health sector, you can look at education, how much we have opened up access of people who would not have had an opportunity to even go to elementary school or even primary or higher education. Today they have. We can look at how, in terms of the land reform, we may not be there, but a lot of redistribution of land to those who need it, as well as dealing with the historical injustice in terms of restitution, we have done some work, but we may not be there. You look at the labor rights, the regime that we had created to ensure that there's a body that continuously has to look at how we manage the rights of workers at NEDLAC, but also bringing in the community element. It's a functional body, it is there and it is being utilized. So there has been tremendous progress, but there remains stubborn challenges that you are referring to that we have to deal with going forward.
I mean, Mr. Diza, I think that people would disagree with you on this. Many people would, because they would say, yes, you know, all of these rights are enshrined in the Constitution, and there has been a marginal improvement in terms of the areas in which you are speaking about. And we have to take into account, of course, the fact that we transitioned from an apartheid system that only catered for a very small group of the population, and really the rest, as far as they were concerned, they simply did not care about. But let's look at the issues that you've named. You've named the healthcare sector, for example. You've spoken about education. You've spoken about land reform. I mean, 30 years on, our citizens are still having to make use of what is largely, let's be honest, a broken healthcare system. The education system has not been able to absorb all the students and pupils into it. It ought to, where they are able to access quality education. NSFAS is largely broken. When we talk about land reform, we talk about a small percentage of the population still owning more land than the black majority. And it's not that one expects these things to actually be implemented overnight, because it is a slow process, but it is also a deliberate process. And many people would argue that the ANC government and the GNU now has, of course, not actually lived up to its responsibility in terms of that. So Ms. Didiza, I'm going to continue that question with you right now. I'm just keeping a very close eye on what is happening in the Constitutional Court right now. So I'm going to keep going with you, because the judges are just standing up to take a break now. They've just walked out, and we're going to keep an eye on that. But right now, not entirely sure what has happened in that case. I'm going to take you through to there as soon as we have some idea.
Maybe let's pick up this call later again, because I have a different view from you in terms of we are going to continue with this conversation for now, if you don't mind, because the judges have appear to have just walked out of court. But I want to ask you, I've given you examples of the various sectors in which not nearly enough progress has been made, and let's yes. You know, the challenge is when you say not nearly, you are measuring against what?
Measuring against your own targets that you set as a governing party.
Yes, I'm not sure whether you're speaking to me now as a member of the ANC or you're speaking to me as a speaker. Because I think we need to be clear how are we engaging on this debate. Because it won't be fair when you ask me as a speaker and I'm supposed to be impartial and non-partisan, and you then throw a question where you want me respond.
All right,
as
okay.
A member of the Parliament.
All right. In that case,
So,
I'm going to ask you to
I think
take
we need
off
make
your
a
ANC
decision.
hat at the moment and tell us, as a member of Parliament, whether you agree that we have not seen the requisite progress that ought to have been made through this constitution over the last 30 years.
Actually, I will argue differently. I would say we've seen the requisite progress, but it is not enough. And that's what we're deliberating upon this morning in the webinar that Parliament hosted with various civil society bodies, including the labor movement and other bodies who participated even in the drafting of that very constitution. So nobody has denied that there's still a lot that has to be made, but it cannot be true to say there has been no progress in terms of what the commitment that our constitution demanded of us.
And just to be clear on that, no one has actually said that no progress has been made. My point to you was that it has been inadequate progress given the constitution.
Let me take one point. If it's Scotland, for instance, you measure it against what was said in 19...
Have we lost you, Madam Speaker? I hope not. All right, we're going to try and bring you back. There, we're having a conversation with the Speaker of Parliament, Togo Didiza, and I'd like to hear you weigh in on this. And perhaps you want to reflect on this in your voice notes, or indeed in a phone call in which we draw the Madam Speaker into the conversation. How do you feel about this? I'm making the point that there has not been enough progress, requisite progress that one would require over a period of 30 years, and one is not expecting anything to be done overnight. It is such a broken system that the government has had to fix, that they inherited from the apartheid government. So let's be fair to the government that came into power and to the GNU that is now in power. It's not an easy system to fix. However, do you think that in the space of 30 years, the progress should have been greater in areas like healthcare, education, and land reform? I'd really like to hear from you on that. I mean, one of the points that was made on my show Case in Point last night on SABC News, and Tsepo Madlingozi, the Human Rights Commissioner, made an interesting point about the issue of a Chapter 9 institution, for example, that should have been dedicated to corruption, to fighting corruption in our country. Because let's face it, we would have made a lot more progress had we not had the level of corruption, had we not seen that, since the start of democracy, that simply got worse, it appears, in the last few years. So, Madam Speaker, I believe we have you back on the line. Thank you for your patience with us. You were continuing to answer the question about the state of our institutions and the facilities and services being provided to our people 30 years on.
Yes, I think we were actually referring to your statement about how much of that has been done, whether we would say it's adequate or not. And I'm elaborating for you that we cannot say there is no progress made. But to what extent can we all agree whether it's more or it's less or it's adequate? I think that's where the difference will be. And that will be reflected by the different parties and different members of society on the scale of what we found.
So let me put the question to you this way. If we had not seen in the last 30 years the scale of corruption and incompetence in delivery of services to our people, would we be in a better state as a country?
Well, obviously that's true. In any society, if you would not have the challenges that we've had in the intervening period, I'm sure there would have been much advancement.
Right. So it appears that we could have been further if we had not been sort of intercepted by these forces that have been involved in maladministration and corruption. I did mention
but
the
also,
issue.
I think
yes.
you should not only look at corruption, you must also look at the global shift in terms of the economy and how that has actually impacted our own economy as a country. So it's important that when you look at the variables, we're not selective. We look at everything else that has happened, including when we make even measurements. It's important to understand the context. Where were we what happened in other countries in the same vein that we want to make an assessment, what made them to move in a particular speed than what we've been able to do. Yes, corruption is another variable, maladministration is another. We can count.
So are you saying, what are you saying? Are you saying the policies of the government were such that we were not able to grow the economy and consequently the rights were not realized in the way they should be?
It's not only that. I'm saying when you look at the variables, you need to factor in the state of the economy also globally and its impact on our local economy. For instance, the 2008 meltdown, what impact did it have in South Africa? Did it slow down our progress? What more would we have made at the time? The shift in terms of the textile sector and what happened in our local industry. So I'm saying as we do these reflections and analysis, it's important to look at all variables, not only one or two.
All right, we want to take a call from one of our listeners. TK in Nelspruit is on the line to us. And what question do you have for the Speaker of Parliament, TK? Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Well, thanks. Please ask your question.
Just a quick question to the Madam Speaker to say, if you say adequate, we've done progress, are you comparing it because we are better than the apartheid era, or we are comparing it to the progress that was promised the people when the constitution was now released to the people? Because we cannot have a situation where we say, because I am the number 2 worst in the class, so I am better because we used to have apartheid, and then now we are better. Look at NSFAS, it's broken, but education was promised. Look at the healthcare, we are talking about NHI in 2026. Look about government, it's all broken. So what did we do better? Look at education, everything, we don't even have classrooms for children. So how can we say now we have done progress? Look at land reform. It is only now when the EFF came to now start and say, let's give land to our people. And people have been quiet for 30 years on all these things. So how better are we? We should accept that we have made progress, that we actually would say we are in a right path. We are not in a right path.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Didiza, can I ask you to respond to that question, please?
Well, that's a reflection of a member. It does not mean it's entirely true. The statement that he just made about land reform, that the state and parliament only cared about land reform because the EFF is in power, is absolutely untrue.
All right. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Also, you look even at the education system. Yes, there are challenges with NSFAS, but we must be honest. Look back, how many of our children have been able to have access to higher education as a result of NSFAS? How many of our children are in schools who would not have been there had there not been a policy of, access to education where parents are not compelled to pay school fees? We look at the health system. Yes, there are challenges in some of the public health facilities, but did we have a number of primary health facilities that we had since 1994? I would argue no.
All right.
So that is why I'm saying, as we make these reflections, we come from the different vantage points without any, popular research, if needs be, where we can actually do the measurement we're talking about. I will have my measurement, you will have yours, the caller who has just passed will have his measurement in terms of why he thinks there has been or there hasn't been progress.
All right.
And nobody has said everything is 100%. Everybody in Parliament acknowledges that there has been progress, there are challenges that we must face. We've had periods where, in terms of the management of the state, of our resources, we've had problems. Hence, actually we had your Zondo Commission. Even now, hence we have the Madlanga Commission, precisely because of those challenges that we continue to face as society. But that does not discount that from where we were in 94, then where we are, there has been movement. As to how you want to measure that movement, that's actually the contest.
All right. Ms. Didiza, of course, we're carrying a breaking news story at this hour. The Constitutional Court has just ruled that the Palapala vote was invalid and unconstitutional. Would you like to comment on that, please?
Well, unfortunately, I'm just speaking to you now. I've not had the benefit of listening to the judgment. We will read the judgment and actually take the necessary corrections that the Constitutional Court has announced.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us this morning. The Speaker of Parliament, Togo Didiza, joining us there. All right. I want to take you to this breaking story that we are watching very carefully for you at this hour. This is the issue of what has come out of the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court ruling that the Palapala vote was invalid. This was the vote, of course, that took place in Parliament. And you'll remember it was preceded by that panel that decided that there was potentially a case for the President to answer. Let's go straight to our independent legal analyst, Bophelo Seleke, who is standing by to give us his take on this. Bophelo, good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time. Your response to this outcome in the Constitutional Court.
Good day, Joanne. At a preliminary reading of the Palapala judgment, we can safely say that it's a landmark moment for the country, in that presidential accountability is now placed first, which has been sort of a trend that's coming out of the judiciary to ensure that accountability in all arms of the state is put first, so that proper accounting or accountability mechanisms are prioritized and are not subterfuged for any other purpose. Now, I would also say that it's a severe and fatal blow for the president, and quite possibly a resounding win for the EFF and ATM, which brought this issue to the Constitutional Court.
So tell me, Mr. Seleke, how exactly does this work now? What is the next step? Does this go back to Parliament? Does an impeachment committee start looking at this? What happens next?
Yeah. So remember, the judiciary is but one arm of the state. And because in our law, we observe what is called a trias politica, or a separation of powers, the judiciary cannot go to the extent of telling what the other arm of the state should do. In fact, what it can do is to guide it using the existing guidelines, mechanisms, or constitutional provisions on what to do. So coming out of the Constitutional Court, the Chief Justice clearly has referred the Section 189 report. Remember, that was voted on, I think, two or more years ago by Parliament committees. So it has referred it back to say you did not apply your mind on the impeachment process. You did not apply your mind on what has come out of the findings of the Section 189 report. So you are therefore given another opportunity to study the recommendation, to apply the rules of impeachment as they are currently in terms of the National Assembly binding guidelines, and come to a process that is just, that is lawful, and that prioritizes accountability to the country.
So from a practical point of view, please tell me, give me a sense of what happens in terms of how Parliament is then expected to go about this.
So in terms of Parliament, it would have to reconstitute a committee that's going to apply itself in terms of this report, that's going to report back to the Speaker to say this is the directive or the recommendation from a report that was commissioned by this House, and it must be referred to the floor for members of Parliament to partake in what is called an impeachment process. But this is not the first time, Joanne. We would have seen this with the former president. So we're having, as a country, perhaps a second Ngandla moment, and perhaps that's what makes it also quite consistent on the part of the judiciary, where even in the matter of Ngandla, it was referred back to say, you must apply yourself in terms of parliamentary rules, and you must then arrive at a just and a lawful and a constitutional conclusion of that process. So parliamentary committee needs to convene. It needs to apply itself in terms of the former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo's Section 189 report. It needs to report to the Speaker. The Speaker needs to table a motion to say, here's the report. Committee have recommended a impeachment process as per the guidelines of the National Assembly. What then will become the vote coming out of?
And one of our listeners posed a question a little bit earlier about the issue of whether something like this could be appealed or whether it stops at the level, because this is the Constitutional Court. Is there any hope of appeal, or do we know for sure that this is going straight to Parliament now?
At this stage, there is no hope of appeal. Once the Constitutional Court has applied itself on a matter that it has jurisdiction on, it is the final arbiter, remember, on issues that have to do with constitutional provisions or constitutional mandates. From the Constitutional Court, it's going straight to the second arm of the of government, which is the legislative arm, for them to apply themselves to what the judicial arm of the state has directed them to do.
Bophelo Sileka, thank you very much for putting us in the picture there. I want to take you to the SABC news feed that's coming to us live right now. Samkele Maseko is walking along with Julius Malema, the EFF leader, as he speaks about this judgment.
Was tabled, he contemplated resigning. Gwede Mantashe had to mobilize ANC members for him not to resign, to contemplate him thinking of resigning in this moment in time.
This is an opportune moment for him not to listen to any individual. He must listen to what his conscience says and therefore take a decision. They were saying he must not resign because they were concentrating on their factional interest. And therefore, the matters are now beyond the issue of factions. You have to say, look, it looks like this matter is too serious. It first went to the former Chief Justice who was heading the panel. It now come back again to the Constitutional Court. They are not saying he did anything wrong, but they say there is a prima facie. Can you please subject this to some process, to transparency, so that the people of South Africa can be exposed to the facts? You can take your vote after if you want to take your vote, but let the people know what's happening so that they make an informed decision when the next election comes as to whether they still want to proceed with that criminal or not. But let the matters be open and transparent.
Are you going to be in the impeachment committee?
I'm going to the impeachment committee, you know that.
Thank you very much.
On Channel 405. Part of your arguments and something that has come out very strongly is how the ANC has used its majority in Parliament to kind of shield the president. And in your papers, you also speak about retired Chief Justice Raymond Zondo and how this has been an indictment for the ANC in the national legislature.
Well, the ANC is exposed, and we've always told you that the ANC abuses its majority. The people, when they give you majority, they don't give you majority to go and defend crime, to go and defend wrongdoing and corruption. They give you majority to pass laws that are going to be in their best interest, not on the interest of an individual. So this again exposes the ANC. The ANC leave Ramaphosa himself. The ANC itself has to take a decision whether it wants to be led by a president with this dark cloud hanging over him, a president who's going to be subjected to very rough and thorough questions in the impeachment process where more things are going to come out. We said to you, for as long as the EFF is alive, Palapala will remain alive.
Thank you very much, Mshabi. That is the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema, who is now going to address thousands of EFF members who are gathered here outside the Constitutional Court. The big question now, Tulas, that brings about, is President Ramaphosa willing to sit and go through this impeachment process? Historically, we've seen him. When he was not made president, he left the African National Congress, he went into business. When the Section 89 report was tabled, he wanted to resign. Gwede Mantashe had to call an emergency meeting with some provincial chairpersons of the ANC.
Right, that is what is happening outside court right now. SABC News reporter Samkele Maseko really responding to the kind of spirit and activity that there is outside the court right now. There seems to be quite a lot of jubilation, and I presume that many of those would have been supporters of the ATM and the EFF. We were actually seeing the EFF has set up a little stand there there, and many of its supporters are responding to the judgment there in the Constitutional Court, having found that the vote that was taken was unconstitutional. Right now it is 11 o'clock. Let's get your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, Concord rules Palapala vote invalid and new foot and mouth case confirmed in Mossel Bay area. Good morning. We start with the breaking news. The Chief Justice Mandisa Maya has ruled in favour of the EFF regarding the Palapala farm theft. She says Parliament acted unlawfully in 2022 when it voted to reject an independent panel's report. The report recommended an impeachment inquiry into President Cyril Ramaphosa. The EFF approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn Parliament's decision to block the impeachment inquiry. This relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in February in 2020. This is how Justice Maya delivered the landmark ruling.
It is declared that Rule 129I of the 9th edition of the Rules of the National Assembly, the NA Rules, is inconsistent with the Constitution, invalid, and it is set aside. I hand down the judgment.
In other news, the National Health Department says test results are pending for one of the 4 people that are being monitored in Cape Town for possible exposure to the virus. Spokesperson Foster Mohale says a man has displayed symptoms of the disease and has been sent for laboratory tests. Mohale says the department is closely monitoring the situation.
As the Department of Health, we can confirm that contact identification, tracing and monitoring of all people who have been in the same space of flight traveling between St. Helena and OR Tambo with those who tested positive are currently being monitored. In the Western Cape, 4 people have been identified for contact tracing, and one of them has since been taken for laboratory testing because he has displayed or experienced symptoms similar to antivirus.
Agri Western Cape says a new case of foot and mouth disease, FND, has been detected in Mossel Bay. The case was identified on a small beef farm in Grootbrak. 7 other cases were identified in the area. Agri Western Cape, in a statement, says its officials noticed suspicious lesions on cattle during inspection and vaccination drives. Samples were then collected and test results received yesterday confirmed that the case was positive for FMD. Vaccinations are continuing in the region. A number of people have been rescued in the Gamtoos Valley in the Kuga municipality in the Eastern Cape as rescue operations continue. About 40 people have been trapped following the burst of the Gamtoos River. Residents say this is the first time that they've experienced such floods, which follows heavy rainfall in the area. Dwayne Vanveld, a resident of Kingsway, says he managed to evacuate last night while some community members remain behind as the heavy rains continued.
From what we can gather at this stage, and we're still trying to sort of figure out exactly what's happening, we've got limited access to our properties, but it's extensive damage from what we can hear. The water's travelled through most of the houses have been destroyed. We're seeing household equipment floating around, fences are down, vehicles have been destroyed. So I think it's going to be very, very extensive.
And finally, Brazil's President Lula da Silva has avoided a joint press conference alongside his host, US President Donald Trump. The scheduled event in front of both the US and the Brazilian press did not take place, but Trump later posted on social media that the meeting went very well. President Lula has used pointed language to denounce Trump, including on tariffs and his attempts to exclude South Africa from the G20. Shawan Bryce Peace reports.
It might have been great television. Journalists were certainly upset.
The White House press pool rearing to join the Oval Office meeting, but that never happened. Reports say Brazil requested that any media engagement happen after the two leaders had met first. So no dimming the lights moment in what has become the new way at the White House. Speak in front of the press first and then meet in private. There's known disagreement between the two leaders. But Trump called his Brazilian counterpart very dynamic, said the meeting went well and that there was more to come. Lula, speaking later at a press conference at the Brazilian embassy, called the meeting an important step in consolidating the historic relationship between the two countries. Who knows? Maybe there's more to come.
Recapping the top story, the Chief Justice Mandisa Maya has ruled in favour of the EFF regarding the Palapala farm theft. She says Parliament acted unlawfully in 2022 when it voted to reject an independent panel's report. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into our third hour, and this is the breaking story that we are following for you at this hour. The Constitutional Court has ruled in favour of the economic freedom fighters and the African transformation movement, finding that Parliament acted unlawfully when it rejected a panel, the Section 89 independent panel report into President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala scandal in December 2022. And let me just give you the background to that story right now. You may remember that the court ordered the National Assembly to properly reconsider the report, reopening the possibility of a full impeachment inquiry against the president. That happened in the Constitutional Court this morning. So essentially the case goes back to Parliament now, and they have to reconsider this report. The court found that Parliament's reliance on Rule 129 of the impeachment process was unconstitutional, right? It said it allowed MPs to override the findings of an independent panel, and that undermined accountability. So the judges ruled that the National Assembly's vote, that was 214 to 148 against adopting the report, and that you will remember came about when the ANC held a majority in Parliament, was irrational and it was inconsistent with the Constitution. The Section 89 panel was chaired by former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo, and it did actually find prima facie evidence that Ramaphosa may have violated the Constitution. Its concerns included the fact that there was undeclared foreign currency that was stolen from his Palapala farm in 2020. It also said there were possible breaches of a section relating to private business interests, the failure to properly report the theft, and allegations of an unofficial cross-border investigation involving Namibia. That was an important one because it involved members of the Presidential Protection Service going across the border unauthorized, potentially using SAPS resources and conducting their own investigation on the side. Now, the scandal, of course, centers on the theft of around 8 million rand, the equivalent of 8 million rand in furniture, hidden in furniture rather, at Ramaphosa's Limpopo game farm. And the president, of course, had said the money came from a buffalo sale to a Sudanese businessman, Mustafa Mohammed Ibrahim Hazim. But the panel found that there were gaps in that explanation, right? And among the gaps were the absence of tax records and the fact that the buffalo reportedly remained on the farm years later. So the question was, what actually happened with the sale. The ruling also comes amid other scrutiny after an IPID investigation. You remember that several parties went to court a few months ago, and finally they actually got a response to that. A draft of an IPID investigation was made public, and it found there were transgressions by members of that Presidential Protection Unit. And as I said, the Major General W.P. Wally Rueda, allegedly failed to open a criminal case, and it seemed as though he did use state resources in an off-the-books investigation to recover the stolen money. So politically, the judgment is really landing at a critical moment, right? Unlike in 22, the ANC no longer holds a parliamentary majority after the 2024 elections, meaning that the outcome of any future Section 89 vote is going to be far less predictable. And Parliament has now got to decide whether to proceed with a full impeachment inquiry, because political pressure is going to mount ahead of the November local government elections. So we're keeping a very close eye on the story, and we will continue to do so here on the Daily Discourse. I want to take some of your calls and your messages on this. Let's listen to your voice notes that came in first.
Good morning, Joanne. Lennon Khwedi. With this judgment, I think that even the Judge President Mandi Samaya was aware that once she ruled against the EFF and ATM and the MKP, there was going to be a lot of halubalu, and the country would have been now told to stand because the judiciary is standing for Cyril Ramaphosa. But we want to see where are we going now with this judgment, because the country, to me, it seems like it's the beginning and the end of our country.
One of you says, "Hi Joanne, I'm Hlengani from Palapala. The President has won, beating the ATM and the EFF hands down. The case is referred back to Parley for proper channels to be followed in regards to the impeachment. That's where the President is going to beat them fair and square. They don't have a 2/3 major majority votes to unseat him. After all, it's his bloody mullah. He never stole it from us. Stop comparing him to the Nkandla debacle." One of you says, contrary to that the judgment isn't really a win.
Good morning, Joanne. To me, this judgment, I cannot celebrate it, because how then can we run the country on the pilot mode with the EFF and these other parties that are so reckless and that are out there just to do their own things? Once they are in power, you will see what's going to happen. There will be no government in our country after this, because these are the two people who want to do things as they please and as they wish. Lennon.
Lennon, thank you so much for that. Of course, I think we must just take it easy and take our foot off the pedal here for the moment, because this is going to be a very slow process, right? It'll go back to Parliament. Parliament will have to obviously look at it and take heed of what the Concourt has said. As our analyst told us earlier, there is no hope of any kind of appeal at this point. What the Constitutional Court has said stands in this ruling. So it'll go back to Parliament. Parliament will then have to consider it, and they've got to figure out a way to redo this. They've got to figure out a way. What do they do? Do they send it to an impeachment panel? Do they send it back for a vote? What do they do in terms of that panel report that showed there was prima facie evidence for a possible impeachment proceedings to be brought against the president? This is going to be a slow process. I cannot imagine that Parliament is going to try and rush to the finish line in trying to get this done. In any event, these legal processes are generally pretty slow, and I think Parliament will deliberate slowly on this and very intentionally on this, because it's a very important issue that has huge implications for the country. Armstrong in Umtata is on the line to us. What's your take on the Palapala issue, Armstrong?
Good morning, Katie.
Oh, you're very, very soft, Armstrong. I'm going to ask you to keep trying. Just speak a little bit louder, and if I can't hear you, we won't be able to continue, but let's try.
You hear me clearly now?
A little bit better. Thank you. Please continue.
Yes. No. The results are out, in so much that government is over about government now. It's over because now, climate is changing now. In so much that what I was going to say before this result, it's powerless. I can't say it again, because I'm a supporter of the ANC. As I'm a supporter of ANC, that means it's painful because they did it. When you do something, you must know that in one day it will come out. This thing started during that liberation of 2006, whereby securities were fighting. That year, securities were thrown out of trains. I nearly died in Meyato because we were trying to block foreign people not to take jobs in factories.
All right, Armstrong, we're getting a little sidetracked here. You feel that this is the end for Cyril Ramaphosa? Is that what you're saying as a president?
Yes, it's a link. It's a strong link. Now you chase Ramaphosa, but when you chase Ramaphosa, you don't chase the other cases that are coming out. It's a lot of cases. Let me do an example for you, Casey.
I'm going to leave it there, Armstrong. I'm so sorry. Your line is not good, and that's why we're struggling to hear you. But thank you. Thank you very much for expressing your opinion on that. Armstrong is of the opinion that it's curtains now for the president. Do you agree with that? Let's listen to some of your voice notes.
Joanne, this is Musa from Gatogoza. I am surprised that too many of your callers seem to be arguing that Ramaphosa did not steal any public money. That argument to me is highly disturbing. He was in possession of $580,000 in cash on his property. I wonder how they find the reason to justify that. I think cannot celebrate.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Lani. Hope you can hear me. I'm driving. But I'm very, very, very careful of even thinking for a minute that he might even be impeached or that, the DA is definitely going to defend Ramaphosa because they are going to defend him. They are going to defend him. Watch. They're going to replace the ANC members that would have been part of the majority. The DA is going to fill that spot.
Such interesting comments, and I think it's far from over. And Armstrong felt very strongly that it's that's it for the president. I don't think we're there yet. I think, of course, parliamentary processes will take place based on what happened in court today, but politics always comes into play. And I think the point our last caller is making is very important. We're going to see how this plays out because political parties will then, once they get to the point where it goes back to Parliament, the calculations will start to begin. What happens if the president is impeached? Who will replace him potentially in that position? Does the deputy president, Paul Mashatile, take over? Who takes over? Are there going to be other movements that see a deputy president from another party move into the position? Is the Democratic Alliance perhaps going to try and preserve Cyril Ramaphosa because he appears to be the most likely president with whom they can achieve their aims in power. So there are all of these factors that come into power. Tsetlo in Elandskraal is on the line to us. Good morning, Tsetlo.
Morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. What do you think about Palapala?
Yes, that's great. It happened with President Zuma. They protected him, the ANC government. Now it's Ramaphosa again. We are happy, very, very, very much happy what happened. It shows how corrupt the ANC government is. They are protecting each other.
All right, thank you very much for that, Tsetlo. Tsepo, no, we've taken that call from Tsepo in Kimberley, so we'll keep taking your voice notes and your calls in response to this court judgment. Of course, it's a very important one indeed. And one party that is really celebrating, I would think, at this afternoon or this morning is the ATM. You know that they were party to bringing this in the first place, and it's been a very important development for them that a party has their party together with the Economic Freedom Fighters has had a positive result in the Constitutional Court. And let's bring into the conversation the ATM's president, Vuyo Zungula, who joins us on the line to discuss this. Mr. Zungula, good morning to you, and thank you so much for making yourself available today. You've waited a year for this outcome. Was it worth it?
Definitely worth it, because this is about the people of South Africa who must live in a country whereby the constitution is respected and you don't have instances where people abuse the highest office in the land for their own narrow interests, and the ANC actually protecting the president, whereas there was clear wrongdoing. When you read, you can't be reading a report that has been penned by a reputable former Chief Justice, and he finds that there's serious misconduct and serious violation of the Constitution. You then vote against, proceeding with an inquiry on that. I mean, but like, how do they expect South Africans to think about the rule of law, whereas they, as the ANC, do not want their presidents to be held accountable? So for us, we just want to emphasize the point that this is not about EFF, it's not about ATM, it is not also about Ramaphosa per se, but it is about the principle of the rule of law. It is about the principle of equality before the law. So this victory is for the people of South Africa.
I'd like to ask you, because you are the parliamentary caucus leader of your party, what you'd like to see happening next in Parliament. Would you like to see a rerun of the vote? Would you like to see this go to an impeachment panel?
Look, the judgment is very clear. It must go to an impeachment committee. So the next step that must happen now in the National Assembly is the setting up of the impeachment committee, and it must start working now, because the issue of Palapala is an issue that happened in 2020. In 2022, it made it out to the media, and now we're sitting so many years later, there's still more questions than answers. Therefore, our view is to say we must not wait any further. We must proceed with the impeachment as soon as possible, so that all public representatives, they must know, whether they are councillors, mayors, premiers, ministers, they must know that any exercise of public power must be done in a manner that is responsible, must never be done for their own narrow interests, because, that is not the kind of country we want to live in.
Mr. Zungula, just give me a sense of this as someone who's a member of Parliament. How would the impeachment committee likely be composed?
Similarly to how the ad hoc committee was composed, in terms of the numbers, where you've got the ANC will have a few numbers, DA will have a few members there, and so forth. So that is how it's going to be composed.
And tell me, what is the kind of process they would go through? How long would it take? Just trying to get a picture from you of how this is likely to proceed once it goes back into Parliament's hands.
It might take, in fact, it's going to take almost the same approach as the ad hoc committee, whereby there's going to be an evidence leader and that will look into leading evidence on the issues and ensuring that from a legal point of view, the evidence is led. There's going to be witnesses that are going to be called. There's basically going to be the same way in which the ad hoc committee is functioning now, because an impeachment committee, in terms of the rules of Parliament, is working similarly to other ad hoc committees that are formed. The only difference is that this one, the mandate of this one, is focusing on wrongdoings that have been done by the president for the purposes of impeachment. It is not just an ad hoc committee for the sake of maybe dealing with other issues, because this process of impeachment will have either two outcomes, whether to impeach the president or not. So that will be the final question that will be asked at the last stage. But before we get there needs to be scrutiny in terms of what then transpires.
And I take it the president would be called to testify before this committee?
Yes, he's the person that is the person that has brought us here. He's the one who got undeclared dollars in his farm, so he's the person that would need to testify.
And we know that all these other reports have been done as part of multiple investigations, in fact, into the President, South African Reserve Bank, the Public Protector, SARS, now the IPID report. Will those have any bearing on the parliamentary process, or does it start from scratch and bring its own witnesses and conduct an entirely independent investigation of those reports?
It's the impeachment process. The basis of that will be the independent panel report, because the independent panel report is part of the process of impeachment according to Section 89. what then will happen is that these other reports are not going to be even entertained there, because they've got nothing to do, when it comes to the substance of things. Because the report that we're going to be working on is this report, which is the report of the independent panel. That is what we're going to be working on, and the work, therefore, that we are going to work on is based on that. The other reports were for those institutions. And by the way, there's fundamentally something different between independent panel report, because the independence that was shown by Chief Justice Nobo and the other members is what has brought us here, because we all know there was wrongdoing. But SARS says the taxes of Palapala were in order, yet the money was not declared. Reserve Bank says there was nothing wrong with the president, what we did, because the transaction was not perfected. Yet other people, if they have foreign currency or, they violate foreign exchange regulations, they get to be arrested. So those reports are null and void now, because in any case, they did not advance what is required of the public sector when it comes to accountability and ensuring that people are held accountable.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. We have the parliamentary caucus leader there of the ATM, Mr. Zungula, speaking to us. Vuyo Zungula responding to that Constitutional Court judgment this morning, ruling in favour of the EFF and the ATM.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
27 past 11. I'll take some of your quick calls here. Tsepo in Kimberley is on the line to us. Tsepo, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
Well, thanks. What is your take on this? What's your take on Palapala, Tsepo? Oh dear, have we lost the line to Tsepo? Let's maybe try Wonga in Matatiele. Wonga, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your SAfm listeners. This is not surprising, and then this is not what is new. The same people who protected the Palapala are the same people who protected the fire pool. So a fraction of them is still in the parliament, and a fraction of them is still not there. This is the thing, Joanne. ANC run in a strategy.
Wonga, I'm so sorry that we're going to have to drop your call there. Unfortunately, your line is so bad, I can barely hear what you're saying. Tsepo in Kimberley, can we try to see if we've got you? Hello? No, we don't. We don't have Tsepo, unfortunately. But we'll try and reconnect with our listeners who haven't been able to get through in a short while. Some of you saying, hi, Joanne, I'm in awe about how much time gets spent on leaders and their scandals and alleged scandals. Imagine a utopia where all this energy by very intelligent people is used for good and to take care of the society they serve. We can still dream, says Naveen in Durban. Indeed we can, Naveen. It's surprising how money and positions change a person, says one of you. Bantu Holomisa and John Steenhuisen were very vocal about this Palapala issue, but now, because they're part of the GNU, they are suddenly quiet, says Alex in Plettenberg Bay. And one of you goes on to say, I think the ANC must recall Ramaphosa to avoid going to local government elections with this baggage, says So in Bloemfontein. And we were actually just chatting about that a moment ago and just saying, I wonder what will happen. Will the ANC say, well, the president is under fire right now, and any president who has to concentrate on appearing before this committee committee that is constituted in a short while by Parliament, this will be the impeachment committee, will have to focus on that. He will have to go there, he will have to appear, his credibility will be tested in front of the entire country, and believe you me, that'll be the next Madlanga Commission. We will be glued to our screens watching the President testify there, and everyone else who was caught up in it, the Presidential Protection Services, no doubt, and everyone else who's been implicated. So, do you want a president in power before the elections who is going through that process, or is it going to exonerate him? Are people going to watch him at that committee and say, wow, this guy's really honest and truthful, and we don't think he was at fault? And might that work in the ANC's favour? Perhaps you can comment on that. Right after our news bulletin, it is 11:30. Here's Anne Musa.
Good morning, I'm Jolani Tulo Ngwepe, making headlines. The Chief Justice Mandi Samaya has ruled in favour of the EFF regarding the Palapala farm theft. She says Parliament acted unlawfully in 2022 when it voted to reject an independent panel's report that had recommended an impeachment inquiry into President Cyril Ramaphosa. The National Health Department has appealed to the public to refrain from spreading misinformation on the Hunter virus. The department has confirmed that 4 people are being monitored in Cape Town. And finally, Agri Western Cape says a new case of foot and mouth disease, or FMD, has been detected in Mossel Bay. The case was identified on a small beef farm in Grootbrak. I will have details on these and other stories at 12 o'clock.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:31 here on the Daily Discourse. We're following the big story of the day, the Constitutional Court ruling in favour of the EFF and the ATM, finding that Parliament acted unlawfully when it rejected that panel report into President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala scandal in December 2022. It is the big story of the day. We now understand that the case goes back to Parliament. Parliament's got to relook at what it did wrong in the past, right? Meaning it by allowing that to be voted down, it simply actually breached the law, and it's got to now compose, I should say, a committee made up of various MPs. They will form an impeachment committee, and then that process will begin where they investigate whether the president was at fault or not, and whether that can proceed from an impeachment point of view in Parliament. So that is what has come out of the Constitutional Court in the last hour or so. Okay, we're taking a breather now after all the heavy political and parliamentary stuff. And as you're aware, it's Africa Month. We're celebrating that in many different ways here on SAFM. On the Daily Discourse, we've been giving careful thought to how African art keeps us rooted to our identity and creates a powerful means to reconnect with the continent we call home. Now, one such collaboration involving a South African vocalist and a Ghanaian pianist has recently been released. It's called African Biryani, and it's been described as a powerful testament to heritage, musical innovation, and continental unity. Joining us are its co-creators, Dr. Natalie Rangan and Victor Day Jr., and it really is such a treat to have both of you with us. Welcome to you both, Natalie and Victor, really respected jazz musicians in the African community. And Natalie, I'm going to start with you. Please tell me how this collaboration came about. All right, we're not hearing Natalie right away. Natalie, are you able to hear me? No, we're not hearing her right now. Victor, do we have you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yes. Okay, right. We're going to try and get our line back up to Natalie. But Victor, we know, welcome to the program, first of all. We know you're a highly respected keyboardist hailing from Ghana. I'm not sure how different your jazz idiom is in Ghana compared to South Africa, but what's it been like collaborating with a South African musician on this album, African Biryani?
Oh, everything was smooth sailing right from the get-go because we speak the same language. And so it wasn't difficult at all. Everything just happened quite naturally, both on the South African side with the South African musicians and at home in Accra with the Ghanaian musicians and Natalie. It was all very easy.
Tell me, when did you actually meet, the two of you?
Well, the first time, I think it was 2018 at the Youth Festival in Makanda. and she came up to me and said she liked one of my songs and would like to write some lyrics to them. And I was like, okay, why not? Go ahead. I hadn't imagined the song with lyrics, so
Yeah.
it was, very interesting for me. And so that was our first meeting in 2018.
So you're more of an instrumentalist, is that right? Was this your first experience
Yes.
with a lyricist?
Oh no, in the past I've worked with like many vocalists, lyricists, and instrumentalists across different instruments,
Yeah.
horn players, guitarists, drummers,
But I
the
mean,
works.
translating your work into something for singers.
Yeah, that was the very first time.
Yeah, yeah. And okay, let me bring Natalie into the conversation now. I believe she is on the line to us. And Natalie, I hope you're able to hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Natalie. I think we're just going to have to boost your audio a little bit because you're a tiny bit soft. But tell me, I mean, Victor's just been talking to us about this collaboration and how you approached him and said, hey, we can work on something together. What was it that drew you to his music in the first place?
The song, I'm somebody that's always been moved by music. I think that's why I got into music. It wasn't just that I felt that I could add something. Music moved me first. And I remember it's so vivid in my mind and memory that I was in the concert that Victor was a part of, and it was the first time that I'd heard his music, and it was haunting. It's the word I use. It was a haunting song, and it just followed me for days and days after that. And I thought, oh, there's something here that's pulling me towards a bigger picture. And I didn't know that it would, amount to an album and a collaboration years later. But obviously, there was something in the music that drew us to that place.
Yeah, there's that musical instinct that you have, right? That tells you that something bigger might be made of a collaboration of this nature. But what interests me is, I mean, you've come from a South African background, right? There's a particular kind of jazz that we are exposed to in this country. There are a few genres or subgenres of jazz that we're exposed to, but we do have sort of a canon in this country that we draw on. I presume that when you were listening to Victor, that you were hearing other sounds, his influences in terms of what has led to his musical career and what has enriched his career and what he gets out of that, what he taps into as a musician. What was it about that attracted you?
I think it was, I've never quantified what that was or tried to understand, but I think that the more that we started to work together, my initial attraction was the way that he wrote. And it's because rhythm and melody and harmony they're one thing. It's like holistically made. It's not done separately. And I think because we come from very Western backgrounds of training in music, we separate that. But African music as a whole does not separate those aspects of music. They're one. And when Victor writes melody, he doesn't write as an instrumentalist traditionally writes. He writes in a way that I completely connected with. And it wasn't difficult. Like he would send me a song and within hours, the lyrics flowed. And I thought, oh, there's something here. Because obviously, I'd been exposed, as you said rightly, to other musicians in my sector, in my space. But those things never happened as easily and fluidly as it did with Victor. So I think it is the way that he hears music and the way that he's able to communicate that.
There are so many subgenres of jazz around the world, Victor. What is so distinct about the sounds of jazz played through an African lens?
Well, for me and my collaborators here in Ghana, we like to blur the lines and don't really care too much for genre. Like very often in a rehearsal, okay, the harmony and melody is supposed to be jazzy-ish, whatever you'd want to refer to it as.
Yes.
However, then somebody almost always says, hey, why don't you put one of these local grooves on it and let's see what it sounds like? And then, a marriage is born right there.
So you're working with very versatile musicians. You're not categorizing yourself strictly in the genre of jazz. It sounds like you're experimenting with quite a few different types of influences in your music.
Indeed. And that is so because most of the musicians, and myself not excluded, most of the musicians that I work with at home, they didn't start out with jazz. They started playing many other genres. Pop, reggae, gospel, classical music.
Sure.
So jazz is usually the last thing that we discover. So, the other genres just are sort of there quite naturally, and then, they find a way to creep into whatever it is that we're doing.
And Natalie, why is jazz so important in Africa in general?
I think it's a voice of expression, and also because it allows for so many different... for me, it's because the core of jazz is improvisation. And I think that's because of the cultural diversity in South Africa. Jazz is this umbrella that allows us to exist there without boxing us into any defined space. That's the personal thing that I think is a draw to jazz. And I see it in my students, and I see it in people around me, that's why they are so drawn to that. And also it's very reflective of music that comes from our continent, from our country.
It's interesting also when we look at the history of our country, and we come from a very interesting musical tradition that's also a tradition of resistance. I think if we think about the bad old days of apartheid, and we think of how South Africans, most of them black South Africans, gravitated towards spaces where jazz music was a space of liberation, right? It was the one space where you could cast
100%.
off the shackles, right? Cast off the shackles of apartheid and everything else that was so weighing down on you so heavily, and you could let yourself go and just experience freedom and joy, but also resistance at the same time.
100%. And if you go back to, like history, so since we're talking about that, it's what we teach our kids is where South African jazz or this form of jazz started, and it was Marabi. And it was struggle music. It was music that allowed South Africans to see themselves through the lens of American black musicians and identify with some people and a culture that they thought, we could actually have that. So the music was, there were so many different tiers in why it became attractive and alluring to people here. And it became a blend of other things. And I think that's why jazz has such a pull right now to various subgenres of music.
Well, I'm enjoying talking to the both of you a little too much. I want to listen to one of your tracks right now. Let's listen to this one, Don't Rush Love.
Feelings arise through lingering looks in disguise. In moments like these, fleeting yet strong, can something so haunting ever be wrong?
really hope our listeners have enjoyed a little taste of what this album African Biryani is about. Wonderful collaboration there between Ghanaian pianist Victor Day and Dr. Natalie Rangan, who is a South African vocalist. So, Victor, just tell me exactly how this worked. Do you and Natalie sit and write songs together? Do you write the music? Does she write the lyrics? How does it work?
Well, it's a mixture of everything that you just mentioned. From some of the songs, she sends me the melody and with the lyrics, and tells me what the song is about, what the mood should be like, and then I put the music on, fix the arrangements, and on other songs she has her music already, and then I just take a look and say, okay, let's tweak this here, tweak that there, and okay, maybe you should sing it this way and not that way, and let's see what it gives. And for some of the songs, it's my music, and she puts the lyrics on. So it's a mixture of different things.
And Natalie, this is interesting to me because working with someone else, I mean, there are composers who are precious about their work, right? And to say, this is what I've come up with. Don't touch it. Do not water it down, because this is my idea. This is my heart and soul put into this music or this motif or whatever the case may be. How do you and Victor work hand in glove to try and make it work and accommodate for each other's ideas, but also potential disagreements that may arise in the composing process?
Well, rightly said, no, but Victor's incredibly easy to work with, and I think that we have mutual respect for each other creatively and musically, and it's never been a case where, no, I don't want it this way. And I think we both found that space very quickly where we knew where the album and the songs were heading. So it was leaving room for that and allowing somebody to be in that space, which I think that if we didn't trust each other, that wouldn't have happened. And the trust came in because of the music, because we knew that the other could hear where the direction of the music was heading, and I allowed him to be in that space. And people who know me know that you rightly said that, because it's not easy to allow somebody into that space where you've written something and allow them to say, okay, do this differently. But it was definitely something that I knew that he would bring out of me and bring out of the music, something that was different and something that was placed in a very beautiful space. And I think the results prove that for us.
Yeah. Victor, I must ask you, I mean, where does the inspiration come from for the type of songs or the subject matter or the approach that you tackle? Do you sit together over a cup of coffee and say, well, actually, I want to write a song about love, or about people not talking to each other, or people talking to each other and it not working? How exactly do you formulate the ideas that are going to form the kernel of these songs you're working on?
Once again, as is almost always the case, it's there are different scenarios. Sometimes I set out with the intent to put A and B together, and before there's any music, I know, okay, A has to be this background and B has to be that source on the top. And at other times, I'm just working on something totally, unrelated, maybe a musical exercise or something that I, find interesting in the moment. I'm like, this is something. I need to develop it into something else. So sometimes, there's a plan right from, the get-go. And at other times, something just happens and then I decide, okay, I need to develop this into a song and not waste it on a musical exercise.
Right. It's quite amazing that you're able to tell the difference and know what belongs where in terms of your musical canon.
Well, thank you. That comes from, I love, different genres of music. I don't really care so much for genre. So long as it's good, it's good. And what makes it good is different things. Sometimes it's the rhythm, sometimes it's the tempo, sometimes it's the lyric, sometimes it's a melody. But so long as it's good, I'm in.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not a purist by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Natalie, this title struck me as being really unusual. Talking doesn't always work. I never thought I'd listen to a song called that. How did you come up with that name?
literally having a conversation with Victor about, just different situations. And I talk a lot, Joanne, because I'm a writer and I write lyrics. So I process thoughts through talking.
Yes.
And in one conversation, we were just talking about something and he's like, it was literally like this. He knows that I know that he knows that I know. And I was like, oh my goodness. This actually makes sense in some bizarre way. And then I put the phone down and then I thought, oh, these are the lyrics. And it just came. It just flowed. And I thought, there's the song. And that's how that song actually was born, out of a conversation with him.
Let's actually listen into that song. Hearing the voice there of Natalie Rangan, accompanied by Victor Day and their band on this album, Africa Briani. A very interesting decision, Natalie, to release this as a slow release album, so to speak, being released little by little. Why did you decide to do it this way?
We learned that this is called a waterfall rollout for obvious reasons. It's called the waterfall rollout, but It's also because in previous releases, and it's what I do as a bad habit. You go through all the songs very quickly, and then you hit the one that you actually like, but you miss out on the journey of the album. And this album is a journey, from inception to release. So we decided, let's do it once a month. We'd release a single, but that's also brought a lot of interest from people because it has become a journey, not just an album. And allowing them to understand where the songs originated, this collaboration with Victor and the musicians in Ghana and SA. So it's really something very special, and I think it's working.
So Victor, but for those of us who are impatient, by when will we have access to the full album?
I think 2 months, 3 months, everything should be done.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. And do you see future collaborations on the cards with Natalie of this nature?
Oh, for sure.
All right. Well, that is
Definitely.
that is wonderful to hear. Natalie, how have people responded to the first few songs that have been released?
Well, they love it. And I think that the curiosity is also because of the title, right? African Biryani.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for that. So we've just said that we'd make them wait right until the release of the album to hear it. But we are performing it and doing pre-release concerts so that people get to know the music. But the response overall has been amazing because they can hear the Ghanaian influences and the South African influences. And that excites them. So we just did a pre-release called the Day and Random Sessions in Durban and Johannesburg, and the response was just phenomenal to the music.
Fantastic. And are there more of those to come?
Well, we've done 4 releases now, and we've decided as of a few days ago that we're just going to wait till the album set to be released end of July, and then we will do launches in August. Both in South Africa and in Ghana.
Great, Victor, to have an album out, of course. But I presume that performing live comes with its own joy.
Oh, definitely. In the live setting, although you have some general sense of what should happen, you never really know what is going to happen. So that always brings, some excitement. So yeah, that's really cool.
All right, great. And just a last question, Natalie, about your live performances. Are there any more that you're going to do as this album develops? And can we tell our viewers about when and where that's going to happen, if so?
Well, we're doing, my students, the amazing thing is because I'm in the education sector and I have students, I'm able to try some of this music out with them to see their response as well. So they have a performance on the 31st of May at Durban Botanic Gardens, and we will be doing an arrangement that I did of Just Like Christmas, which is one of the songs on the album. So I found that, it's not just one performance, and it doesn't have to be me performing it necessarily to get the music out. But we're waiting until the real launches now to do those live performances with Victor and to get him back into South Africa. And then I will go to Ghana and we'll do performances there.
I mean, it's really great that the both of you have been collaborating this way, and I wish you both the very, very best of luck with the success of this album, and may it travel far and wide. And I think it also comes at an important time in our history as a country. There are lots of tensions among us as Africans, and perhaps this is one way that we can look at starting to repair relationships that have been damaged in the last few years and months. So thank you very much. Dr. Natalie Rangan, the jazz singer here featured on African Biryani, and her collaborator Victor Day Jr. They have worked brilliantly together, writing lyrics, writing the music together, and it really is wonderful to hear that Victor, all the way from Ghana, has been able to play in South Africa, and that Natalie will be traveling there in a kind of cultural exchange of ideas, which is really lovely. And we are going to, of course, I don't think we have one more song to play out with, but I think we're going to take a short break at this point, and when we come back, we'll bring you the last bit of the Daily Discourse.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the Daily Discourse today. We are shortly about to wrap it up, but thank you for participating in all the conversations we've had over the course of the day. The big breaking story that we've been running, of course, has been this Constitutional Court ruling in favour of the EFF, and it found that Parliament acted unlawfully when it rejected the Section 89 independent panel report into President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala scandal in December 2022. So that is the big story, and no doubt that is going to be carried on SABC News platforms and here on SAFM particularly over the course of the day on all our current affairs shows. So I do urge you to stay tuned for all of that is still to come. And of course, the weekend is coming. I hope it's going to be a wonderful one for you. I'm also hoping that the bad weather that we've seen over the course of the week, really, that's caused destruction in so many parts of the country is now going to start to abate. Let's hope that people in various shelters are able to eventually return to their homes and that the government officials, municipal officials, SALGA, the aid agencies that have been assisting them as well will be able to get them back to a safe place and be able to restore some of their goods and possessions that were lost in the last few days. So all of that over the next few days will be covered on SAFM, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on exactly what happens in regard to that. It is also, remember, the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, and I think this gives us a moment of self-reflection in the country, asking how far have we come? Can we have the honest conversations with ourselves about how our Constitution can be reviewed and how it can change and continue to be relevant to the lives of South Africans? Implementation is going to be key, and we have to do this most intentionally. Right now it is 12 o'clock. I'm going to hand it over to the news team, after which you can join the talented Sakina Kamwendo update at noon. See you on Monday. Take care from the team. Bye-bye.
Well, thanks so much, Joanne. It's just gone 12 o'clock on Friday, the 8th of May, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
In the event the panel concludes that sufficient evidence exists as contemplated in Rule 129G, the matter must be referred to the impeachment committee established by this rule.
The Constitutional Court has ruled that the Palapala theft matter should be handed over to Parliament's impeachment committee and...
If the court is with the applicant, we urge the court to give a just and equitable remedy in terms of Section 172.
And government legal representative want the court case challenging the new broad-based black economic empowerment in the legal sector to be dismissed. Coming up in sport.
Top 8 battle happening in the Premiership today. I look ahead to the URC, and it's the start of the Giro d'Italia today.
You are in seventh heaven. John Herica with cycling news and more in the second half of the show. In the meantime, please let us know what's on your mind. 41391, that's our SMS line number. You'll be charged R150 per SMS. If you want to write to us via X, our handle at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Friday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Jolane Tulongwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories. The Sawa, Botswana's former President Festus Mogae dies, and the Concord rules the Palapala vote in Parliament invalid. Good day. We start with news just in. The former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, has died at the age of 86. He was the third president of the country. Mogae had taken over from Sir Kitumele Masire and was in office from 1998 to 2008. He was an economist. Mogae led a strong national response to the HIV/AIDS pandemic, earning international recognition for his leadership on public health issues. Back home, the Chief Justice Mandi Samaya has ruled that Parliament's action was inconsistent with the Constitution when it rejected an independent panel's report on the Palapala matter. She says that Parliament unlawfully stopped the impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2022. The EFF approached the Apex Court to request it to overturn Parliament's decision to block an impeachment inquiry against Ramaphosa. This relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Belabela in Limpopo. This is how Justice Maya delivered her ruling.
In the event the panel concludes that sufficient evidence does not exist as contemplated in Rule 129G, the Speaker must schedule the report for consideration by the Assembly, and in the event the Assembly nonetheless resolves that a Section 89 subsection 1 inquiry be proceeded with,
the matter must be referred to the impeachment committee established by this rule or by the National Assembly rules for that purpose.
The National Health Department has appealed to the public to refrain from spreading misinformation on the Hunter virus. The department has confirmed that 4 people are being monitored in Cape Town. It also says one of them has since been taken for laboratory tests since displaying symptoms. The department spokesperson Foster Mohale.
This has potential to stigmatize and deter those who display or experience symptoms from coming forward for screening and testing. Working together as government, as communities, and as society, we can prevent the spread of Hunter virus in our communities.
Agri Western Cape says a new case of foot and mouth disease, or FMD, has been detected in Mossel Bay. The case was identified on a small beef farm in Grootbrak. 7 other cases were identified in the Hartenbos area. Agri Western Cape says in a statement that its officials noted suspicious lesions on cattle during inspection and vaccination drive. Samples were then collected and test results received yesterday confirmed that the case was positive for FMD. Vaccinations are continuing in the region. Some survivors of last night's bus crash on the N1 near the Witvlag turnoff outside Louis Trichardt in Limpopo will rather return to the scene to collect their belongings. The bus, which was travelling from Malawi to Johannesburg, lost control and overturned, killing 8 passengers and injuring several others. The injured were taken to 3 hospitals in the area. Some of them returned to the scene after being treated and discharged. One of the survivors, Felix Nyarongo, suspects that brake failure is the cause of the crash.
Within 2 minutes or 3 minutes, the bus falling the sun. They are driving, speeding. I know because of he said that the brake, because it's engine brake, so it's not working. So that's why the bus was running. On the hospital, they treat us, but they take time. It's almost like me, they take time too much because I went there by 8 o'clock, but until to 3 o'clock a.m. So, like me, so it's not good for me.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa, the former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, has died at the age of 86. He was the 3rd president of the country. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much, Jwalane. It's 6 minutes after 12 and welcome to Update at Noon. So we will be bringing you some reaction, as you heard there in the news, the Concord judgment with regard to the Palapala matter that was handed down. And we will be getting some reaction from various political parties in this regard. And then, of course, it is also day 104 of the Madlanga Commission, public hearings into allegations of criminality, political interference and corruption in the criminal justice system. And today's evidence being heard in camera. And we do have our reporters out there watching that for us, but only as much as we can in terms of what we are allowed to know at this point. And then the city of Ekurhuleni is set to have a council meeting today where councillors are set to discuss possible disciplinary action against senior officials who've been implicated at the Madlanga Commission. And then in the courts, the case challenging the broad-based economic empowerment in the legal sector, or should I say the BEE legal sector code, is being heard in the North Gauteng High Court in Pretoria. And some senior counsel are now requesting to review today's footage where they claim that Judge Nicoline Jansen van Nieuwenhuizen made remarks to the effect that the large law firms who are currently compliant with the generic triple BEE codes will be left non-compliant with the new code. So those some of the stories, and then of course just keeping an eye on some of the other developments with regard to marches and the like. So quite a bit to get through, and it's a Friday. Today we have Martin Creamer stepping in with another update from the coalface.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
It's 8 minutes after 12. Now, the Constitutional Court has ruled that the Palapala vote was invalid and unconstitutional in Parliament. The court upheld an application by the EFF and ATM, setting aside the National Assembly's vote of 13 December 2022. The matter will now return to Parliament's Impeachment Committee for reconsideration, reopening a probe into President Cyril Ramaphosa's handling of the Palapala farm theft saga. The ruling also declared the National Assembly's Rule 129 inconsistent with the Constitution, and delivering the court's judgment earlier today, Chief Justice Mandy Samaya had this to say.
The following order is made. 1. This court has exclusive jurisdiction to hear the application with respect to the challenge to Rule 129I. 2. It is declared that Rule 129I of the 9th edition of the Rules of the National Assembly, the NA Rules, is inconsistent with the Constitution, invalid, and it is set aside. 3. Pending any amendment, Rule 129I of the NA Rules shall read as follows, open quote, Rule 129I, heading Consideration and Referral of Panel Report. 1. Once the panel has reported, the Speaker must inform the Assembly of the report. 2. The President must be provided with a copy of the report forthwith. 3. In the event the panel concludes that sufficient evidence exists as contemplated in Rule 129G, the matter must be referred to the impeachment committee established by this rule or by the National Assembly rules for that purpose. 4. In the event the panel concludes that sufficient evidence does not exist as contemplated in Rule 129G, the Speaker must schedule the report for consideration by the Assembly, and in the event the Assembly nonetheless resolves that a Section 89, subsection 1 inquiry be proceeded with, the matter must be referred to the impeachment committee established by this rule or by the National Assembly rules for that purpose. 4. The severance and reading in paragraph 3 of this order shall apply subject to any amendment by the National Assembly. 5. Pending any amendment of the NA rules to the extent that any of the other NA rules are by implication affected by the reading in paragraph 3 of this order, those rules shall be read consistently with paragraph 3 of this order, mutandis. 6. It is declared that the vote of the National Assembly taken on 13 December 2022, declining to refer the report of the independent panel to an impeachment committee as envisaged in the NA rules, is inconsistent with the Constitution, invalid, and it is set aside. 7. The report of the independent panel is referred to the impeachment committee established in terms of the NA rules. 8. The first to fourth respondents are ordered to pay the cost of the first applicant, including cost of two counsel, where applicable. I hand down the judgment.
And that, of course, Chief Justice Mandy Samaya handing down that judgment earlier today. So for some reaction, we are joined on the line now by spokesperson for the ATM, Zaman Chona. Thanks so much for your time. Unfortunately, we seem to have just lost Zaman Chona there, so we'll try and get him back there, or someone from the ATM with regard to that. So what we're doing now is just trying to get some reaction from the various political parties. In fact, I think let's go to what we heard from the ANC. The ANC's national spokesperson, Mahlengi Bengu, was speaking to my colleague Thulasizwe Simelane, and saying that the party respects South Africa's constitutional process. And this, of course, is what she had to say.
Well, it's the nature of our constitutional democracy. Proportionality is embedded in our system. And that's an ongoing discussion among South Africans, not just members of the African National Congress, Thulasizwe. And we always, whoever is in charge of the executive are expected, and those that are in charge of parliament as another senior organ of state are expected to exercise that majoritarian principle with responsibility.
All right.
We don't take that responsibility lightly as the ANC. In any case, by the way, we also live in an age of party politics. What brought this matter here? There are so many matters that the ANC could have taken to the Constitutional Court, by the way, involving many political parties in South Africa. But because we are subject to the prescripts of our Constitution, we came to this point where our president had to be tested in this manner. The same president that has stabilized South Africa for the longest of time, the same president that is acclaimed worldwide for leading a global peace effort and also for stabilizing our country. So we continue to have that same confidence in President Cyril Ramaphosa, but we are going to make sure as the ANC that we follow the law to the letter.
All right. Let me ask you two questions, and then I'll let you go. I know it's a bit of a contemplative question because we're very far from any stage, the stage where it would be put before the National Assembly as a question on impeachment requiring a 2/3 majority. But many South Africans would be wondering, are you worried about President Cyril Ramaphosa being impeached? Do you see that possibility happening at all?
Yeah, I see this morning, I've been speaking to a number of media houses here at Concord. I see that you're all running ahead of yourselves on this matter. I will suggest that the matter of a possible impeachment of the president, if it does happen, it will have a very slim fit considering the caliber of the president that South Africa has at this point in time.
And then lastly, I don't know, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I get a sense of questioning the bona fides of the parties that brought this challenge to the Constitutional Court. Am I incorrect in getting a sense that you don't believe that it was brought on the altruistic motives and purposes of, standing up for the rule of law and constitutionality, but perhaps there are other motives at play?
Well, in the ANC, we always say our job is to tell our story and not to compete with others. We're not called the leader of society for nothing. And so we really don't go into the mud. But certainly, there's none of any of the considerations. I think yourselves, as members of the media, are quite competent and capable. You know the answer to the question you've just asked me, Thulasizwe.
Well, that was the African National Congress national spokesperson, Mahlengi Bengu. We're joined on the line now by the EFF's national spokesperson, Sinawa Tambo. Thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thanks, Akina, and greetings to your listeners.
Mr. Tambo, your reaction first and foremost.
Look, we're very pleased and relieved that we're vindicated for a fight that we've been spearheading for the past couple of 5 to 6 years, where we've been making sure that Palapala remains on their public agenda, and it's something that our people are always kept invested in consciousness of, because the executive must be held accountable, and rationalism and the executive accountability mandate given to us by the Constitution should never be trumped by majoritarianism, and the Constitutional Court has vindicated us in that regard.
I don't know how much of the conversation before this you heard the ANC spokesperson Mahlengi Bengu being asked by my colleague Thulasizwe Simelane about the questioning of yours, and of course the ATM who joined you in bringing this challenge, questioning your bona fides and saying that perhaps you weren't altruistic in bringing this particular challenge to the Apex Court. How do you respond to that?
Look, it shows that disdain which the African National Congress has for the rule of law and for our constitutional democracy, because it's our constitutional rights to approach the Constitutional Court when we feel like constitutional provisions, such as the duty of the Parliament of South Africa to hold the executive accountable, is being trampled upon. So to question our motives, whether they're altruistic or not, is really a spit in the face of the Constitution of South Africa, because that is not what is questioned here. You can see that the ANC, through its spokesperson, is simply trying to divert attention from the fact that there's prima facie evidence that their president committed wrongdoing in relation to Palapala Farm, and now the Constitutional Court has affirmed that right. That should be the focus of all South Africans, not a diversion on Cyril Ramaphosa's legacy or what they think of him personally. And to question our bona fides is something that is completely irrelevant. They're clutching at straws, and it's a shame that they don't want to just accept the Constitutional Court ruling as a political party that claims to uphold the Constitution itself.
So just going back to why this challenge was initiated to begin with, what specific constitutional principles do you believe were violated by the National Assembly?
Look, the Constitution empowers the National Assembly to hold the executive accountable. So specifically that provision where we have that duty as elected public representatives, and through Section 89, for example, which empowers us to institute impeachment proceedings when there's any provision or finding of wrongdoing by the President of the Republic of South Africa. Those were violated upon reliance of 129I in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. And that being violated is something that we think should have been taken up, and we took it up principally, even though the judgment was delayed for more than 550 days. We accept that the Chief Justice Mandisa Samaya has apologized for their own violation as well of the norms and ethics of courts, which require that judgments must be handed down within 3 months. So there was a lot of constitutional provisions that were violated, a lot of norms and standards which were violated in relation to this case, and we appreciate that the Court has at least been able to take responsibility and apologize to the people of South Africa in that regard. We expect, Sakina, that the South African Reserve Bank, South African Revenue Services, the Public Protector, which have been part and parcel of what we characterize as a cover-up, will also take some responsibility in the fact that they were giving ridiculous and nonsensical findings in relation to this, while the Court has affirmed that we should institute impeachment proceedings and investigate.
So the EFF as a party in Parliament, and this is where the transgression that the Court pronounced on today actually occurred. Now that the judgment has been handed down, what would the EFF seek from a revived Section 89 process?
Look, the Constitutional Court has said that the report in itself, the independent panel report, which was compiled by Justice Sandile Ngcobo, must be referred to an impeachment committee, because you can't vote on something which you've not interrogated first, because that means you stifle accountability. So we expect the immediate implementation and institution of an impeachment committee, which is going to go into all of the evidence and conduct the necessary investigations and research to see if there was any wrongdoing done at Palapala Farm. We've already written to the Speaker of the National Assembly to ensure that this is established, and requested clear timelines as to when this will be established based on the Court ruling. So we're going to allow that process to unfold. And if there's any subversion of the Court ruling, either by the Speaker of the National Assembly or political parties in Parliament, then we'll return to court to hold those individuals or institutions that try to subvert the Court ruling in contempt.
So in other words, if the impeachment committee once again finds, for example, insufficient grounds, the EFF will return to court?
If the impeachment committee finds insufficient grounds, that's a different story altogether. But the impeachment committee must begin its work. So the findings of the impeachment committee, if they find that there is wrongdoing, and then based on that, the National Assembly again votes irrationally and out of line with the findings of an impeachment committee, then we'll have to return to court, because we must ensure that majoritarianism doesn't trump rationality, doesn't trump facts, doesn't trump evidence.
So just finally, if that impeachment committee then ultimately clears President Cyril Ramaphosa, will the EFF accept that finding?
We would have to. If there's the findings before us would clear him of any wrongdoing, then the EFF is welcome to accept those findings if they are rational and above board. We're not in a witch hunt against Cyril Ramaphosa. We're simply looking for the truth, but in defense of the Constitution, in defense of the laws of this country. That is what we're trying to ascertain. We have not pronounced on his guilt. We're saying there must be a platform which must make the necessary investigations in that regard. And that's why we did not understand the panic within the ANC and those that were defending the process, that it must not occur even in the first place. That if you are innocent and are guilty of no wrongdoing, why would you want to stop an investigation that could possibly clear you and try and stand in its way? So ours is not a witch hunt. Ours is a request for the truth. And if the truth is that he's done no wrong, then we'll accept it if evidence says so.
Well, thanks so much, Sinawa Tambo. And that is, of course, the national spokesperson of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And continuing with our reaction, the DA leader, Jordan Hill-Lewis, had this to say.
The DA notes today's very serious judgment of the Constitutional Court in the Palapala matter. We respect the Constitutional Court and the rule of law, and we are the party that will always strive to uphold the rule of law. The court has now made clear that Parliament must correct its rules and the Palapala report must proceed to an impeachment committee. This is a very serious moment for Parliament, for the presidency, and for South Africa's democracy. The DA will participate fully and constructively in the impeachment committee. We will be guided by the facts and by the evidence placed before the committee and by our constitutional duty to the rule of law. We will not prejudge the outcome, but nor will we allow any person, no matter how high their office, to be placed above accountability.
And that was Democratic Alliance leader Jordan Hill-Lewis. So to help us further unpack these developments and what this means for especially the National Assembly and Parliament at large and for President Cyril Ramaphosa, we join now by political analyst Dr. Ongama Mtimka. Dr. Mtimka, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakin, and your listeners. Thank you for having me.
Your reaction, firstly, to the judgment and, of course, where it ultimately places this process for Parliament.
The judgment, for me, reasserts the importance of rationality in parliamentary processes, and rationality and constitutionality being a guide for how powers may be exercised, and in fact particularly placing limitations on the extent to which, to put it this way, bums on seats can be used in order to pass motions in Parliament. At the time that this, the parliamentary majority was used in order to take an irrational act, it was politically convenient for an ANC that was facing an internal, leadership race, but was always irrational even at the time. The least it could have done was to make use of the report that Parliament had commissioned and follow what is the logical requirement of passing this on to the impeachment committee. I think also what it does is it strengthens the role of the opposition in Parliament and the leeway they have when acts of irrationality are taken and abuse of parliamentary majority is used to resort to the courts in order to enforce the proper functioning of our democracy.
But what does this mean politically for President Cyril Ramaphosa?
Yeah, so I've seen calls for him to resign. Politically, in fact, what my thinking is that whether or not the president actually resigns is not a function of what this resolution is, because this shines a spotlight on parliamentary processes themselves. But it's a function of what his perception of the political dynamics is going to be. Remember that the impeachment committee has got to conduct an investigation, because notwithstanding the finding of a prima facie evidence that the president may have acted, may have violated his oath of office, there still needs to be a test in line with, Section 89(1) of the Constitution that qualifies the violations in terms of seriousness. Serious violation of the Constitution, serious misconduct, and inability to perform the functions of office. That can take its course, to the extent that if the president decides to resign, I suspect it will be more a question of him assessing the balance of forces both in the party as well as in Parliament. I think less so in Parliament, but more so in the party, and making a determination of what is he more comfortable with. And I think that determination may be that it's not urgent. In terms of what's required from a good governance point of view, the constitutional provision is for, those allegations to be tested through the impeachment committee process.
And just taking it back to Parliament, because the court found that Parliament acted unconstitutionally in rejecting the Section 89 report. So what does this mean then for Parliament, one? But just going back to your earlier point, the ANC, and remember it was an ANC-led majority that defended this in 2022. So from that point of view, given what was said about some of these parliamentary processes and lack of oversight in the Zondo Commission, what does that mean for them?
So in scholarship about separation of powers, Sakina, one of the things, there were some colleagues use political economy and use a model of game theory to assess the behavior of Parliament. Now that you have had a situation, in fact, this has been repeating for some time in the last, say, 20 years in particular, where taking a particular decision which is irrational is challenged in court. My view is that we will see less of that, more so given that we're now in a government of national unity. We will see less of that Siyakuba mentality in terms of which decisions of this nature can be taken. I think that what we will see is a game theoretic channeled behavior or influenced behavior that says in instances where irrational or illegal decisions or unconstitutional decisions may be taken, there will be fear that somebody may actually take this to court and again, Parliament would be forced to act. So it brings the awareness of the likely response of the other arms of government, in this case, the courts, in relation to their decision, and therefore, results in a game theoretic sense, the right decision being taken.
Final question, in the interest of time, given that we do now have a government of national unity, how does this play out in that context? Because from your earlier point, do you think that this would deepen tensions inside the GNU? Do you think that the GNU partners, those parties who form part of the GNU, do you think that they will look at this and the handling of accountability and oversight in Parliament and be forthright about what their actual views are, or are they going to close rank as members of the GNU?
Unfortunately, I think what happens in Parliament is going to be less robust and dynamic than what happens at the level of the party. If in the ANC there are some who feel that they've got political capital to push the president or to push Parliament for account to take a particular course of action that may make the president to account, you will see that pushed significantly even within the NEC of the ANC. As far as the other parties, I was listening to an interview with, I think it was Jordan Hill-Lewis earlier. I think they are going to play a safe route of saying, let's processes in Parliament, but not push further than that, because they know this is an optimal political arrangement for the GNU. Any upsetting of it at the level of the ANC throws the GNU in the realm of the ambiguous in terms of who the ANC will likely take as a partner to constitute a government after President Ramaphosa. So on that basis, you will see a more constrained Democratic Alliance and other partners of the GNU who will actually play along in Parliament, but not push enough to upset what is the fundamental configuration of this GNU in the first place, which is centered around the person and the personality of current President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Dr. Mtimka, thanks so much for your time. Political analyst there, Dr. Ongama Mtimka. Please let us know your thoughts as well. It is time now for news headlines. Here's Trolane Tulo Ngwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Good afternoon. Making headlines. EFF leader Julius Malema says he will write to National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza immediately to request her to immediately establish an impeachment committee in the Palapala matter. This after the Chief Justice Mandi Samaya ruled in favour of the EFF in the case. In another development, the DA says it will submit parliamentary questions to determine whether public funds were used for President Ramaphosa's visit to Zimbabwean President at Emerson Mnangagwa's private residence last weekend. And finally, the former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, has died at the age of 86. He was the third president of the country. Well, details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
It's a Friday, so helping us round up the week is Isak Odendaal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth. Good afternoon, Isak.
Hi, good afternoon, Sakina. So as you've reported, Constitutional Court has ruled that the Palapala matter should be reopened. Of course, markets don't really like political uncertainty in the short term, but I'll just remind our listeners that in the long term, it is very good that South Africa has an independent judiciary. Irrespective of your political views, it's good for markets, it's good for the economy that we have rule of law. So the rand at the moment actually has taken it mostly in its stride, 16.37 against the US dollar. The equity market, the all share is weaker. All share is at 117,700. That should be seen in the context of global markets that are down a bit today. I think the variable that everyone's paying attention to these days is, of course, the price of oil. So Brent crude is trading at $100 on the dot at the moment. Of course, we're all waiting for news of a peace agreement between Iran and the US. Over the last week or so, there have been signs of escalation, signs of de-escalation. This morning, President Trump said that the ceasefire is still holding, and so we are all hoping that at some point in the next couple of weeks, there will be an agreement that reopens the Strait of Hormuz and allows the oil to flow again. And then hopefully, if that happens, we will also start seeing fuel prices come down in South Africa. But yeah, the Brent price of crude at the moment is exactly $100 a barrel, which it's up from about $60 a barrel at the start of the year, and I think we've all felt that in filling up our cars. It's been quite painful.
It certainly has been, Isak. We're still feeling it, but thank you so much. It's cold, so perhaps people will be staying indoors, not driving around so much. But have a fabulous weekend. Isak Odendaal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth.
SAFM Sport with John Gericka.
I know you're not going anywhere this cycling.
No, cycling has started. So that's my couch and me. And then the tennis starts. It's a good time of the year.
Right.
Love it. It's a football match coming up today. That's probably the big highlight. Durban City against Stellenbosch. And you're sitting there going, why do we care? Well, it's important for Stellenbosch, really. Top 8 is really what they're aiming for. It's often referred to as a 6-point game, the way these things will go. 4 points are Stellenbosch. They're 4 points behind 8th place with a couple of games to go. And they're only 5 points behind Durban City. Stellenbosch coach Gavin Hunt, after their loss that they had just recently, he was just not in the mood, but he's realistic.
Yeah, I think we need 9 points. I think we're going to have to win 3 games now. I thought we should have won last week, and I thought we could get a point tonight, and then we could go from there. But I think we're going to have to win 3 games, Mark. And it's all teams at the bottom. Well, Durban City not, but 2 teams at the bottom. So it's going to be tough because obviously they'll be fighting for their lives there. So
Let me tell you what's happening in England this weekend. It's a big one. Tottenham Hotspur fans find themselves doing something they never thought possible, quietly hoping for an Arsenal win. The Gunners go to West Ham on Sunday in a London derby, knowing that 3 points could push them another step closer to their first Premier League title since 2004. Now, normally, Spurs supporters would love nothing more than seeing an Arsenal stumble. This season changes everything because Spurs are fighting for survival. So a West Ham win helps damage Arsenal's title charges, but it could also drag Spurs deeper into relegation trouble before they face Leeds on Monday night. So what's it going to be for Spurs fans? Protect your pride or protect your Premier League status? For many Spurs supporters, it's a football's ultimate lose-lose situation.
The feeling is mutual. Let me just put it out there, because we'd love to see Spurs relegated. So for them to be drawn properly down is for West Ham to beat us. Yeah. But at the same time, listen, we have a title that we need to win. So, yeah.
That's why we love
tough.
sport. It's go to rugby. South African teams heading into a massive penultimate round of the URC this weekend. The Stormers, Bulls and Lions all chasing crucial wins to stay in the hunt for home quarters. The Stormers, currently top of the log, face Ulster tonight. Here's Captain Dion Fourie.
It was last year when we played it. We had a great start. I think we were 17-0 up. And then we lost by 4 points, 36-32, something like that. So we looked at it first half when we played here, and we down confidence as well. But so are we after the last game. So I think it'll be a good battle tomorrow night to because like you said, the knockouts they have to win. We have to win to stay on top. So it's almost a must win for both.
Tomorrow, the Bulls take on Zebra at Loftus. The Sharks take on Benetton in Durban. Big clash of the weekends in Dublin. Third place Lions take on fourth place Leinster. Both sides tied on 53 points with a home playoff spot on the line. Lions go into the match on a 6-game winning streak. The Bulls will look to extend their own 4-match unbeaten run in Pretoria. The Sharks are out of the playoff spots. Then the Italian Open tennis today. Iga Swiatek, Alexander Zverev and Novak Djokovic. Remember him? They're all on court today. And not quite in Italy, but also in Italy. I'll explain. The first cycling Grand Tour of the year begins today. It's a 3-week, 3,500 kilometer long tour starting with 3 days in Bulgaria before hopping across to Italy on Tuesday. The opening stage today, flat 147 kilometers around Nessebar. It's a UNESCO heritage site, 3,000-year-old history, romantic narrow streets and unique medieval churches. Feels like I want to go.
Sounds idyllic.
Jonas Vingegaard is the clear favorite to win the tour, aiming to become the 8th rider to win all 3 Grand Tours.
First of all, I'm extremely happy to be here to start the Giro now. It's a dream coming true, and hopefully I can do a good race for the next 3 weeks, and then we see in Rome what the result will be. At least I've now done everything I can to be as good as possible, and in my opinion, I've had quite a good preparation.
Other top contenders for the GC are Egan Bernal, Richard Carapaz and Jai Hindley. They've all won before. And also Olympic medalist Alan Hatherley is the only South African in the field. He's riding for Australian team Jaco Alula. And finally, we have the song for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Shakira's back. She's announced a song called Die Die with Nigerian star Burna Boy. It marks yet another World Cup era for the singer. She gave us Waka Waka and La La La. The official release is on May the 14th.
In a month's time, we'll all be singing
Everybody
it.
knows that, James.
Yeah.
So that's
Listen, it's much better than the other one.
Which one? La La La. Waka Waka was good.
No. There's another.
Oh, that other one that I played a long time ago, yeah. So this is the official one, yeah. It's not bad. I mean, she knows what she's doing.
It's catchy. You see the dance on this, the video.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. So it'll be a dance-along kind of...
Yeah, by the end of the World Cup, everybody will be doing it. I must just commend you, for teaching me about cycling.
Yes.
You were reading, just go back up. You were talking about something about
Your producer's getting angry.
He can get...
3,500 kilometers long.
No.
Bulgaria.
All 3 Grand Tours.
Grand Tours.
And I was like, guess what? I know what the Grand Tours are.
Italy, France,
Spain. It's the Giro, it's the Vuelta, and
Tour de France.
Tour de France.
There you go, look at you. High five.
I know cycling. Bye.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban. #Africa Travel Indaba.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Yes, and of course, just sending our condolences to the people of Botswana. Former Botswana President Festus Mogae has died at the age of 86. He'd been hospitalized in Gaborone in April after falling ill. So there will definitely be a period of mourning and our condolences, as we say, to our neighbors. Now, widely regarded as one of the most progressive in the world, the Constitution of South Africa stands as the cornerstone of the country's democracy. Forged in the spirit of 1994, the Constitution drew on the collective wisdom of elected representatives who were determined to break decisively from apartheid, which was a system that oppressed the black majority in this country. Now, its mission was clear: to enshrine and protect the rights of all who live in the country. And this year marks 30 years since its adoption. SABC's specialist correspondent Sophie Mokoena reflects on the journey of this powerful document that has guided the nation for 3 decades.
The negotiations that started in 1990 ushered in a new era of hope. Following the 1994 democratic elections, an interim constitution laid the foundation before a constitutional assembly took on the formidable task of drafting the final document. It was a painstaking 2-year process marked by intense negotiations. Political parties and civil society alike sought to ensure their voices and interests were reflected. Among those leading the process were the current President Cyril Ramaphosa, as well as the recently appointed South African ambassador to the United States of America, Rolf Meyer. On the 8th of May 1996, history was made. The Constitution was adopted by an overwhelming majority, capturing the spirit of unity and renewal. The Deputy President Thabo Mbeki then captured that moment in his iconic speech, "I am an African."
Africa reaffirms that she is continuing her rise from the ashes. Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper. Whoever we may be, whatever our immediate interest, however much we carry a baggage from our past, however much we have been caught by the fashion of cynicism and loss of faith in the capacity of the people, let us err today and say, nothing can stop us now.
Across the political spectrum, parties rallied behind the document, recognizing that it is a shared national achievement. The new constitution replaced the 1993 interim framework. Its final step into law rested with the president then, Nelson Mandela. On the 10th December 1996, many gathered in Sharpeville, a site that is familiar with many people after the 1960 massacre, where 67 people were killed protesting apartheid pass laws. It was here that Nelson Mandela signed the constitution into law. The symbolism was unmistakable. From a place of pain to a promise of protection. The message was clear: never again will the rights of South Africans be violated. Anchored in the robust Bill of Rights, the Constitution would stand as the ultimate safeguard of human dignity and freedom.
Friends, by our presence today, we solemnly honor the pledge we made to ourselves and to the world that South Africa shall redeem herself and thereby widen the frontiers of human freedom.
3 decades on, South Africa reflects on the impact of the document that continues to shape their democracy.
I feel like our constitution is best. There's nothing wrong with it. But the implementation, is poor. I feel like our politicians or whoever who must make sure they are failing a constitution. I feel like it's those who are meant to implement it, they're not doing justice.
I think it's good on paper, genuinely speaking. I think when you look at a lot of criticisms and thoughts on the South African Constitution itself, it's very well written in all the legal frameworks that we have. I think the biggest problem might just be the implementation and the holding of people accountable in certain spaces. I think that was really letting down.
I still feel like that segregation is in South Africa and it's heavily divided because of the fact where you guys have come from with apartheid. Like, I'm not from this country, so I still feel it heavily in the way that, like, I move around restaurants and even just how you can feel there's still so much of a divide when you're in different communities.
I think that what's unfolding now at the Midlanga Commission, for instance, is showing us that there have been many loopholes in our constitution that have been exploited and taken advantage of by certain people in power. And I think that, look, the constitution on paper may also be fair, but the way that it's executed and implemented, as we can see today, by the circumstances, for instance, I'm a doctor working in the public sector. It's much to be desired. We have a lot of work to do.
The real legacy of the Constitutional Assembly is not merely in the copies of the Constitution that we will distribute. It lies in the growing awareness of what a Constitution means. And I appeal to all South Africans to nurture this, to claim the Constitution as their own. We have a Constitution we can be proud of. Let us make it work.
Sophie Mkweli, SABC News.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products like 500 gram Clover Bacho Butter Spread for $79.99, save 15 Rand, or 850 gram Parmalat pre-packed cheese, including 800 gram President Mature cheese for $129.99, save 20 Rand. Price is valid from 22 April till 10 May. Shop, swipe, and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Good day. Bishop Magwana from Lewahomu, Zone F. Sakina, today it is the South Africans that have won. It's not the EFF that has won, it's South Africa that has won. Because South Africa needs people that are honest, needs people that are not criminal. Cyril Ramaphosa must account. It must just be that, he must account. It can't be that we have a president that has dollars that we don't know where they are from. So he must account. We salute the judgment, but at the same time we are saying to the EFF leader who says he loves the constitution to go serve his 5-year sentence, he's also a criminal, a convicted criminal.
Good afternoon, Mam Sakina. Good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM. Mam Sakina, at last, at least, Morgan Mahumela is going to go to jail. The family of Babita Dekoran are going to know who is the killer, who is the real killer of the Babita Dekoran. Thank you, the EFF. Mam Sakina, we need to support the EFF because of Cyril Ramaphosa. He disappoints everyone. He don't even act like a president. He protects everyone, Mam Sakina. Thank you.
Good day, Sisakina Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa ye. Money can change a person, Sisakina. Where is DNAs and Olomisa and Gayton McKenzie? They are quiet. They've been given positions, so they are driving them around, guarded like by the VIP. So you will never hear them saying anything now. They are silent regarding this Palapala saga. So yeah, if you still believe in Gayton McKenzie and Elomesa, shame on you.
Afternoon, Saki. It would be a great or great fatal mistake if we allow the MK and EFF rule this country. The investors will run away. There will be civil war. There will be lawlessness of more corruption. Because they are the same WhatsApp group who brought this country into its knees. Thank you, Saki.
Hi, Sakina. Hi, Sikona Kunjan. Errol Durban. Hope you're well. You know, I was just wondering if Faria Adams had reported to any police station on the Monday when he had to, would he still have been arrested? Because he violated one of the rules of being in contempt of court, and if he had been arrested, he would probably have been released on bail straight away instead of having to wait for nearly a week. So that's my take. Errol Durban.
It's a very good day, Sakina. According to my little understanding, the verdict from Chief Justice Maya and the returning of the impeachment to Parliament, I do not think whether the president will will be faced by impeachment. If he's faced by impeachment, you must know that he will survive. Thank you, Tsepin Mafike.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the Coalface with Martin Creamer.
Well, it's that time again on a Friday when Update at Noon presents another update from the Coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Afternoon, Martin.
Good afternoon, Sakina.
Martin, a hydrogen refueling station has been handed over to Toyota at South Africa's Northwest University.
Yeah, this was fantastic. Hydrogen mobility and platinum group metals have been highlighted at Northwest University by the handing over of the mobile hydrogen refueling and the hydrogen generation system to Toyota South Africa Motors, and also the opening of the rapid prototype training and testing facility. And strongly reflected is the collaboration between the platinum group metal producer African Rainbow Minerals, the Department of Science and Technology, Northwest University, and the South African National Energy Development Institute, Toyota, of course, and Hydrogen South Africa in advancing hydrogen innovation through electrolysis technology as part of South Africa's clean energy transition. And you know, when you see the world today is in such turmoil when it comes to energy, you know, the Middle East crisis just goes on and on. People fear that the price of fuel is going to rocket. We need to look at energy independence, in fact, in South Africa. And one of the ways of doing it is going through the hydrogen route.
Now, Martin, as the storage of electricity becomes a major necessity, the world is discovering hydrogen to be the best solution.
Yeah, this is coming through from Norway. This is in Oslo. The company Nel ASA has reported that hydrogen enables energy storage way beyond batteries. You know, they just can't compare because you store this hydrogen when your peaks are not there. So during the downturn of demand, you store hydrogen because you're getting it from the sun and the wind, and the energy that you get from water as well. So you can store it at a time when there's no peak demand, but you can keep it for a week, a month, a year, 2 years. It just goes on, and you can store vast quantities of it. So that molecule can then be turned back into electricity, which you need when you need it. So the Norwegians are coming through with this message that hydrogen is the thing when it comes to storage. And hopefully we'll also look at it here, because you need that storage. But the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine, and you don't always have electricity. So if you've got something in storage, and turning those molecules back into electrons is possible, is going to be a wonderful idea.
And Martin, government and mining companies are asked to work together to cut the cost of railing manganese to ports.
Yes, we've got fantastic manganese here. We've got the best quality manganese in the world. But the problem is it's like 1,000 kilometers from the nearest port. And we've got two routes at the moment. You've got the normal one going through to Gqeberha, and there's about the bulk of it goes through to Gqeberha, and then you've also got the Saldanha port. Now, the Saldanha port is probably the better of the exit ports, but no matter what happens, we've got to lower the cost of doing this, because we're getting competition now in the manganese world, and it's going to hot up. So we need to make sure that we've got a future that is bright for logistics of manganese, the export of manganese. And there are talks going on, serious talks now, to try and improve that route, to make sure that it is competitive globally, so that this great quality that we've got of manganese actually gets through to the world without logistics holding it up.
Well, Martin, thank you so much. Martin Creamer will be back with another edition of At the Coalface, same time next Friday. And that brings us up to 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks to the production team as well. Another cold weekend ahead of us. So please take care of yourself. Please be warm, stay safe. And if you can, help. If you can't, do spare a thought for those less fortunate than ourselves. And with that, thanks so much. We'll be back next week. And it's time now for the news. 1 o'clock. Jwalane Tulongwepe up next.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories are Sawa Malema to request the establishment of an impeachment committee in the Palapala matter, and Botswana's former president dies. Good afternoon. EFF leader Julius Malema says he will write to National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza immediately to request her to establish an impeachment committee in the Palapala matter. This after the Chief Justice Mandi Samaya ruled in favour of the EFF in the case. She says Parliament acted unlawfully in 2022 when it voted to reject an independent panel's report that had recommended an impeachment inquiry into President Cyril Ramaphosa. This relates to the theft of more than $500,000 at his Palapala farm in Limpopo in February 2020. Malema has welcomed the Constitutional Court's judgment.
The impeachment process must kick in with immediate effect, and that's what we're going to demand. And let's see the end of the DA, which was with us when we were saying let's impeach. Not that they're eating bananas and apples. Let's see if they will be able to talk with a full mouth.
In another development, the DA says it will submit parliamentary questions to determine whether public funds were used for President Ramaphosa's visit to Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa's private residence last weekend. It's been reported that Zimbabwean businessman Wignell Chivayo, who is under investigation for alleged money laundering, was also present. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya told the media in Parliament that Ramaphosa was unaware of the invited guests at Mnangagwa's private farm. The DA says the presidency must account to South Africans over the purpose and cost of the visit. DA spokesperson on international relations, Ryan Smith.
South African taxpayers deserve to know whether they are footing the bill for the president to fraternize with those responsible for Zimbabwe's captured state. News reports have now confirmed that Zimbabwean businessman Wicknell Chivayo, who formed part of the meeting delegation, is under investigation by South Africa's Financial Intelligence Centre over allegations of money laundering to the value of more than 800 million rand in Zimbabwean public funds linked to the country's 2023 general election. Chivayo's bank accounts and high-value assets, allegedly to the value of 5 billion rand, were also frozen by the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria.
The former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, has died at the age of 86. He was the third president of the country. Mogae had taken over from Sir Gitumile Masire and was in office from 1998 to 2008. He was an economist. Mogae led a strong national response to the HIV/AIDS pandemic, earning international recognition for his leadership on public health issues. The following story contains graphic content that might upset sensitive listeners, including children. A 22-month-old toddler has been raped by an unknown suspect in Mapope, outside Malamlele in Limpopo. Police say the child's mother noticed that the toddler could not stand properly and had swelling on her knee. The mother took the child to hospital where the sexual assault was confirmed. The case has been transferred to the Giyani Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit for investigation. Provincial Police spokesperson Malisela Ledwaba.
The suspect remains unknown at this stage. The Provincial Commissioner of Police in Limpopo, Lieutenant General Timbi Hadel, has described the incident as deeply disturbing. She pointed out that the rape of a child, particularly one so young and defenseless, is an affront to every value we hold as society. She further assured the public that this matter will be investigated with the utmost urgency and dedication. Anyone with information may contact Constable Colin Natile on the number 072 735 3572 or Crime Stop number 08600 111.
Acting Western Cape Premier Ivan Meyer will meet with officials at the Joint Operations Centre in George today to get an assessment of storm damage in the Garden Route and Little Karoo. Storms battered the area this week, bringing destruction to municipal infrastructure and homes. Farmers have also reported losses of livestock from the widespread flooding. One person was killed when a tree fell on her vehicle. Schools in George, Knysna and Oudtshoorn will reopen except for 29 that face storm-related challenges. Police in Indonesia say 3 hikers have been killed in a volcanic eruption. 2 were tourists from Singapore. The third was Indonesian. They were hiking up Mount Dukono on the island of Halmahera when it erupted, spewing ash 10 kilometers into the sky. 15 other people have been rescued while 2 are still missing. Recapping the top story this hour, EFF leader Julius Malema says he will write to National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza immediately to request her to establish an impeachment committee in the Palapala matter. This after the Chief Justice Monday in favour of the EFF in the case. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
Radio 2000 goes beyond the airwaves. And now, beyond the moment. With our podcasts, you can catch up on conversations you missed, replay interviews that inspired you, and relive the music memories that define us. stream or download Radio 2000 podcasts straight from the app or at radio2000.co.za. Your favorite voices, anytime, anywhere. Radio 2000 podcasts. Our music, your memories on.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Cameroon, Central Africa. A nation of diversity and complexity. With a coastline on the Atlantic Ocean, often called Africa in miniature because everything is here. Rainforests, mountains, savanna, and coastline. Over 250 languages, English and French official, a legacy of colonial history. Bordered by Nigeria, Chad, Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Congo.
Their independence came in 1960 and 1961. A union of histories, a blending of identities. Oil, agriculture, and trade drive the economy, but internal tensions remain, especially between Anglophone and Francophone regions. Still, culture drives, music, football, and community connect the nation.
Cameroon carries many worlds in one. In every language, in every rhythm, in every region, there is identity. Cameroon, diverse, complex, alive.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
When you listen to me, I feel important. When you hug me, I feel safe. When you talk with me, I learn.
Your love and attention helps your child grow strong and confident. Listen, comfort, and connect with them because every child deserves to feel seen, heard, and loved.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Center, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban. #Africa Travel Indaba. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Oh
was 76, the street blue in ebony mist. I'm treading it swift and running past where Hector got hit. Bullets rang, several kids ran, better not flinch. I catch a glimpse of this bastard running past us with a gas mask, chucking tear gas cans that hit you like anthrax. Carry a brick load of black wrath in my stance. Hit him with the slab, he drops his rifle and flashlight. Walk towards him, is bleeding. My face hardens, grab his gun as the crowd overlooking yells, take it from him. The place is humming. This mother is gonna pay for something, for chasing and gunning and making martyrs out of youngins. We stare for a while with murder in our eyes. If he's never seen it before, then he heard it in our cries. Drift to a time when we was in a line. My only dad was a prison visit, a bird caged in its prime. Pain ancient as time, like cells aimed to just find my soul, waiting to find mercy. Wait, but am I worthy? Hate can devour earthly, based in divine birds. We taste to define where's we supposed to be, cause the last days are close to we. Eyes wide, close to see, past the smoke scenery. I drift back to see him bleed. Cocked the rifle, shot him to silence his misery. Crowd dispersed after the gunpowder burst. Life escapes him, I'm well alive, but I still got it worse. Got it worse, 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 got it worse. Hey yo, I still got it worse.
76 was not a very good year. We were so caught up with fear, but I've still got it worse. I've still got it worse. I've still got it worse. 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 Ooh, got it worse. Got it worse. Ooh, got it worse. Got it worse, still got it worse, 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 still got it worse, got it worse, got it worse. Got it worse, got it worse, got it worse, got it worse, got it worse. Ooh, I still got it worse. 76 was not a very good year. We were so caught up with fear. I've still got it worse. I've still got it worse, got it worse, got it worse, got it worse, ooh, got it worse, got it worse, got it worse, got it worse.
It is 50 years to the year of the anniversary of the 1976 uprisings this year. And this particular song we play in part because of leading into those conversations as the year unfolds, but also on the backdrop of our guest who's joining us for Full Access. Now that we're back to regular programming, as you've come to know, on Fridays we sit down for Full Access for fun, fabulous conversations
conversations with friends of the show. And we've got Stogie T coming in today, in fact, making his way down the corridors of SABC. Born Dumi Molekane goes by Stogie T. Before that, went by Dumi T from the V, Dumi from the Volume, and this song 76, reflecting back on those events that changed the trajectory in the course of history for South Africa, led by vibrant, angered, frustrated youth from South African townships. And of course, he himself, being a child that was born in exile to parents who was exiled, spent a significant time growing up in Tanzania before he made his way back to his land of South Africa. So we invited him on the show today. It is Africa Month, on the back of his winning the Metro FM award for his latest body of work, Anime the album. So he'll be here for that conversation for the better part of the hour. And then, of course, we'll be catching up with Usiwela Langeni, who's going to give us the Friday Book Circle. And coming up later on in the show as well is living radio icon, none other than Wilson B. Nkosi. And we're going to be talking to him about his life, his career, his broadcast legacy. And he's got a brand new documentary film that's airing this Sunday on SABC2. So it is an afternoon of icons on the show, as we love to do it. Intergenerational conversation that is coming up, and you can always be a part of those chats on 061-410-4107, 086-000-2032. I know Lawson being Nkosi every single weekend. And of course, you probably also, if you were into hip hop, or you're into hip hop and you're a millennial like that, you grew up listening to T from the V, or we found each other in our 20s and 30s. And so you're quite familiar with Stogie T and his catalog of music and his contribution to hip hop. And you might want to chime in as well. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. 1:20, a quick pause.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, it is a Friday afternoon on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. And ordinarily around about this time, we'd be wrapping up our conversation with, of course, Usibahle Mota, our SABC correspondent. But you know that the Madlanga Commission has been put on pause for today. And instead, we were taking that very, very important verdict that was coming through from the Constitutional Court that ruled that Parliament's Palapala vote vote was invalid and unconstitutional. 3 judgments handed down in as far as that one is concerned. And I'm pretty sure that for the better part of the afternoon, the National Pulse is going to be unpacking that with political analysts and talking about the ramifications, of which there could be very serious ramifications for ANC president and president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa. But, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. And that particular application brought to the Constitution Court by the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Julius Malema, of course, who addressed the supporters of the EFF as well as the media immediately after that. So that is why we're not bringing you any Madlanga updates for today. But the man of the hour is in the building. He joins us for this first hour of the show as we reflect back on his music, his journey in music, his relationship with music and the industry. And of course, where he finds himself right now. T is with me. And, it's so weird because you moved to Stogie T in 2016 ahead of the release of the album Stogie T. And I spoke to you probably twice after that. And each time I speak to you, I still make reference to you as T from the V, and he always scolds me. So we're like, Bridget, stop that. But I'm just like, we hold on to the era that we fell in love with you at.
There's no chip on my shoulder now because the conversion has been settled. But while we're doing it, I'm like, hi, my sister, help me out here. Are you well?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming through. I mean, I haven't seen you in a long time, but looking good as always, representing as always. Congratulations on the back of that very significant award for yourself, as well as those who've supported you through the years with the Metro FM Award. Obviously comes on the back of the brand new album that came out last year, Anime the Album. I mean, let's talk about, I saw, maybe before we go there, what era are you in right now? Wow. You personally.
Wow. Heavy question. Heavy question. I'm in the rushing to Bible study era. That's the one I'm in. I'm in the, evenings, home sales era. You know what I mean? I'm in the, writing is no more. Is this dope? Is this fire? Does this reflect? Does this mirror? Not just me. Does this mirror? It's I think service, giving back the gifts that I was giving them back to who gave them to me. That's the era I'm in.
Let me ask you this. I mean, no need to sound apologetic about it.
No, I'm just look, it's my fault. I'm still negotiating negotiating that internally, just like the just like the trying not to destroy is a bad word. Trying not to undo some of the really good work that one did, with maybe a religiosity that may not be, you know what I mean? That may not be sound, may not be, I'm these are tripwires for me, Bridget. These are tripwires for me, like now I'm in landmine I'm in landmine territory, I'll always proclaim it boldly that this is the era that I'm in.
It's so interesting for me because I find that I've always been enamored by the way your spirit moves. There's And the disclaimer, I don't know Dumi that personally, like I just know Dumi, as the artist is from the periphery. Yeah. But
you've always been there. It's like I can't think of a time when you weren't around. And I'm not aging you, I'm just saying you are, you know what I mean?
Hover in the background. But there's something about your spirit that's always been deep. I think people know this about you. Always carried a depth with it, always been very connected and analytical, always been in essence spiritual. And I wondered this moment that, because I find it, the observation is I'm finding it interesting that for a man who's so quick with the words.
Struggling.
It is strongly so. You are struggling to sort of articulate where the mind and the heart are. And are you drawn back to, is the battle being drawn back to spirituality or being drawn to religion? Because sometimes people make a distinction.
Yes, absolutely. There is. I mean, I also make a distinction. I think wow, we're going there. Hey, okay. So the God I believe in also makes a distinction between religion and following Christ, I suppose. Yeah. So there is a very clear distinction. But for me, there are obviously strongholds. I think for more than 20 years. I idolized my talent. I idolized the game. I idolized hip hop. I idolized this thing, fame. This, not fame like hey, I'm the brightest, biggest, but just one excellence, yes. Right? And of its, I think on its own, excellence is a good thing. The pursuit of excellence, but to what end? I think for me, I was kind of. The thing I realize is that people always called me authentic, artist with integrity, but the big lie about that was I kind of, at the end of it, it was all just so that you could say, he's authentic, he's dope, he's, you know what I mean? And that for me is just, it started to ring hollow.
Hold that thought. We'll be right back. 1:30, time for the headline news.
Good afternoon. Making headlines, EFF leader Julius Malema says they feel vindicated after the Constitutional Court judgment on the Palapala matter. The Apex Court has ruled that Parliament's action was inconsistent with the Constitution when it rejected an independent panel's report on the matter. In another development, the DA says it will submit parliamentary questions to determine whether public funds were used for President Ramaphosa's visit to Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa's private residence last weekend. And finally, 3 Australian women with alleged links to the militant group ISIS have appeared in court after returning from Syria. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
Outsurance can't improve your golf handicap, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, we are in conversation with Stogie T. Born Dumi Molegane, and of course, this year, later on in the year, he turns 45, 1981 millennial baby, born in the same year as I. I'm a few months older than you, so it's okay. What do you have issues with?
No, not at all. I didn't know we bringing out files like that. I thought
No, I mean, it also would be interesting because I think, when you get into, firstly, I don't mind saying our ages because I think millennials have we got a different kind of salt, man. We're the cool parents. We're the cool grown-ups. Radio 2000 calls themselves the youth and Dala, but it's kind of like us.
That's us.
That's us.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting that when we talk age, a lot of the times, people ask women and then they look at us closely to see, are you going to flinch? Are you going to flinch?
Right.
And we never really talk about that with guys, because you're also in an industry that is conscious of such.
Yes.
And sometimes I see the conversations on social media, for instance, like, KO is one of my other favorite hip hop persons. I like him personally. I like him as an artist. And one of the cool dudes, just like you. And then folks would go, Yo, but and I go, but what does that have to do with the music? You still vibe to him every single festival, every single concert.
Absolutely.
And I feel like it's the same with you.
Yeah, it's a function of the genre, I think, specifically the genre. I mean, it does happen in other spaces, but specifically hip hop, it's kind of considered a young man's game, young woman's sport. But I think it's kind of I don't think it's accurate, because if you think of the long lasting artists, the ones that define the genre and the pedigree of the genre, and it's it's old, you know what I mean? Yes, the pulse and is young to an extent, but I always have this argument, because young people always have this to say, especially in hip hop. They say, yo, these kids, you must allow kids to break the rules. You guys are so hell-bent on the way it used to be, And hip hop is about breaking convention, And I'm like, yes, I agree, including a 45-year-old rapping. That's breaking convention, isn't it? Are we not really being radical? So, you know what I mean? It's only when it serves a particular thing. But also, I mean, honestly, that's also has to do with the immaturity of the music as well. Like, there's just a certain immaturity about hip hop that people don't expect a dad, a married man, to maybe be doing this shubidi dubap, music. So it's up to a lot of us, to kind of redefine the lingua franca of the day, and to say, look, this is what we're talking about. These are the things that concern us, and be authentic to that in the same way that I was authentic to that when I was 18, or I was authentic to that in my 20s, Yeah.
Fridays on the show, we have a book feature, a standing book feature with Suela Langeni, the book Circle. I mean, let's talk about Miss Lingua Franca. Let's talk about language for you, because I mean, from a very young age, I've always had the image of you born in exile, Tanzania, were there till you were like 11, came back home, well-traveled. I mean, you're a Pan-Africanist.
It's crazy out here. Don't say that too
much. Right? Yeah, people might just be like, show me your passport. But where does the love for language come from? Because I don't think I've ever asked you that. Like, are you those people who are immersed in a library room at home?
The first bit of furniture I had when I moved into my own space as a, it was a bookshelf, because I had books, But no, it was hip hop. It was hip hop music. It was I think obviously guided by my mom. My mother, there was a culture of reading. If you're in the home growing up and there's always a book in front of your mom, you're gonna be intrigued by what So yeah, it was hip hop that kind of it has this quality that almost wills you to transcend it. So you might hear a word, Miles Davis, and then you're curious, what's that? Who's that? You might hear Maya Angelou, Banlo, and so that takes you on a journey where 3 months later, you're not even listening to hip hop. You are going into, transatlantic slave trade. What was this? You know what I mean? So I think it was a natural kind of progression, but also a curiosity fostered by my upbringing. Yeah. But I love words. I mean, this is what I do.
Yeah, I mean, it is what you do. He released a poetry collection, in case you didn't know, very early on in his career. By the way, our WhatsApp line is open, 061-410-4107. If you want to be in conversation with Stogie T, perhaps you want to reflect back on the music, the career, or just the spirit and the mind, because I also find it's interesting that the people who follow particular people but don't follow their craft, but follow them because of how their mind works, you know, and your mind works in a very particular, interesting way. Let's fast forward to this new body of work, right? And again, congratulations on the Metro FM win for Best Hip Hop Album. And you were so emotive on that stage. And for me, it spoke such volumes. Andile Ncube tweeted the clip of you winning, and it immediately reminded me of something Jay-Z said on the opening of that exhibition that he hosted in Brooklyn.
Right.
Was it a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? Just reflecting on his career. And I forget the question, but one of his responses were, we didn't want the recognition because we needed it. Yeah. We wanted the recognition because we earned it. And that moment for me watching you was, I don't know another hip-hop artist who really just set and anchored his feet into the industry and gave heart and soul the way you have. Yeah. Through the music, through your conversations with young up-and-coming artists, through your accessibility, moving culture, conscientizing blackness. There's just a lot of yourself that you gave. And before you respond, let's go to that moment.
To my rock, my redeemer, Jesus Christ, for his glory and my salvation. To the Matepe Foundation, Metro FM, everyone who voted, you don't just honor the Molekanis tonight, you honor the Williams, you honor the Ngobos, you honor the Matabanis, you honor the Makubanis, the Simpsons, everyone who was involved in this moment. Hip-hop is about excellence, it's about competition, it's about community. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the meme, huh? The crying meme, the Jordan meme. Now I'm like Michael Jordan now. Yeah, I need to get a clip of everything you just said. That was so beautifully put. That was, resonates as well. I think I would forgive everyone thinking that I was crying for a Metro Award, because I also thought I was crying for a Metro Award, but I wasn't crying for a Metro Award. I was crying because I think in that moment, personally as an artist, it kind of, like if all we wanted to do was just express ourselves, I would have done it in a corner with the homies, and it would have been fine. It would have been enough, But I watched Sibongile Khumalo on a stage. I watched Hugh Masekela. I watched Malombo. I watched all these artists like do it at a level that gave me permission. That said, okay, now you're from the soil. Now you have something to give. Here's a platform. So when I walk into Galo and say, hey guys, here's my little demo. I want to do this thing. And they say, yo, no, it must be a certain way. And then we go, okay, let's go do it ourselves. That's not because we're trying to be independent. We have a spirit of entrepreneurship. No, it's because, okay, I've we must go open our own doors and figure. So that becomes the journey. And my mother told me very early, she said, do not ever listen. When I told her I'm doing this thing, she said, do not ever listen to anyone who doesn't make money from it. And I think what she was saying to me was, look, know the full picture. You pursue excellence, be dope, be amazing, but all those other things. So that's why every year I'm going to come see Bridget, because Bridget is going to transmit what I'm doing to the public that I want to speak to. I want to,
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to try and put a barcode on my CD. I'm not underground because I want to be stylish. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is a function of where we are and we're trying to get out of. So that moment is like, oh wow, there are people who are not alive today who we started with. There are people who, didn't even make it out of the cipher. There are people, you know what I mean? So that kind of break, on an artistic level was that, but on a deeper level, I think it was a mercy from God saying, okay, buddy, this is the thing you wanted. This is the thing that kept you away from me. This trinket. Here. Are you done playing these games now?
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's a different kind of awakening. You know what I mean? It's a different kind of awakening. Because my fear is also once he starts interrogating whether or not he's done, as he puts it, playing these games, the potential threat of are you done sharing your talent starts looming in the background.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong
with that?
0614104107. I see your WhatsApps, and we're going to come to them now in a moment because I want you to be a part of this conversation with Stogie T. We're talking to the award-winning hip-hop artist as well as music entrepreneur. The thing that you say, and I was thinking about it over the couple of days, leading up to this conversation, and I was thinking about the golden era of South African hip-hop.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like it started, and when it started, it was rough. Like it started, and then it gained quick momentum when it solidified its own identity.
Yeah.
And it created a tier of, hip hop voices that cannot be denied. Lots of whom were your contemporaries who are not here now. We think Pro Kid, we think Flabberdacious. We think there's so many folks that we've lost along the way, literally, and some we've lost to corporate because they have to feed their families. You think of Deep Level. There's so many names.
Absolutely.
And then the next tier that came out of that birth and AKA, that birth and Casper, Ricky Rick, and now it seems like it's one man standing. I mean, what does that say?
It's not one man.
I mean, I know it's not one man standing metaphorically, but like,
I think it's the culture is immense, and it has so many pockets. It has so many, those guys still exist. They still exist. I think every time people say, "Yo, hip hop is dead," or hip hop is, I think they're speaking specifically of a kind of a way that it appears commercially, on charts, so people say, but I think so much. And so much has changed. Magazines have changed. This has changed. Before if you release an album, you go to 2-3 places, and those 3 places speak to the whole country.
Yeah.
Now it's like, you have to be in all the small little spaces that people go to. And before, I might have been competing with Jay-Z and AKA. Now I'm competing with the bicycle meme, with everything. I'm competing with everything. I can be on social media as the hip hop guy, and for a whole day not see a single hip hop anything because the algorithm deems it. No, Dumi likes cats. Yeah. He likes Jesus Bible verses, and then he likes Arsenal. You know what I mean? So for a whole day, I'm like, hey, bro, no hip hop. Like, this is me now. So you can imagine. So if KO is releasing that day, Tumi's not seeing it. The feed's not showing it to me. So I'm just the game has changed, and it's made it so that I think like I wish I could tell you no, I know the way to still exist, and I can just I think a lot of us are, if Amo was still rapping, I think Amo would still have an audience. If because hip hop is you have a stamp already. Once you get the stamp, you're in. So we'll always pay attention if you got something. The difficulty is always getting the stamp, is getting in. But once you're in, it's like, which I think is not the same for like piano artists or other genres, where it's like, your way in is a hit, and if you ain't got that hit, it's like. But for us, sometimes the way in is just a story, is a narrative. It's like I don't know. I don't know if I answered you, but I'm trying to stay away from the pain.
061-410-4107. Maybe let's play. Are we going into commercial in a minute or two? Okay, let's take the commercial break, and then we'll come back. We'll get into a song and get into some voice notes.
Wonderful.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest tracker for an of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
SAFM, playing your music.
The reauthored, remodeled, we forge music from the unsound and still tortured. Come round and see all this above ground, but niggas free falling. This is penmanship for kin and sea coffins with the beat knocking. They sat me down and told me read off this. There's plenty tales of treachery in our belief doctrine. The son of man was sold for silver and a kiss offering. After his man's drank his liquor while they eat off him. Muddy waters make it easier to catch fish. Cornballs following the click, but it's catfish. That hiss comes from the Slytherin fifth columnist. Civilized and savages is really a Trojan gift. And so it is from Fanon to Patrice. Uncork the bottle, serve it warm with some cheese. Dirty syringe on a leash, stuck in the devil's lasso. Last of the doubting Thomas from Burkina Faso. Calling me hostile, daughter me Faso. An ode to a nation built on a colony outpost. Irony not lost, victory's ours. But straight bullets kill brave men and miss cowards. Breaking news. Sankara's grief, Haitian blues. The price for loyalty paid in full. Give a ham, they take an arm. Charles Taylor, you. Breaking news. Sankara's grief, Haitian blues. The price for loyalty paid in full. Give a ham, they take an arm. And Charles Taylor, you.
Okay, I mean,
yes, we're talking about babies. You can tell. We were talking about babies.
We were. It's my favorite subject off air. But the song. Okay, so you've got Bokani Daya on
yes,
here.
yes. Sankara's grief.
Sankara's grief. Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
this is off the new album.
This is off the new album, Enemy, and it's just like, one of those. Sankara's a big like hero in Pan-Africanism, and I kind of used his story to kind of just speak on betrayal and this the idea of a dream deferred, where we're going and then certain forces or something, things that derail us from that. But Bokani is an incredible artist, composer, jazz, soul, R&B, beautiful music, plays amazing keys. So I asked him to play on the song. He's in a band with me. I travel with him. I tour with him quite extensively. Yeah, so just beautiful, proud of that song. Very proud of that song. Yeah.
I want to get to WhatsApp because sometimes I steal all the time. I hog all the time. And see what our listeners have to say. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line.
Greetings, Bridget. This is Busiso. I think Stogie T, from what he's saying, I think I can surmise to say that the phase is in his content. I think that's the phase he's in life. He's just content. He's done everything. He doesn't need to prove to anyone. As he's saying with his writing, he's content with his writing, he's content with his life. And I think with the music that we are getting from him, it shows that he's finally at a point of being content.
Good afternoon, SAFM. You've got the legend there, to me, in the volume. I first saw him 2008. Knew about him then. I was in varsity now. The youth and I love him. When he talks about reading and hip hop, even hip hop has inspired me to read. When you listen to people like Damain Mali and Nas, even him, I really put him up there in terms of consistency in his craft and how good he is. He has been around the world, battles, he did all that. So I love him so much. Great show.
Thanks, Duji. Sounds like you are at the peak of a Dunning-Kruger graph where you get to see your works as good works, but not good enough. But the work that is now waiting for you is a huge peak to surmount. So thank you for doing your thing, man.
You know what I love about the voice notes for you, besides them being about you, is that it affirms, Guti, we really are youth and
Dunning-Kruger, you're as heavy people, eh? This is your people, huh? This is your people.
I love it for us. But I mean, your thoughts and just watching your face receive all of that, and it's beautiful to also see that your fan base, your supporters, are really with you at every leg of the journey. Like they understand the evolution and the different layers.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't always like that, Bridget. When we changed the name, we lost a couple people, and I think superficially, I think you lose people who don't know what you're doing. They go, what's this fake Rick Ross thing now? He's smoking cigars. What's this? You know what I mean? And but once people pay attention, they realize, okay, no, it's the same spirit. It's the same kind of spirit that, it might, like you say, it might be he's doing a song with Nasty C, because of I can see that this guy has the same values that I have as an artist. But yes, he's young and he makes younger music, but, it's the same. So, but that, I mean, that I think that speaks to the journey, and that speaks to, also kind of being attentive with where you are throughout the journey, so that I'm not performing the 18-year-old version of me when I'm 30. I'm not, so it's always being attentive, saying, okay, I have 2 children now, and I have to do the show and go back home and help the missus. Different phase now. Okay, we're doing the university thing now, so there's and okay, I need to be conscious about what the messaging is. So much of this album was the songs that I left out. Because of things like, I can't square this with my daughter. I can't square this one with the pastor. I can't square this one with my community. I can't square this one with my wife. Yeah, this one is, Yeah, it becomes a as a Christian, we are taught to not be of the world.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a process of omission, of leaving things out, of having guardrails to say, okay, this is my homie, I love him very much, but if I go out with him, hey, that is on fire. I'm either gonna fight with someone or we're gonna be staring at bombs. You know what I mean? And talking about. So come to my place. Nice vibes, but come to my place. Let's chill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just guardrails, just little guardrails, and be like, yo, still love you. You're still my guy. We're still doing what we do, but let's just know where we are.
I love picking up on some of the things that my guests say, and then they just throw them on the floor and leave them be. And I go, the process of omission. What a wonderful biography title for Dumi. One day, somewhere down the line. I mean, I give these things out as little nuggets. I was giving one out yesterday to Ntate Vusi Mahlasela. So, because you're talking, you're not listening, I'm listening. So
okay, so you're so I'll use you as ChatGPT. I'll be like, yo, Bridge, look, I need a title for a song about I got you, T.
I just reflect your words back at you and say, just in case you didn't hear what you said.
I hear you.
I
process of omission. Wow. I didn't even.
I think it would be a great memoir one day. What do your kids, by the way, in our final 2 minutes?
Yes.
Firstly, would you ever write a memoir?
I will never write a book ever.
A memoir. You've written a book.
It's poems that are better consumed when I perform them anyway.
Okay.
I consider myself a writer.
Yes.
I'm of words.
Of course.
But I hate the medium.
To write.
For me, for what I do, I hate the medium. It's just not. It's not
you
immediate
can just
enough.
dictate on a phone. It will transcribe.
I read about 9 or 10 books a year.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot. Yeah.
But half of those are audiobooks.
You are not reading. You are
am. No. I make notes. You know what I mean? I
have issues with people who read audiobooks because you are not reading. You are just consuming someone else's.
I have the book too. No, there's no time. What do you mean? There's no time. I'm on a train. I'm not.
That's the perfect time to read.
No, you listen.
In our final 30 seconds, what do your kids say about you? Like when do they start to realize that? Oh, darn, that's dad.
My kids say. The man at home, the man on stage, the man at church, the man in the streets is integrated. And that's the true meaning of integrity, to be integrated. The same person is the same one that walks into this room with you, Bridget. And that is the only thing that I'm concerned about with my children, to be integrated so they see the same person everywhere.
Thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
Always such a privilege being in conversation with you. That was Stogie T, award-winning hip-hop artist. And, of course, the album is out. Anime, the album, you can find it wherever you get your good music from. And follow him on social media. He'll let you know when he's on tour. He's always on tour. It might just not be in this country, but he's always on tour. 2 o'clock, Jelani is standing by with the news.
Thanks, Bridget. Top stories is Sawa. The EFF says it feels vindicated on the Palapala matter, and 3 Australian women linked to ISIS appear in court. Good afternoon. EFF leader Julius Malema says they feel vindicated after the Constitutional Court judgment on the Palapala matter. The Apex Court has ruled that Parliament's action was inconsistent with the Constitution when it rejected an independent panel's report on the matter. It says that Parliament unlawfully stopped the impeachment process against President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2022. Malema says he will write to National Assembly Speaker Tawuti Diza immediately to request her to establish an impeachment committee on the Palapala matter. He also says the supremacy of the Constitution has prevailed.
We are very happy today our Constitution has won, and it is very unfortunate for those other judges who wanted to defend an individual using majority to suppress rationality. We can never allow a situation where the majority is used to suppress rationality. And that's what we've been saying throughout, even under President Zuma. Every decision must meet the rationality test. There is prima facie of wrongdoing here. And then you say we can use majority to suppress corruption. They must be ashamed of themselves. And we want to say, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, she must be proud of herself because she acted alone against her own comrade because her conscience was very clear.
In another development, the DA says it will submit parliamentary questions to determine whether public funds were used for President Ramaphosa's visit to Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa's private residence last weekend. It's been reported that Zimbabwean businessman Wicknell Chivayo, who is under investigation for alleged money laundering, was also present. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya told the media in Parliament that Ramaphosa was unaware of the uninvited guests at Mnangagwa's private farm. The DA says the presidency must account to South Africans over the purpose and cost of the visit. DA spokesperson on international relations Ryan Smith.
South African taxpayers deserve to know whether they are footing the bill for the president to fraternize with those responsible for Zimbabwe's captured state. News reports have now confirmed that Zimbabwean businessman Wicknell Chivayo, who formed part of the meeting delegation, is under investigation by South Africa's Financial Intelligence Centre over allegations of money laundering to the value of more than 800 million rand in Zimbabwean public funds linked to the country's 2023 general election. Chivayo's bank accounts and high-value assets, allegedly to the value of 5 billion rand, were also frozen by the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria.
National Assembly Speaker Togo Tidiza has opened Parliament's commemoration of 30 years of the South African Constitution. She is hosting a virtual event to celebrate the adoption of the Constitution on the 8th of May 1996. Today's webinar brings together constitutional institutions, civil society, organised labour and key social partners. Tidiza outlined how 30 years ago 490 men and women from across the political spectrum formed part of the vote. She says the task to finalize this process was hard.
These committees received millions of submissions despite having no social platform at the time. For an example, 1 million submissions were received on the language issues, 1 million submissions were received on the right to life, 650 submissions were received by Parliament, which must remain in Cape Town. That was some of the suggestions that came from those submissions, and other submissions were received on anti-gambling in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, public participation was an essential ingredient in developing our Constitution. Moreover, importantly, public comments were meant to assist the process, not to constrain or regress it.
The Garden Route District Municipality says a helicopter has rescued a woman and her newborn baby who were trapped by flood waters at the Olifants River outside Calitzdorp in the Little Karoo. The child was born last night after the woman went into labour. Emergency services could not reach them due to the bad weather and flooded river. The municipality says an EMS station officer guided a teacher who was with the expectant mother via a phone call on how to help deliver the baby. The helicopter landed there this morning and took the mother and baby girl to the Oudtshoorn Hospital for a checkup. Both mother and child are doing well. 3 Australian women with alleged links to the militant group ISIS have appeared in court after returning from Syria. One of the women, Kwaswa Abbas, has been charged with offences, including the purchase and enslavement of Yazidi women. The 3 women returned to Australia yesterday as part of a group that included 9 children. They spent years in Syrian detention camps. Anthony Albanese is the Australian Prime Minister.
I have absolutely zero sympathy for these people. I do have sympathy for the children, though, who are victims of decisions that their parents have made. We will work through these issues. It is appropriate that they undergo support, children who've been subject and exposed to all sorts of horrors in those camps.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA EFF leader Julius Malema says they feel vindicated after the Constitutional Court judgment on the Palapala matter. The Apex Court has ruled that Parliament's action was inconsistent with the Constitution when it rejected an independent panel's report on the matter. For SAFM News, I'm Cholani Tulo Mwepe.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
No challenge is bigger than a willing nation. There is undoubtedly a solution for every problem. Get in touch with Lifeline South Africa on a variety of critical matters that affect our nation, such as mental and emotional health, gender-based violence, HIV and AIDS, and HIV testing services. For assistance, contact Lifeline Trauma and Crisis Line on 0861 322 322. Stop Gender Violence free call or WhatsApp number 0800 150 150. AIDS helpline toll-free number is 0800 012 322 or WhatsApp on 084 922 8808. Lifeline South Africa, mental and emotional health for all. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Angola, one of Africa's top oil producers, a nation rising, fast, bold, alive. From Luanda's energy to the power of Kalandula Falls, this is beauty in motion. Home of Kizomba, birthplace of Semba, music that travels, rhythm you can feel, a country shaped by struggle but defined by strength.
After independence in 1975, Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed. Rebuilding, reclaiming, rising.
Angola turns pain into power. In every step, in every sound, there is life. Angola, rhythm, resilience, rebirth.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, Sun Al Musician coming through featuring Msaki on this one with Ubomu Abumanga. That is how we enter 2 o'clock. It's gone 10 past 2. Beautiful song. I've been wanting to play the song since Tuesday, but we thought we'd let it marinate and wait for Friday where we amplify the volume. After 2 on a Friday, you know that we are in conversation with Usiwela Langeni, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital and author of Making Friends with Feelings. And we are looking at the latest titles for you to add to your growing library. How are you doing this afternoon, Usiwela?
Thanks, and you, Bridget?
I'm awesome. Cannot complain. Thank you so much for the time. Much, much appreciated. Okay, I mean, let's get into it. What do you have in store for us today?
Yes. So today I'm going to profile one book, and then we've got a guest. We've
Okay.
got Phakamisan Zamela to talk about a book we profiled a while back, Cape Flats to the JSE, Black Excellence and the Story of Brimstone. But before we get into that, we've got a recipe book. I don't know if you've ever heard of Onez Wambola.
Yes. Isn't she the lady who farms everything from scratch?
That's the one. That's the one. So she has a book called A Food Love Story, published just on the 1st of May by Jonathan Ball. So she forages, she grows and forages and cooks everything from scratch, you know. So she has over 1 million followers on TikTok, and she uses cooking to bridge a gap between the past and the present, family, culture, love, and tradition. So that's the recipe book for today. In the book, you know, it's more than a collection of recipes. It's a narrative of a journey through food, memory, and heritage. She's got like simple and hearty, delicious dishes that connect people to the land, to each other, to ancestral traditions. It's rooted in her upbringing in the Eastern Cape. Her cooking reflects an authentic, sustainable, and deeply personal approach to South African cuisine.
You know, it's interesting when you talk about this book from Onezwa Siwela, because the little, and she's come across my social media feed because she's often topical in the things that she does, and I know there's a rivalry that has been put forward by her fans between her and some other creator from some place in the world.
Overseas somewhere. I remember that story.
And I've often wondered, who has that? You've got to have a particular love for food, for environment. You know, from the concept of from farm to table to really I mean, I can only use the word produce, to produce everything from scratch. Without a cheat code.
Fascinated. I also went to her channel when I was preparing for this. I mean, I think yesterday she posted like burgers where she started with the bun. She baked the bun, and then she did she did like a chicken, everything from scratch. The lettuce comes from her garden. The mayo she made from scratch. Yeah, and then the pickles is something that she's done and pickled in her jars. And the most fascinating thing is, career-wise, she's a former marine navigational officer. She's worked in China, and now she's decided to get the slow life, you know, in the wild coast in the Eastern Cape. She'll have these picnics near the ocean. It's just like, fascinating. I'm sure she'd also be an amazing guest to have, just so that we pick her brain about that. But literally, her life revolves around this, the creation of the food, the recipes, and then sharing them with us. And now we have a book. So interesting. And I think you're right. I'm going to take that hint, and we definitely will schedule her for that, because I also want to, and maybe I'll get in contact with Jonathan Ball. I actually want to peep the book and see, because please, Onezwa, do not expect that we are going to be grinding meal from scratch and flour from scratch. I am not doing that. I'm telling you, the burger, she baked the pan. I was like, okay, now that making burgers alone is work.
Oh, no, I am not doing that at all. And then for our second chat today, Cape Flats to the JC. I received this book after you gave us a heads up about it. I received the book from the publisher. It's sitting on my coffee table because, as you also said, Ruthie, just let the book sit on your coffee table sometimes, Bridge, where it's visible, so that you can remind yourself you need to go read that book.
Absolutely. And you also look clever for your guests, hey, Bridget, when the books like that on your coffee table, like this one, she knows her stuff.
Right? So today you bring us the author of that book. A brief introduction from yourself, and then we can get Pagamisa on the line.
Okay, so Pakamisa Nzamela is an award-winning former business journalist for Thomson Reuters Business Day, Financial Mail, and Anyweb. He holds a BA in journalism from the University of Wits and is currently doing his master's in business history with the University of Stellenbosch. He's based in Cape Town. This is not his first book. I've had the pleasure of talking to him about his book, Native Merchants. There's another one that he's done, which is a bigger coffee table material, but he enjoys writing these historical stories. So yeah, it's an honor to have him on the Full Circle today.
Thank you so much for that, Pagamisa Nzamela. Thank you for taking the time. Much, much appreciated. Welcome to the show, first and foremost.
Good afternoon, Bridget and Suela, and good afternoon to the listeners too. Thanks for the invite.
I mean, let's get into this book. As Suela has mentioned, more than qualified, more than experienced to unpack these unique stories of South African entrepreneurship, South African business acumen, and that are centered around resilience, vision, and all that fabulous stuff. What draws you so much to really archiving? I think more than telling the story, it's archiving these moments in history, particularly that speak to the Black experience in business.
Sure. So in my newsroom days, I was always interested in the story of the underdogs or Black empowerment or Black business. But that never gave me enough space to write it in long form. So a book gave me an opportunity to express that history or stories in a long format. How the book started, Bridget and Suela, it started as a master's thesis, and I completed the master's thesis. I wanted to write a company biography about a Black enterprise that's done empowerment differently. So I did a long short list, and I ended up with Brimstone. And the reason why I ended up with Brimstone is because they had an organized or a better organized archive. They had minutes dating back as far back as 1995. I tested the Western Cape Record Service, which is the archive, and it had documents, of the founders dating as far back as the early 20th century or the turn of the 19th century. So that empowered me to then have the inputs to bake the story.
It's so interesting that also just that point, just veering off a little bit, the point that you make about landing on Brimstone after, shortlisting a few entities, but tipping the scale was their organizational skill in archiving and really chronicling their own story and the evolution of their organization. How important is that? We talk about archiving. We've spoken about it with Suela. We speak about it with some of my creative guests. How important is that from a business perspective as well? For you to do what you do, but for others maybe to be able to double back into those libraries and chart those histories.
Sure. The reality of corporates is that they don't live forever as active businesses. You can live up to 200 years, and then after that you morph into something else, right? Samsung was once a retail business that consumer or food business that turned into what it is today. So, and you'll be forgotten. So the importance of recording your documents and keeping them safe, storing them, is so that someone can be able to go back and immortalize your story. A careful recording of your documentation as a business and as an individual can immortalize you even when you are long gone. So that's the basis of its importance. But some companies have advantages and some don't have the same advantages. For example, the benefit for Brimstone was that it was also a listed company, right? So because it's a JSE listed company, they are obliged to file integrated reports. They are obliged to publish financial statements. So in addition to their great archiving behind the vault in their head office, they also had the advantage of being a listed company.
Got you. Talk to us about Brimstone, that story, and because in this context, and I think also in the context of just the show, when we talk blackness, black lived experience, black excellence, black history, we are not necessarily talking in the sense of identifying as black African. You know, I'm moving across the spectrum of black, brown, and peoples of color. Talk to us about Brimstone. Give us the history of this family, of this company.
Sure. I'll start with the political definitions, Bridget and Suela. You know, the Triple BE Act defines African, Indian, colored as black. Colored people, black Africans, Indians benefit from BE. So that's the first myth that we've got to move out of the system. There tends to be a narrative in this country that colored and Indian people do not benefit from BE, or even white people. What Brimstone tells, actually, the Brimstone story tells, is that BE is actually a non-racial project. What do I mean? White people benefited, black people benefited, institutions, white-owned and black-owned, benefited. And here's how. In 1995, Mustaq Bray, a chartered accountant who had his own auditing firm, Fred Robertson, a former teacher who had a brokerage firm and also owned service stations, Rashid Saria, who was a journalist but had started community newspapers, started Brimstone. They needed 7 million rand to invest in the Oceana BE deal. Oceana is the manufacturer of that fish, Lucky Star. And so they go to a bank, go to Standard Bank, they say, help us, we want to buy this catch of shares in the listed Oceana. The bank says, you're going to need skin in the game. Bring 3 million rand, and we'll give you the 4 million rand balance, and you get 7 million Oceana shares, 7 million rand worth of Oceana shares. The guys did door-to-door visits, raising money on the Cape Flats, hence the title Cape Flats to the JSE. They went to teachers, who had taken packages, civil servants, they went to entrepreneurs. Now, the two founders who are still in the business, Fred and Mustaq, tell their story that they also didn't have the money. They had to go to a bank and ask for loans to put money. I think they needed 25,000 rand each, which was provided by Investec then. Funny, Investec funds professionals. So the story in the book is that they go to Investec. Investec says, Mustaq, you will get the money because you are an accountant. Fred, you're not going to get the money. You're a teacher. You're an insurance broker. You're not a professional. And then Mustaq says, sorry, if you don't give my friend and business partner, then I'm not going to take the money. And Investec obliged, and that has kept the company together. That bond of trust and collaboration has kept the two founders together 30 years later, 3 decades later.
Wow. I mean, what an incredible story to tell. And Suela, when we were talking, you highlighted that a great deal of the book is a counter narrative to the negative perceptions of broad-based Black economic empowerment. And I think you've just touched a little bit on that, Phakamisa, by highlighting how really this is a strategy that benefits till today more than just Blackness, and how relevant that conversation is given what we are currently seeing unfolding when it comes to the discourse around triple BEE.
Certainly, Bridget. So if you think about it, they needed money. I mentioned Standard Bank. They needed money. You don't get money for free when you're doing a BE deal. You are given the money at an interest cost, right?
Yeah.
And there are initiation fees involved, right? All sorts of underwriting fees. So if I borrow 3 million rand, it means the bank is going to benefit, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you are buying another company, you need mergers and acquisition lawyers, guys who do valuations, accountants. They also benefit, So you can see how it runs in the system. And what BE did in this country is to create a pipeline of deal makers who may not have existed, had this opportunity not arisen. I mean, in the book, you'll hear about the story of a guy who grows up as a normal boy in PE and becomes a deal maker in one of the big four banks, Nedbank, before he joins Brimstone as an investment advisor. That's what BE did. It took someone from the corner shop and it jolted them into a JSE boardroom. That's what BE did. It's not true that entrepreneurship and BE are mutually exclusive or strange bedfellows. As I've mentioned, Mustak and Fred were business, owners before triple BE. Now, what this story does, imagine an auntie who's a teacher who never knew anything about who never knew anything about the stock market. What triple BE did was to take an ordinary auntie's money and put it on the JSE and let it trade with other races.
Phakamisa, we have to leave it there today, but I think, you've done a great job sort of painting us the picture of the story behind the success and the vision that these gentlemen, the founding members of Brimstone held, not just for themselves, but also to the benefit of the greater community. Siwela Langeni, always appreciate you on the book circle, and of course, the author there, Phakamisa Nzamela, award-winning business journalist and author, and that book is out, Cape Flats to the JSE, Black Excellence and the Story of Brimstone. It's 2:30. It's time for Jolani with the news headlines that will lead us into our kids programming. That's Nalibali for this week.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he respects the judgment handed down by the Constitutional Court of South Africa, reaffirming his commitment to the Constitution, judicial independence and the rule of law. The president was reacting after the Apex Court ruled that Parliament's decision to halt the Section 89 impeachment process linked to the Palapala matter was unconstitutional and invalid. The Department of Transport in Limpopo says it will investigate how the bus involved in a crash that killed 8 passengers managed to go past through the Beige border post with problems without being detected. And finally, a prominent Tunisian journalist, Zaid Heni, has details on these and other stories at 3:00.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. Did you know that listening to stories is like opening a magical door? When we listen carefully, stories can take us far away, introduce us to new friends, and even teach us lessons that help us in real life. Listening is not just about hearing the words, it's about using our imagination to picture the characters, the places, and the adventures in our minds. And the more we listen, the more we learn new words, ideas, and ways of seeing the world. Sometimes when we don't listen closely, we miss the most exciting parts of the story. But when we pay attention, stories become alive, like a movie playing in our heads. So today, let's open our ears and hearts and get ready to enjoy a wonderful story together. Today's story is called Stories That Heal, written by Lihlohonolo Riba. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... The marula tree that stood on the little hill was a very special tree. It was where the children gathered every afternoon to listen to Gogom Kiza's stories. After school, the children will hurry home to do their homework and chores. When all their work was done, they would rush to the marula tree where they would find Gogom Kiza patiently waiting to tell them a story. Each child had a special place under the marula tree where they always sat and listened to Gogo's stories. Gogom Kiza had many stories. When the children felt sad, Gogom Kiza's stories cheered them up. When they felt ill, her stories made them feel better. And when they felt like crying, her stories brought back their smile. One afternoon, the children rushed to the marula tree as they always did. But when they arrived, they found something very unusual. Gogom Kiza was not waiting for them as she always did.
Guys, where's Gogom Kiza?
Vuyo asked, looking around.
I think she's running a bit late.
Kensana responded.
But Gogom Kiza is never late. She's always on time,
said Tando confidently.
Guys, I think we should just sit down and wait for her. Maybe she'll arrive soon.
The children sat in their favorite spot under the marula tree and waited patiently. But there was no sign of Gogom Kiza.
I don't think Gogom Kiza is coming today,
Tando said at last. She sounded very disappointed.
No, guys, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps she'll arrive soon,
said Kensani.
Oh, I hope she really does. I really need one of her stories today, you know. You see, I got a bad mark on my spelling test, and only Gogom Kiza's stories will cheer me up.
So the children waited under the marula tree in the hope that Gogom Kiza would arrive. They waited and waited and waited, but there was no sign of her.
Guys, I think we should just go home. We'll come back tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure Gogom Kiza will be here by then,
suggested Tando.
No, but I really needed to hear one of her stories today,
said Vuyo. He looked very upset.
I have an idea. Everybody knows Gogom Kiza. Let's ask someone where she lives, and then we can go and see if she's home,
said Tando. The children soon found out which house was Gogom Kiza's. When they arrived, they knocked on the door.
Come in.
They heard Gogom Kiza say, but her voice sounded croaky. Cautiously, the children opened the door.
Go in. Come on, you go in.
Okay, fine, I'll just go in. Gogom Kiza? I told you it's not her house.
Vuyo said.
I'm in here.
Gogom Kiza responded from the bedroom. The children made their way to the bedroom. To their surprise, they found Gogom Kiza in bed.
Gogom Kiza, why didn't you come to the marula tree to tell us a story today?
Kensani asked.
Yeah, Gogom Kiza, you know, I really needed a story today.
Vuyo said, sadly.
My children, please do forgive me for not coming to the tree to tell you a story today. I am not feeling well. I have a fever,
said Gogom Kiza. The children looked at Gogomkhize with big eyes. They could see that she was ill and that she was the one who needed cheering up. Then Tando's face lit up when she had another idea.
Gogomkhize, when we feel sad, your stories cheer us up. When we feel ill, your stories make us feel better. When we feel like crying, your stories bring back our smiles. I think we should share the stories you told us with you. And maybe they will make you feel better too.
Tando said. All the children thought it was a very good idea.
I agree, that sounds great.
One by one, the children told the stories that Gogomkhize had told them. And as the children told their stories, Gogomkhize's face started to lit up. Vuya, who also needed cheering, started smiling.
Ah, my children, thank you very much for sharing these stories with me. It felt like I was hearing them for the very first time. And I feel so much better now,
said Gogomkhize.
You know what, Gogomkhize? I don't feel so bad about the little mark I got anymore. You know why? Because I know that I will do better next time,
said Vuya with a big smile on his face.
Thank you very much for coming to see me, my children. But I am feeling a little tired. I need to rest so that I can get better quickly,
said Gogomkhize as she closed her eyes. The children tiptoed out and closed the door quietly as they left. They all felt happy because they knew that their stories had made Gogomkhize feel better. They knew she would be back under the marula tree soon with many more stories to share. And so we come to the end of another Nalibali story time. Today's story was called Stories That Heal, written by Lihlohonolo Riba. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nalibali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nalibali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nalibali, it starts with a story.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Spa Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 1 kg stock country spread tub for 46.99. Save 10 Rand or 80 gram Cadbury chocolate slabs, excluding bubbly. Buy any two for 36. Save 14 Rand. Price is valid from 22 April till 10 May. Shop, swipe, and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
I did say it is the afternoon of living icons intergenerationally. So we spent the first hour with Stogie T, a.k.a. Dumi from the Volume. And then we are spending the last, 17 minutes of the show with broadcasting legend, presenter of sounds and stuff like that on Metro FM. The legend himself, Wilson Bean Nkosi. How are you doing, sir?
You do that better than I do.
Oh, please,
introducing the show.
Okay,
I could learn a thing or two from you. Just that intro, you know. Should I please use it on my show?
I mean, listen, I'm about to volunteer to come on your show for Radio Day. Even if it doesn't fall on a Sunday, we can work something out.
You asked me how I am. I'm exceedingly well, thank you. And thank you for asking. And how are you, Miss Masing?
I'm great. Exceedingly well. Okay. Yes. I mean, I asked me what era he's in life mentally, emotionally at the moment. Exceedingly well. Unpack that for us.
Well, it means I'm okay emotionally, spiritually, physically, and in any and every possible way. I really, really am.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
A state of contentment.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm in good shape in every possible way. I really, really am as good as it gets.
Oh, I mean, okay. What allows for that kind of balance, that kind of contentment, that kind of equilibrium? Is it everything going right at the same time, or despite that?
Not necessarily everything going right all at the same time. I'm on good terms with the universe, and the universe loves me. The universe embraces me, and so that's it. I don't go against the dictates of fate and destiny and the universe. And because of that, I find myself not engaging on a collision course with the universe and things I don't understand. So I toe the line.
Yeah. Have you always been that aligned?
All my life, for as long as I can remember.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the teachings. I mean, is it something that you come to because of how you were brought up? Community? Is it something you come to because, I mean, some people get to it because of just exploring literature and finding different ideas?
I'm glad you asked that question because I'm community-made and not self-made. I hear people all the time saying, you're self-made, you're self-made. Far from it. I'm community-made. So there's something to be said about where I come from. And a lot of what I have become is a reflection of that part of the world and that upbringing. I have to believe that. In the absence of knowing what else is in the mix, I have to go with what I know. Unless and until you come up with something, I have to believe what I've always believed, and that is my upbringing has a lot to do with myself today.
Yeah. What are those lessons? I mean, I almost don't even want to call you Wilson. I want to call you Sir Wilson.
From your lips to his ears. So you've just knighted me.
I have.
Thank you, Miss Masinga.
I have. I mean, I don't know whether or not we can in South Africa, but I have. What are some of those lessons, those takeaways as a young Wilson, growing up in family, in community, that have still steered you till today, that you still kind of lean back on, especially given the industry in which we operate in?
Correct, yeah. So there were guiding principles in that family. Among others, we were told and taught to be respectful. We were told and taught to always tell the truth, and I've violated all those. we were told to be honest, because there's a difference between telling the truth and being honest.
Oh, yeah.
And again, I've violated those. We're also told to help where you can. And integrity, to keep your promise, to make good on your word. When you say you're going to do something, you do it. But more importantly, we're told to be fair, to exercise fairness, to be fair-minded. As I've told you, Miss Masinga, I've violated all those, but on a good day, I remember all of them. I do, actually. And there are those that I really do my best to honor, being fair, to be fair-minded. I subscribe to virtues of simplicity. Maybe that's the answer to your question. Those lessons all come down to one thing and one thing only: subscribing to the virtues of simplicity. So, of all those guiding principles, there will be two that I would say you have to give me a good reason not to keep at any given time. And that is to be fair. I do the best I can to be fair. I also do the best I can to be respectful. Telling the truth, big question mark there. Being honest, big question mark there. Giving where you can, that's not for me to say. You know, if you carry out an act of kindness, there's no need to advertise it. Otherwise, what is the fuss? Because if you help where you can, it's okay. Otherwise, if you help and then you advertise it and the whole world must know, it loses its meaning. Don't you agree, Miss Masinga?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So, in a nutshell, really, it comes down to the virtues of simplicity.
I love it. I'm on a roll today with highlighting what people's autobiographies should be titled, Virtues of Simplicity. That will be Wilson Bingosi's future autobiography or memoir.
I'm taking notes.
Please do.
I'm no royalties, eh?
No. I demand not a single royalty.
Let me tell you something. Sharing is caring.
Yes.
We will share.
Okay.
Yes.
Just give me a signed copy with a personalized message.
In writing.
In writing. Yes, I want it in pen, liquid pen. We are hanging out with South African broadcast royalty today, and of course this year celebrating 40 years.
Correct.
40 years at Metro FM, acknowledged with a special long service award for his contribution to the station, the power of Metro and everything that it stands for, having been at the forefront of that station when it found its voice in 1986.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, I was five and a half, depending on when exactly in 1986.
1st of September.
I was 5 and a half.
I was 19.
You were 19?
Correct.
Were you on radio before? I know a lot of the radio icons come from like Radio Bob and such.
Yeah. No. I was busy flunking at high school and in high school. So, yeah, no.
So the story goes you were flunking in high school.
Yeah, and straight into the deep end.
Yeah.
That's all I ever wanted to do, broadcasting. So let me tell you, when I learned that every man shall eat only after the sweat from his brow, I chose broadcasting. I thought, well, if I'm going to have to be responsible for my keep, and we're told that every person has to be responsible for their own keep, I thought mine should come through broadcasting. And so this is a dream that did its utmost best to come true, because that's all I ever wanted to do. Contrary to what my teachers, wanted me to do, they were pointing me in a different direction altogether. They thought I could be a chartered accountant, I could be an economist. But fate had other ideas, and broadcasting kept calling my name, and I couldn't resist. It was way too strong and powerful for me to resist.
Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like it was divinely directed your way. 40 years of an uninterrupted broadcast career is a story that not everyone shares.
Thank you. It's a story that defies logic in a lot of ways, in many, many ways. I get asked this question all the time, what I attribute the 40 years to. And I always give, and if you've heard this answer before, please pardon me, but I give two answers to that question all the time. The one is a very pedestrian answer which anyone can give you, and that is I work hard, I show up, I do what is expected of me, but that does not warrant any mention, because that is what is expected of me and you. We're expected to do that. That is the bare minimum. That's the first answer. So I show up and everything was a big deal. But there must be other reasons which I'm not privy to. But given my background, I attribute some of those to people who keep praying for me all the time. All my life, when I say all my life, I mean all my life, I've had people praying for me by name. I have to believe that their prayers are heard. There's a strong body of evidence to go with, given all the things that have happened in the past 39 and a half years, close on 40 years, to come to that conclusion that their prayers have been heard. But it's not only about that. There's a lot that goes into it, I would like to believe. But as I say, I'm not privy to that. I have people rooting for me. I have people wishing me well every single day, expressing good wishes. And I honestly am of the view and the opinion that all those things combined count for something.
Absolutely. Let's play just a little bit of a clip of that moment that you were not expecting when you were honoured at the recent Metro FM Awards for his special long service to the station.
To the listener at whose pleasure I serve, thank you very, very much for trusting my judgment as a broadcaster. Not everything I do on air is perfect, far from perfect, but the intention is perfect. The intention is complete. And to all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to the SAPC, thank you for the opportunity. I wish all of you well. May God bless all of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's how it unfolded. It came as a complete surprise and shock to me. I wasn't expecting it at all, at all, at all. No one whispered in my ear that there was something of that sort planned. And that's one of the reasons why I was shaking like a leaf. I wasn't nervous. I was shocked and surprised. And I'm still recovering from that. I'm not out of the woods yet. It honestly and truly came as a surprise. And I have no words. Words escape me. I don't know what to say other than to say thank you to the SAPC. I know I sound like a broken record because I keep repeating myself. And, the few people who listen to me have heard this before, saying thank you. But it's because I was raised to believe that when you express a wish, when you ask for something, you say please. And when your wish is granted, as mine has been generously granted, you have to say thank you. And so that's why I keep saying thank you to everyone that roots for me and everyone that has supported this journey. This is a collective effort. There is no one person that can crack this on their own. A lot of hands are to be found and everywhere. And to everyone who supports me, thank you very much for supporting my hustle.
Well, listen, in the final 3 minutes of the show, as we begin to wind down, obviously there is the docu-film that is airing this Sunday at 9:30 p.m. celebrating 40 years in the industry on SABC2, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
What can people expect? Were you part and parcel of putting this docu-series together?
I saw some bit of it. So they can expect a whole lot of things, because for as long as I've been doing this, not much has been told. I don't do interviews. I hardly do interviews. The few interviews that I've done in the past 25 years is when someone is holding a gun to my head and saying, we would like you to do an interview, and I say no. Then they go to the radio station, they go to Metro FM. Metro FM uses its influence, and then I do those interviews, but not very many in the past 30 years. And as a result, you've had people from all walks of life saying, this man has been in our lives for this long. We don't know anything about him. There's nothing known. Just on Wednesday, Sakina Kamwendo was saying, you're an enigma. And I've heard people saying, you're very mysterious. He's a mysterious man. I don't think I'm mysterious, but the things that have happened in my life are a mystery to me. So the documentary answers all those questions and more. The long and short of it is, with people saying we don't know anything about this person, but we consider him a friend, and I also consider the listener a friend. And it is a belief of mine that if you and I are friends and family, we should know something about each other.
Oh, yeah.
And so I thought the frustration expressed is not too big an ask. And I thought it is time for me to introduce myself to that friend, to that family member, albeit 40 years later in the form of a documentary.
I mean, I couldn't have plugged it better myself. So 9:30 p.m. on Sunday, this Sunday.
On SABC2.
On SABC2, we have a date with Wilson B. Ngosi, and we're going to play out with a trailer from that documentary so you know what to expect. Well, congratulations once again on just a stellar and exemplary broadcasting career. You really are, and you continue to be a trailblazer, and I think an inspiration to broadcasters in the industry, those coming up behind us all. And for generations to come, I think folks are going to be referencing you as well as the show that is the biggest show on Metro FM, by the way. I like bragging for people. Wilson B. Ngosi.
Thank you. You've been kind to me.
I've never told my life story in its entirety, partly because it all sounds made up. But it's not actually. In the upcoming documentary, those were there in my younger years, and those who are present in the afternoon of my life give their personal accounts of what they saw, what they heard, and what they experienced. The highs, the lows, the gains, the losses, the laughter, and the tears. It's a life with many moving parts, with many twists and turns. I thank God for my stay on earth.
Sunday, 10 May, SABC2.
All right, SAFM News is brought to you by Momentum. Those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. So speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
Top stories. Sawa President Ramaphosa reacts to the Concord ruling on Palapala, and a Tunisian journalist sentenced for criticizing the country's judiciary. Good afternoon. I'm Cholani Tulo Webe. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he respects the judgment handed down by the Constitutional Court of South Africa, reaffirming his commitment to the Constitution, judicial independence and the rule of law. The president was reacting after the Apex Court ruled that Parliament's decision to halt the Section 89 impeachment process linked to the Palapala matter was unconstitutional and invalid. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says President Ramaphosa has consistently cooperated with the various investigations into Palapala.
The presidency has noted the judgment of the Constitutional Court in the case brought by the economic freedom fighters, challenging the National Assembly's decision with respect to Section 89 proceedings against the president. President Ramaphosa respects the Constitutional Court's judgment and reaffirms his commitment to the Constitution, the independence of the judiciary, and the rule of law. President Ramaphosa has been consistent in providing his full assistance to the various inquiries into this matter. President Ramaphosa maintains that no person is above the law and that any allegations should be subjected to due process without fear, favor, or prejudice.
Meanwhile, EFF leader Julius Malema says they feel vindicated. He says he will write to National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza immediately to request her to establish an impeachment committee on the Palapala matter.
We are very happy today our constitution has won, and it is very unfortunate for those other judges who wanted to defend an individual using majority to suppress rationality. We can never allow a situation where the majority is used to suppress rationality. And that's what we've been saying throughout, even under President Zuma. Every decision must meet the rationality test. There is prima facie of wrongdoing here. And then you say we can use majority to suppress corruption. They must be ashamed of themselves. And we want to say, Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, she must be proud of herself because she acted alone against her own comrade, because her conscience was very clear.
National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza, who was leading the commemoration of 30 years of the South African Constitution, says the document is the apex law used to guide the country. Speaking at the virtual event, she said Parliament and all provincial legislatures continue with the work of holding the executive to account as elected by the Constitution. Didiza says Parliament will continue making laws while constitutional bodies will continue in their role as a moral compass. But she said the task facing lawmakers today is how that will be managed going forward.
How do we use the established state structures and the constitutional framework to address the intensifying socio-economic challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty? To do that, we must invest in human capital and ethical leadership that will steer these state organs and legislative frameworks which we have developed over the past 30 years. To me, that is the road ahead, which requires all of us seated here and all those who are outside, South Africans, to pull in the same direction as we capitalize on the stage we've built to create a better life for all.
The Department of Transport in Limpopo says it will investigate how the bus involved in a crash that killed 8 passengers managed to pass through the Beitbridge border post with mechanical problems without being detected. The bus travelling from Malawi to Johannesburg overturned last night on the N1 outside Louis-Trichardt. The bus was carrying 61 passengers and 22 have been admitted to hospitals in the area in serious condition. Survivors say the driver stopped several times to fix the brakes. The department's Chifiwa Dali explains.
The MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Mrs. Valet Mache, is saddened once more after a horror accident which claimed lives on the N1 next to the vet flag of 10, Makado municipality, 5 kilometers from Louis-Trichardt town. Preliminary reports indicate that a brake failure seems to be the cause of the accident, although overspeeding cannot be ruled out. We need to indicate that preliminary investigations from the department will also check how the bus travelled from the cross-border and also our way bridge without being detected.
A prominent Tunisian journalist, Zaid Heni, has been sentenced to a year in jail for criticising the country's judiciary. Critics say the aim of the move is to silence critical voices. The BBC's Paul Moss has the details.
The timing may have been coincidental, but it was certainly pointed. Thursday saw the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights issue a statement in which he said the Tunisian authorities continued to attack opposition figures, civil society organisations and the media. Volker Turk called for the release of all those in prison just for expressing their views. But hours later, the journalist Zaid Heni was given a 1-year sentence for an article in which he had condemned the trial and imprisonment of another reporter. Heni described his own sentence as illegitimate.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA President Cyril Ramaphosa says he respects the judgment handed down by the Constitutional Court of South Africa, reaffirming his commitment to the Constitution, judicial independence and the rule of law. The President was reacting after the Apex Court ruled that Parliament's decision to halt the Section 89 impeachment process linked to the Palapala matter was unconstitutional and invalid. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
And a reminder, Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorised FSP and registered credit provider.
Some say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, sometimes it gets the grease, sometimes it gets replaced. Generic guidance only fits a few situations. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
In sports this hour, Cardoso admits Mamelodi Sundowns now playing a waiting game. Stormers face Ulster Test as playoff race intensifies, and Sabalenka cruises into Italian Open third round. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It has certainly been a dramatic day, as we expected it to be, but maybe you didn't know what the outcome is, but now you do know it. There's been a reaction based on the Constitutional Court ruling in favor of the economic freedom fighters, finding, and this is key, that the National Assembly acted unlawfully when it voted in December 2022 to reject the Section 89 independent panel report into President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala scandal. In effect, unconstitutional is what the Constitutional Court said in terms of how they considered or did not consider whether the case around Ramaphosa and Palapala should actually go for impeachment. Well, this is the National Pulse. My name's Ashraf Garda. Clearly you have a view on this. Let me start with this. What's your one word to describe your feelings based upon the Constitutional Court rulings? Give me one word. You can WhatsApp it right away, text or voice note, 086 0002032 if you're calling in live. Not quite now, later on, but WhatsApp right away, 0614 104 107. I've also put out the same poll on Twitter, so check it out on my Twitter feed, Ashraf Ganda. Looking forward, as always, to engaging with the Pulse community.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Mozambique, Southeastern Africa. A nation of layered identity shaped by history and heritage. Over 2,000 kilometers of coastline, islands, coral reefs, and waters rich with life. Portuguese is the official language, but Makua, Sena, and Tsonga carry culture through communities. Bordered by South Africa, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, and the vast Indian Ocean.
Mozambique gained independence in 1975. Freedom followed by years of civil war. A country tested deeply. Today, the nation rebuilds. Natural gas discoveries promise growth. Tourism returns to its shores, yet challenges remain. Poverty, cyclones, and conflict in the north. Still, the spirit holds. Music, dance, and community define everyday life. A culture that moves even through hardship.
Mozambique bends, but never breaks. In every wave, in every rhythm, in every voice, there is resilience. Mozambique, coastal, cultural, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, so to confirm, the Constitutional Court ruling that says that the move at that stage to block the referral of the Palapala case around impeachment of the president was unconstitutional. So now the plan would be to relook at it, go back and consider whether the president should be impeached. The judgment was delivered at 10 a.m. this morning at the Constitutional Hill in Braamfontein, Johannesburg, and there's no question about it. You cannot under or overestimate it. It marks one of the most consequential rulings against a sitting head of state in South Africa's democratic history. This on a day, by the way, where we celebrate a historical milestone around the adopting of the Constitution itself. The court has ordered Parliament, this is key, has ordered Parliament to properly process the Section 89 panel report, therefore reopening the possibility of a full impeachment inquiry. Not an impeachment inquiry, which may well be a precursor to a potential impeachment. As someone has said earlier on, the President, Ramaphosa that is, this will leave him fighting for his political life. Well, Vincent Magwenya is the spokesperson to President Ramaphosa, and he's commented and he's noted the ruling. This is what he said.
The presidency has noted the judgment of the Constitutional Court in the case brought by the economic freedom fighters, challenging the National Assembly's decision with respect to Section 89 proceedings against the President. President Ramaphosa respects the Constitutional Court's judgment and reaffirms his commitment to the Constitution, the independence of the judiciary, and the rule of law. President Ramaphosa has been consistent in providing his full assistance to the various inquiries into this matter. President Ramaphosa maintains that no person is above the law and that any allegation should be subjected to due process without fear, favor, or prejudice. The President calls on all South Africans to respect the court's judgment and all judicial institutions.
All right. I mean, that is the very basic response, which you would expect, nothing less, and maybe nothing more at this point in time. We also reached out to the ANC themselves to get reaction from the party, and their response has been the ANC will study the judgment and respond accordingly. Okay, you can respond. Your one-word reaction to the Constitutional Court judgment on the Palapala. You can tell me right away. In the meantime, we're going to get different responses from different interest groups, starting with the ATM. Their spokesperson is Zama Nchona. Zama, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you and the listeners.
Right, so I've asked the public as part of the Pulse community, what's their one-word response? What's your one-word response? We'll talk about details just now, but for now, what's your one-word response?
Okay, restoration. I think restoration of order. Okay, that's 2 words.
Oh, that's fine. We'll take it as one. Right. Tell me more. I mean, in this restoration of order, let me say this much firstly, right? Whatever feelings we all may have about what happened or what did not happen, what this clearly indicates is the strength, the relative strength of South Africa's constitution and its constitutional court, its independence.
Thank you so much. Well, this was necessary because a lot of questions were starting to arise, especially around the issue of capture of state institutions, specifically Chapter 9 institutions, and therefore eroding the rule of law in the country, because a number of things that were coming to the fore, some of them were including issues such as you have a Mohammed Amen who had in his possession a $544,000 who was prosecuted and is behind bars. You have a student who was caught at the OR Tambo with $633,000 en route to Hong Kong, is behind bars. A Mr. Potgieter who was convicted this year, also with foreign currency. So this was raising serious questions about why would an individual who is like the president, when having $580,000 be exempted from answering at the very least. And so these were serious questions that were being raised. Coming to the order of the Constitutional Court, you would remember that the issue of holding of Parliament holding the executive into account has always been a matter of concern, especially that a simple majority would be used from time to time to advance narrow political ideals. In fact, the chairperson at the time of the ANC would simply say, this is the marching order, basically saying no need for you to exercise your given duty and authority as a member of parliament. This is a party vote. So this simply brings us back to the fundamentals, and we believe that a restoration would then occur, especially that no one has a simple majority.
Okay, what happens next from an ATM point of view?
We are grateful first that the process is not starting afresh, which means that we don't have to constitute another Section 89 independent committee. We move from the results of that particular independent committee, which found that there was prima facie evidence on 4 counts, Section 96, other paid work, conflict of interest, led to report and all of that. And the beauty of it right now, it comes after, amongst others, the IP report. Then what happens now, the Speaker of Parliament must lead us into the constitution of, in constituting the the impeachment panel. Now it's going to be similar in its form with what happened with the impeachment of Busisiwe Mkhwebane. Closer to home would be what we are seeing with the allegations of General Mkhwanazi. Something similar to that. That is what is going to happen, where the matter is going to be ventilated at length, and specifically the springboard is going to be the report which was produced by the independent panel. And then at the end of that, the consolidation of the information which was gathered. And at the end of that, there would be now the time for voting, that pending now the recommendations of the independent committee. Then it will come to Parliament, and Parliament will finally vote on the matter. So that's how the process looks like moving forward.
Okay. And I mean, just to be clear, for those that may be unaware, the Concord ruling did not, at this point in time, put a slur, cast any aspersions on the president. This is about what happened in Parliament. As you said, after an initial committee suggested that there be an impeachment, then Parliament itself voted against it. That is what was actually judged and debated on and ruled on today.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. The issue here was that a simple majority aborted a process of accountability, and they thought it right to do so without ventilating the issues which were raised by the independent panel. That is what was in front of the court.
What, in your opinion, from an ATM perspective, what does this say about the rule of law in our country? This ruling itself.
The ruling speaks to how a simple majority was used to abuse the laws of this country, to abuse powers that are given to parliamentarians, how party ideals were actually advanced using a simple majority. I think this is why that even the people of this country in 2024, they resorted to giving us a government where every individual must come to the so-called government of national unity for us to be able to get a 50+1, because when 50+1 was given to one political party, there was misuse of that power. So for checks and balances, we were given that. So this particular ruling now is sort of reversing or bringing caution and light on issues of not looking into law and simply thinking that because Singaphezulu, we have the numbers, we can just bulldoze anything, even if it means protecting guilty individuals.
Okay, interesting. And I think that is probably the single biggest takeout of all of this. Appreciate your time, Zama Nchona, the ATM spokesperson. Rest assured we'll get we'll certainly get responses across the political spectrum, and of course you as well. So thank you for joining us, Zama. Much appreciate your time. To the audience, well, you're part of the Pulse community, so give me your one word that best describes what you've heard regarding the Concord judgment on Palapala. What is that one word? We'll chat to the DA next.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, further reaction here on the National Pulse, all about the Constitutional Court ruling, judgment that is, around Palapala, finding that whole issue unconstitutional. With me now, Karabo Khao, the DA National Spokesperson. Karabo, appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Good afternoon to yourself and good afternoon to the Republic of South Africa.
Right. First things first, just the initial reaction from the DA?
So look, no one should ever expect the Democratic Alliance to shield any form of wrongdoing. We will never be a party that protects misconduct. We'll never be a party that covers up corruption. Neither will we be a party that weakens any form of accountability for political convenience. With that being said, we welcome the judgment handed down by the Constitutional Court. As a party of the rule of law, we think it is important that Parliament must then, as a matter of urgency, embark on the process to give light to that judgment. What is also important to note here, when Ashraf, is that the fact that South Africa's constitution is celebrating 30 years today.
Yeah.
And the judgment in itself is an illustration of what the basis of our democratic South African principles are based on. South Africa's democracy rests on the simple principle that public office should be able to invoke public trust at all times, and that those who hold the highest offices in the land must be held to the highest standards of honesty, transparency, and accountability. You would recall that in 2022, the Democratic Alliance voted in favor of the impeachment process, and so as a party of the rule of law, we're looking forward to ensuring that we play our part in maintaining the very same rule of law. What is at the heart of the Democratic Alliance's commitment to the people of South Africa is the consistency of our position, which is that accountability, constitutionalism, and the rule of law must always prevail.
All right, let's then talk about this. If we go back to what happened initially, a committee advised that the president be impeached. Then the National Assembly had to refer the matter to this impeachment committee, and that was turned down by a vote, right, with an ANC majority. That is the essence of what we're discussing right now. Now, things have changed from then, from 2022 to now, where the DA is very much a part of the government of national unity. So do you vote on GNU lines or party lines when this comes up?
We vote in line with what the constitutional dictates is true. We vote in line with what is in the best interest of the Republic of South Africa. That has always been the modus operandi of the Democratic Alliance's type of politics. The distinction here is clear. We, on the one hand, have an ANC that has for a very long time been a party that evades accountability, that dilutes it, and wants to have a delayed approach towards accountability for their own convenience. When on the other hand, the Democratic Alliance has always been a kind of party that stands for a different type of politics, where the Constitution comes before party loyalty all the time, and where no leader is shielded from answering to the people of our country. So there is absolutely no confusion as to what it is that needs to happen right now. The DA will participate fully and constructively in the impeachment committee. We will be guided by facts, by the evidence placed before the committee, and by our constitutional duty. This is very important. And we do that because the DA is a party of ethics, we're a party of clean government, of constitutionalism, and we always maintain that at the center of all decisions that are taken not only by government but also by parliament must be constitutionalism and must be the people of the Republic of South Africa. But then again, we're in local government here. On the 4th of November, the people of our country are supposed to choose their local government. Now, today has given us a clear indication that we cannot trust the ANC towns and cities. Not only have they shown us in the low quality of service delivery that they deliver that they can't be trusted with the best interests of the Republic, but today's constitutional judgment also shows us that they are a party that is devoid of ethical conduct, where they choose political convenience and they choose the protection of their politicians instead of constitutionalism.
Okay.
Now, the people of the country have an opportunity on the 4th of November to outvote the ANC out of power in our local government and vote for a Democratic Alliance government.
All right. Well, I mean, interesting enough, many may say the same about the EFF and the MK party and the DA and the ATM in terms of what they do. So I get that, right? But here's the thing. When this issue now gets discussed by this impeachment committee, that will then once again go back, we expect, to Parliament to say, right, vote on an impeachment for the president. There's a thought that even at this premature stage, the president of the country is going to be seriously distracted from doing his work and being able and having to lead at a time when there's this absolute albatross around his neck. How do you suppose he's going to do that?
Look, if he wants to give South Africans confidence, it's his job to do so. It's not my job to tell you whether President Ramaphosa has capacity to think without being distracted. That's the ANC's problem, not my problem. My problem as the first person of the Democratic Alliance is ensuring that we are able to maintain and recommit to the people of South Africa that our stance on accountability, our stance on the rule of law, and our stance on transparency in all decision-making processes remains the same. We still have a zero tolerance to corruption, and us being in the GNU does not change the fact that we still believe that there is no person that is above the rule of law, that the rule of law must maintain. Our position remains consistent, that accountability, constitutionality, and the rule of law must be able to be upheld at the end of the day.
Let's leave it at that. Karabo Kaukau, the DA's national spokesperson, giving a DA perspective. So the EFF, we should be talking to them. It may well happen later on. What they have done, they have written to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, and it's quite long, but here's the details, some of the key factors, right? Well, he talks about today the Court handed down judgment in the matter. So, okay, we know that, right? The Court found that Rule 129 of the National Assembly rules is unconstitutional and invalid. Now, I'm paraphrasing because I'm not going to read it all, right? The Court has now decisively settled the matter. Parliament can no longer delay. This is the key. Parliament can no longer delay or avoid its constitutional obligations in relation to the Palapala matter and the accountability of President Ramaphosa. The matter has already been delayed for far too long, despite the findings of the Section 89 independent judge panel chaired by the former Justice Sandile Ngobo, right? And then it goes on. The significance of the panel's report lies in the fact that it was an independent constitutional mechanism established by Parliament itself. The Court has now decisively settled the matter. Parliament can no longer delay or avoid its constitutional obligations in relation to the matter. In the light of the judgment, we hereby demand that your office urgently initiate the necessary processes to refer the matter to the Section 89 Impeachment Committee of the National Assembly. We further demand a clear indication within the next 48 hours of the specific steps that you intend to give effect to the judgment of the Court itself. And finally, failure to provide such clarity will leave the economic freedom fighters with no option but to reserve its right or rights to approach the courts for appropriate relief to ensure compliance with the Constitution and the judgment of the Constitutional Court. That comes from the EFF's national chairperson and parliamentary chief whip. Okay, that's the EFF's position. Let's do this. We're going to get to the news headlines. Just gone 3:30 years, Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Despite being in the GNU with the ANC, the DA says it will not protect any wrongdoing the judgment against President Cyril Ramaphosa in the Palapala matter. Meanwhile, President Ramaphosa says he respects the judgment handed down by the Con Court, reaffirming his commitment to the Constitution, judicial independence and the rule of law. And Botswana's President Duma Boko has announced a 3-day mourning period following the passing of former President Festus Mogae. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, to me, yesterday we touched on Sundowns having, 3 games, or, well, either way, Sundowns Pirates in the race for the title, but you have a waiting game story to tell us about now.
Yeah, they have 2 games to go, but Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso has admitted that the Betway Premiership title race is no longer in their hands with just 2 matches remaining. The Betway Premiership defending champions dropped 2 points on Wednesday, 1-1 against Chiefs, opening the door for Orlando Pirates to take control of the title race if they win all their remaining fixtures. Cardoso conceded Sundowns can now only focus on collecting the maximum 6 points available against Suelele FC and TS Galaxy and then wait to see how things pan out.
Regarding the league, our obligation is to make the 6 points we have ahead of us and then wait to see what is the outcome of that. So recover the players because in 2 days we're going to play again. Make the result against Suelele and remember that this team from Kaizer Chiefs lost 2-0 with Suelele, and that means that we need to approach this match with a high sense of responsibility because it will not be easy as you may imagine, especially also in the sequence we are, where we lost several players, as you know, from injuries.
Then it's nice to be a Paris Saint-Germain employee right now because PSG says that it will pay for all the club's 500 plus staff to attend the Champions League final against Arsenal on the 30th of May. The news was delivered in an email by PSG President Nasser Al-Khelaifi, delivered to all the French side's employees, where he was congratulating the team but also telling the staff that they can be part of these celebrations. The club president announced that the charter flights will leave on the morning of the match and return to the French capital after the game that very same night. Just last year, 500 club employees went to the final with the same club gift formula, and to top it all off, they were also included in the players' collective bonus pool. Imagine. Now one would wish they were working for PSG. But moving on to rugby, the Stormers will kick off the penultimate round of the United Rugby Championship tonight with a tricky assignment in Belfast against Ulster. The Stormers are a point ahead of Glasgow on the log, and according to coach John Dobson, they intend on using their forward dominance against Ulster to stay at the top. After Ulster, the Stormers move on to face Cardiff, another team with a quarter-final aspiration. It might be the penultimate round of the regular season, but for the Stormers, it does feel like the playoffs have already begun. In terms of boxing, veteran boxing trainer Vusi Mtolo insists both his fighters, Jared Mr. Hollywood Silverman and Ricardo Shaw, have had great preparations ahead of the Battle at the Coast tournament at Wild Coast Sun tomorrow. Silverman will face Nkumbulani Mdleje in an 8-round junior heavyweight bout, while Shaw is going to take on Libuile Gauza in a featherweight 4-round battle, and Mtolo gives more details about Mr. Hollywood's preparations coming into this fight against Mdleje.
Thank you very much, Carol. Jared Silverman is always training. He's someone I love to work hard. Sparring partners, he was not really calm this camp, but later on, then I found guys that was already fighting John Lupape, and then this one John Lupape was better performance in the last fight. He was sparring Silverman, and the speaker Silverman, 76, Silverman is fighting 66. He was a good sparring partner. He's 100% right.
In tennis, world number one Aryna Sabalenka began her latest bid for a maiden Italian Open crown with a straight sets victory over Barbora Krejcikova in Rome yesterday. The top seed runners-up last year recovered from an early service break to dominate the opening set 6-2 before sealing it 6-2, 6-3 win with a love game. It was Sabalenka's seventh triumph in 8 career meetings in the Czech. And next up for the Belarusian is a third round clash with 26th seed Sorana Cîrstea as she continues her push for the title at the Foro Italico. Well, that's it from my side. Ashraf, I really, really wish I was a staff member of PSG right now.
Well, you can always send your CV, you know.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Well, of course, we're going to get reaction. Your one word, firstly, on the Palapala ruling, the Concord Palapala ruling. Bring it on. One word that best reflects what you make of it. We're going to chat to the MK party in just a moment. In the meantime, there's a statement from the ANC, and this is what it says. The African National Congress has noted and welcomes the Constitutional Court judgment in the matter between the EFF and the Speaker of the National Assembly. The judgment, delivered as South Africa marks 30 years of its democracy, of its democratic constitution, reaffirms the principles of accountability, transparency, constitutional oversight, and the importance of institutional checks and balances within our constitutional democracy. The ANC notes that the Constitutional Court dealt specifically with the process followed by the National Assembly in relation to the Section 89 panel report and did not make any finding on the guilt or innocence of President Ramaphosa, nor did it conclude that the president violated the Constitution or committed any wrongdoing. In this regard, the matter before the court concerned the conduct and processes of Parliament and not the president or the ANC. The ANC respects the judgment of the Constitutional Court, the supremacy of the Constitution, and the role of Parliament in exercising its oversight responsibilities. The ANC will support the Speaker and the National Assembly in ensuring compliance with the judgment and applicable parliamentary rules as the movements that fought for and ushered in the democratic constitution. The ANC remains committed to defending constitutional democracy, the rule of law, and the proper functioning of democratic institutions. That comes from the spokesperson of the ANC, Matlengi Bengu, right? Okay, that's that. I can tell you now we'll get further comments, certainly on the legal aspect of the ruling just now. But for now, let's get further responses from the different political parties. Right now we have the MK party spokesperson, Ndlamulo Ndlela. Appreciate your time, Ndlamulo. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to yourself and good afternoon to your listeners.
Right. What's your party response?
Well, as Mkoto is a party, we welcome the judgment on the Palapala matter pertaining to the Section 89 report that was processed in Parliament and handled wrongfully. But remember, at the time at which the Palapala matter was handled through the Section 89 report, at the time, it was the sixth administration. Mkoto is a party had not emerged as a political party and a force to be reckoned with. Today, we have obviously reduced the ANC from the majority vote that they would have had in such scenarios to what they are, sub 40% party. Now, we as Mkhonto weSizwe now, being in Parliament, are going to ensure that we hold the parties and Parliament processes are applied accordingly in the institution of the impeachment committee, and ensure that the president, in this case, is impeached. Mr. Ramaphosa has been dodging and scapegoating this process for far too long. And, today he's reached with the outcome of inevitability. Now, he should actually do the best, which is the honorable thing. But knowing him as a dishonorable man, we don't expect to see that. And just resign and save us as South Africans from the continuous torture that we've been exposed to and experienced ever since he's become president.
Well, it's
So
interesting
we
you
as
say that because,
Mkhonto-
I made the point earlier on that, in fact, whatever happens, there's going to be this impeachment committee that will go refer the matter back to the National Assembly to vote on it for impeachment. All that could take months, I don't know, right? But what it means is that the president of the country will be distracted. What now? So you're saying, in fact, it shouldn't even get to that.
No, remember, he can be impeached even after he has resigned. We're going to pursue, and he must just go and focus on the impeachment process that he's going to be faced with. We can't have a president who's loitering in the union buildings with impeachment lurking over his head. And at the same time, another thing that we're going to be looking into with our legal team is opening up a criminal case. Because we know there's prima facie evidence and that he contravened PRECA as per the Section 89 report. There's a case to be heard here. So whether he's in office or not, if he decides to resign as an honorable thing, then that would be a good thing for the country. And obviously that would be a crossroads for the GNU, because we know that the DA literally traded off, impeaching him for seats in Parliament and in cabinet. And we know because those are the former federal chairperson who's now masquerading as a mayoral candidate for the city of Joburg, is the same person that said, no, we were literally forced by business and this decision was made on the behalf of capital. Because again, the president himself is a capitalist. So it's going to be interesting to see how they vote. They know very well. John Steenhuisen wrote a letter to SARS in 2023, got a response pertaining to whether this mining was declared or not. And SARS said it's not declared. We don't have an aircraft manifest. We don't have an aircraft manifest. We have no idea in terms of how that money came in. We just told that this money was in the couch. Why was it in the couch? And doing a deal.
Yeah. Well, look, I can say this. I had a chat. I can say this much. I had a chat with the DA's spokesperson, Karabo Khaukau, just now, right before you, and they were very clear that they commit to the rule of law, that nobody is above the law, and they will be part of the impeachment committee processes. They will be involved in that.
Well, let's hope that they demonstrate morality, because as constitutionalists, the first thing that they should be doing is uphold the law, and in this case, ensure that they don't vote to protect themselves in cabinet, because once we've impeached this president, the GNU falls apart, and they're at the risk of losing their seats. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they vote. If they're actually morally bound, I think, to South Africans to ensure that they vote to impeach this president and put the country first. And we're certainly going to ensure that happens, whether he's in Parliament, whether he's in the office or not.
And just lastly for now, the ANC reiterated the point, but certainly does the Concord ruling that, in fact, at this point in time, it's not a judgment on Ramaphosa. It's a judgment effectively on the processes at the National Assembly in them not doing their job. There is a distinction between the two, right?
Well, it's a judgment on Ramaphosa's judgment day, which is going to be in the impeachment process. He will be held to accountable. Judgment day is fast approaching. So the best thing for him to do is just to resign. The ANC has been kicking the can down the road for too long with their president. This time around, MK Party is going to ensure that it's kicked to touch.
Okay, kicks to touch and gains advantage, if anything. Let's leave it at that. Thank you for your time, Ntlamulo Ntlela, the MK Party spokesperson. Appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse. We'll get further comments from a range of people, and as soon as we can, we'll get back to you as well. In fact, what we'll do next, we'll get a legal analysis of the Palapala Concord judgment. We'll do it right after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, Elton Hart is with me, legal expert and attorney with the University of Joburg's Law Clinic. Elton, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to your listeners, Ashraf.
Thank you. So let's talk. Up to now we've spoken to party spokespeople with party interests. Yes, they all talk about upholding the Constitution, but they all take the opportunity to push for their party. You, of course, can give us a completely sober, objective, legal perspective. What has just happened today?
What the court actually told South Africa and political parties who was part of whatever happened there in Parliament, that mishap, is to say that whatever you did as a Parliament back then not to start an inquiry to check whether there was any wrongdoing on the part of the president. It was irrational, and you failed in fulfilling your constitutional obligations as set out in the Constitution. That's what the court told us. Obviously, the court elaborated more on unconstitutionality and irrationality, but that's basically what the court said.
Okay, what then are the implications of that?
Now, the implications is, and remember now, Parliament sort of half had the Section 89 panel to actually do a preliminary inquiry, is to actually see whether there was a weak case or a strong case against the president to actually start impeachment processes. So it's sort of half. That panel was actually there to avoid situations where political parties just bring frivolous notices against a sitting president. And they came up and said there was evidence. Now the court has confirmed, the Constitutional Court has confirmed to say, listen, yeah, there is something, and Parliament, in exercising its powers, it actually abused its powers instead of actually making sure it gives expression to the constitutional values of Ubuntu and whatever is captured in the Constitution. And they said to Parliament, yes, if one goes with a checkbox exercise, you ticked all the boxes, but you ticked all the boxes at the expense of the South African Constitution and the constitutional values, and you sort of were party loyal instead of being South African loyal. And the implication thereof is basically to say, listen, yeah, you did wrong, and now you need to start this inquiry to say there was legal experts and they were non-political. You guys actually turned into a political turmoil by voting where you knew there was a panel report that says something to the contrary.
Okay, so the panel report is very clear that this issue needs to be taken up at the General Assembly or the National Assembly as part of an impeachment vote. That was shot down completely at the National Assembly, and that's what we're talking about now, right? So now that we have this judgment, what then happens next?
Now, next, they need to go back to having that inquiry, that impeachment committee set like the ad hoc committee that we see on our TV that was busy with the police portfolio over a range of time. It's a similar committee. It will consist of political parties now, and obviously one needs to look at what's the term of reference, and they will have now to go dig a little bit deeper than what the panel has went into the Section 89 panel, because the panel's scope was sort of limited. Now, I don't think the political parties will be limited. They will go much deeper, and then we will come up to say, listen, yeah, President, you actually violated the Constitution in not doing X or X. So then they need now grounds for National Assembly to impeach the president, and now knowing that they need to sort of know the Constitutional Court is watching them.
And who can they call up to at that committee?
Obviously, these committees is made up of as to your numbers that you have in Parliament. So obviously the ANC, in that committee, they will have the majority of people representing the ANC, but each party, according to your seats you hold in Parliament, that's normally how they constitute their committees as well.
All right. So once they do that, right, does the matter then go back? It does not go back to the National Assembly to vote for the committee to exist, because that we know that already. What then happens after that?
Obviously, if the committee comes back and they now make findings to say, listen, yeah, impeachment, then they will go back to Parliament to now go and vote to say, should this president be impeached or not? But that, for me, already is going to be a process that might happen just before the 2029 elections at the going rate we're going. So for the ANC, I think it will be good for them to rather just maybe recall our current president and put in a new candidate there so that they can save face with the South African population and also maybe their vote or the voters of this country. But in general, it's a big blow for the ANC as a party. It's a big blow for the GNU, because we know the GNU partners, they were sort of half a little bit on the fence here when they had to vote. And I think what they need to do is actually to have this voting for instances like this as a secret ballot. Parliament should look at that rule to say, yes, Parliament can dictate its processes, but to say when it comes to impeachment of presidents, they need to have a secret ballot so
Okay.
that people can actually vote according to what they believe.
All right. Interesting. You're saying it's maybe best for the ANC. They effectively recall their own leader, right? Just a quick one before we wrap up. In terms of timelines, you said that may only come up just before the 2029 election. So give us a very, in the 30 seconds we have remaining, quick timelines in terms of the quickest that we could actually have the impeachment committee saying, yes, let's take this to an impeachment vote at the National Assembly. How quickly can that happen?
I think if you want to be as good as and say ideal situation, it might be 7-8 months down the line.
Okay, 7-8 months or else.
That's best case scenario.
Which takes us just before the local government election, which is also quite significant. Let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time on such a significant day in South African politics indeed, and on a day when in fact the Constitution celebrates its own milestone. Elton Hart, thanks for your time. Legal expert and attorney with the University of Joburg's Law Clinic. This is the National Pulse.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, I'll get to some of your WhatsApp comments. If you are WhatsApping, please don't go beyond 30 seconds. I can tell you now, it's very difficult for us to play them when they do that, when they're that long. So you want to get flighted, get it to 30 seconds max. Putana in Rosebank, however, let's get your thoughts. Hi.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon.
You know, the ANC is too late now to distance themselves from this vote. They instructed their members to vote down this thing. If they were all over the media campaigning to vote down this thing. Now the Concord told them it is unconstitutional behavior. It is not according to transparency. And the ANC were protected using the levers of power. SARS also protected the president.
How did SARS protect the president?
Oh, SARS, what they've done, let me remember, they issued a tax compliance statement. Tax compliance statement. You forget about that? Public protectors cleared the president.
Well, they can only talk about what they know. They also confirmed that the president didn't declare that money as has been described under the mattress. I'm not sure what you mean.
Reserve Bank cleared the president.
Okay.
The levers of power, they've been abused.
Okay, Butana, got it. Butana, you made your point very clearly. Let's move on. Let's get another point, right? Mobo in the Eastern Cape. Hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon indeed, right? What's your point?
Yeah, you know, Ashraf, this has been a landmark judgment. And I think we should celebrate our constitution. You know, there's a lot of shenanigans that are happening in Africa and in other parts of the world. But I think what is most important about this is our president now, President Ramaphosa, is a compromised president. And the focus now should be on those parliamentarians. If they are going to side with a compromised president or they're going to protect our constitution and its people. That's the most important thing, especially now that we're going towards elections. Because if they side with a compromised president, they are going to be punished by the electorate. Thank you.
Okay, and it's an important point. If he's compromised, as has been suggested, how do you lead when you are compromised? You know, many of us may have found ourselves in positions where you're part of a committee and some things go wrong and you're a key member and you just know you're compromised. Are you able to still lead in the same way? In this case, we're talking about him leading the country. If he's compromised, can he lead? There's already been calls from some people, as you've just heard, legal experts saying so, together with the MK party and others too, to say actually he should call it today, he should call it quits now. He's not going to take their advice, but you know, has it come to that? In Mbuyiza in Pietermaritzburg, you're live. Go for it. What's your point?
How are you?
I'm good indeed, thank you.
I'm fine, yes. Ashraf, you know what? I've got a problem now with the findings of the public protector in the face of the fact that the highest court in the land have found that the president got something to answer with regard to the findings that were made by the former Chief Justice Ngobo. Now, the question is, now that the highest court in the land has made it clear that the recommendations of Ngobo, their former Chief Justice, has to be taken into account and must be deliberated by the National Assembly. What about the findings of the public protector that clears the president from any wrongdoing? When we know, whether we like it or not, Palapala will remain a crime scene. As to who is guilty there, we don't know. But now my question is, on the basis of the decision, today's decision, are we still going to rely on the public protector's report? I believe it's flawed. I believe the judgment today received everything that Kollega Talega has found when he cleared the president.
Okay, you've made a very important point because all those things will come up now. What are the implications of those Imbuyiza? Thanks for that. Let's get to Impangeni now. We go to Bahle on the line. Hi. What's your point?
Ashraf, yes, Ashraf. Yep. Listen, people must not get excited about this judgment today because, you know, the perception now in the country is that Cyril Ramaphosa is guilty of an offense. But my point is, has anyone seen the dollars? Do we have the exhibit of the dollars? We don't even have the mattress they're talking about. I just want a picture of the mattress and the couch that the dollars were in. All I'm saying, if you want to do damage to Cyril Ramaphosa, the only thing you can do, you can hold him accountable for employing, for allowing people from Namibia who are illegal in South Africa to work in his farm. But if you're talking about dollars and the Angolas and the buffaloes that never went to Dubai, what are we talking about?
Okay, so you're saying we should not get excited. How should we respond then? How should people respond?
You know, the judge, the Chief Justice should have explained to the nation that this does not mean that they have found any fault on the president. They've found a fault of procedure, that the parliament did not follow procedure in dealing with this matter. When there were recommendations that he has a case to answer. But we can't be excited because there are no dollars. If you want to take
all right, okay, you've made that point. I'm going to move on only because I want you to repeat yourself. We can rather speak and get a different perspective on the issue. So you're basically saying no reason to get excited. Right, what else? Okay, here's another comment.
Good afternoon, SAfm listeners and Ashraf. I think cannot speak much about the respect of the rule of law and upholding the law, because in their case they started insulting the magistrate, they started doubting the rule of law, and so on and so on. So EFF cannot say anything. The case, the president has said he is actually reaffirming his commitment to the rule of law, and he respects that. And that is how the leaders should behave. So with them, I think there's nothing that we can say more than what has happened.
Okay, got that. Thank you for that. There are more comments. I can tell you now, we'll talk about other things too, but I can tell you now, it's a day, to be very honest with you, it is very difficult to talk about anything else, excepting perhaps the Constitution itself, being adopted today many, many years ago. Today was the day, interestingly, in Parliament, when the then President, Thabo Mbeki, said, "I am an African." How interesting that it coincides with today when the Concord rules that effectively strengthens the role of the Constitution. It's 4 o'clock. Time for the news.
Top stories. Asaba, the DA vows to hold Ramaphosa to account, and 3 days of mourning declared in Botswana. Good afternoon. I'm Jolali Tulo Wepe. Despite being in the GNU, the ANC, the DA says it will not protect any wrongdoing in the judgment against President Cyril Ramaphosa in the Palapala matter. Earlier, the Constitutional Court found that Parliament erred in its rejection of the Section 89 report that the President has a case to answer in the Palapala saga. Speaking to the SABC, DA Federal Chair Solim Simanga says as they initially supported the panel report, they will now ensure that there are consequences.
We are very, very clear. We have voted for the report when the report was tabled. I think today we are now having to study the judgment further and will apply our mind and ensure that the judgment leads to some consequences. But the DA is not going to protect any wrongdoing in any way or form.
Meanwhile, President Cyril Ramaphosa says he respects the judgment handed down by the Con Court, reaffirming his commitment to the Constitution, judicial independence and the rule of law. The presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says President Ramaphosa has consistently cooperated with the various investigations into Palapala.
The presidency has noted the judgment of the Constitutional Court in the case brought by the economic freedom fighters, challenging the National Assembly's decision with respect to Section 89 proceedings against the president. President Ramaphosa respects the Constitutional Court's judgment and reaffirms his commitment to the Constitution, the independence of the judiciary, and the rule of law. President Ramaphosa has been consistent in providing his full assistance to the various inquiries into this matter. President Ramaphosa maintains that no person is above the law and that any allegations should be subjected to due process without fear, favor, or prejudice.
The City of Ekurhuleni Metro Council has resolved to finalize reports of an internal investigation into the suspended head of legal and human resources within 60 days. Behari was placed on precautionary suspension late last year over allegations he shielded a suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi. The matter came under discussion during Council's sitting underway in Germiston. At the same time, councillors also clashed in Council over the planned advertisement of the EMPD chief position. While some objected to the move, arguing there is no vacancy, others supported the appointment process, saying strong leadership is needed within the Metro Police Department. Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosi Ndiphile Xhakaza says he is committed to finalizing the matter involving the police chief position.
We are making a commitment that the issue of the chief of police must be finalized. We reported in the last council meeting that process was now sitting with the chair for finalization. It has to be finalized because it has been sitting there now for closer to two years. So there is no running away with that process because this process can still run concurrently.
Acting Free State Premier Jabu Mbalula has paid tribute to Dr. Pule Machua, recognizing his contribution to the liberation struggle and the provincial government. Mbalula led a team of local government officials in honoring Machua, who died earlier this month at the age of 88 following an illness. Machua was the last surviving member of Nelson Mandela's legendary 12 disciples. The pioneering dentist and Umkhonto Wesizwe combatant once guarded Cuba's coastlines. President Cyril Ramaphosa has accorded him a special provincial funeral, Category 1. Mbalula says Machua deserves to be honoured.
Came back to different countries, even here in Africa, playing different roles, and ultimately also to Lesotho, where he was also working in the government of Lesotho, and later on came back home and worked in the Free State government in the Department of Health. Now, it's one of those people that we consider them as a perfect example for all of us who are still in struggle, because we believe that the road to freedom is not yet complete. We need to take after people like him.
Botswana's President Duma Boko has announced a 3-day mourning period following the passing of former President Festus Mogae. Mogae was also an economist who led the diamond-rich nation from 1998 to 2008 and garnered international praise for good governance and the fight against HIV/AIDS. Boko also praised the former statesman for his huge contribution to the nation.
In recognition of his immense contribution to the Republic of Botswana, I declare 3 days of mourning during which national flags will fly at half-mast in honor of His Excellency Mr. Festus Gontebanye Mogae. Other details will follow in due course. There is no greater honor and prestige in this world and in this life than to serve in the supreme capacity of president of one's country.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA, despite being in the GNU with the ANC, the DA says it will not protect any wrongdoing in the judgment against President Cyril Ramaphosa in the Palapala matter. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
In sports, the SAWA Cavaliers chase bonus point in crucial clash, and USM Alger and Zamalek set for Confederation Cup final showdown. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's Friday afternoon, so we have to start with a look on the M1 north in Pretoria. Big volumes expected. It is reasonably busy today. You get a queue from Boerta Avenue up to an obstruction just before you get to Grasfontein Road. That is slow. Joburg side today, N1 running south, but Clue down to William Mandela is quite slow. The rest of the highway is looking fairly normal. The N1 up through Midrand, but Clue up to about New Road before you're out of that queue. If you're moving between Durban and Pietermaritzburg, generally okay, particularly Keyridge and Cliffdale, that is fine. A little bit of traffic around Pavilion Mall, but apart from that, you're into it and out of it, and the rest of it's pretty good, actually. There is another crash on that M7 N2. Now, if you're coming away from Rossborough, it's heavy. If you're coming down from Queensborough, heavy backlogs there as well. The M7 highway into that N2, all jammed up in both directions. Cape Town today, if you're on your way out of town through Somerset West, that is busy. The N2 just queuing to get through Victoria Street. It's quite busy inbound as well there. And a crash on the N2 at Khayelitsha. It's the N2 outbound just before Meway. That's pushing a traffic queue back towards the airport exit and holding traffic on the R300 south, passing Delft to get into that N2. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, there's a comment, and we certainly want comment all the time. One saying, "Hi Ashraf, I don't think it's true that the Constitutional Court made a finding that the Public Protector's report was correct. The judgment focused on Parliament's role in the matter." I'm not too sure who said that. The Concord finding said that the Public Protector's report was correct. In fact, it was the other way around from some of the callers suggesting that now we need to relook at what did the Public Protector say regarding the money around the Palapala issue itself, right? Well, lots more to come. Keep them coming. You're very much part of the Pulse community. The best way you can express yourself, calling in live. We'll take your calls. You should have the number permanently, I would think. Save it, 086 000 2032. And hey, yesterday, to pick up on what we said yesterday, can we please increase the numbers of female callers? And I can't do that on my own. I need that to happen because it's important we get that sense of representativity. But for that to happen, many of the women listening, and I know you there, in big numbers, who feel, look, it's not my problem to voice an opinion. Well, don't leave it to the men just to voice their opinions. So how about you calling in? Because you can change that narrative by you coming in and expressing yourself. I need to hear you. Male, female, young and old, but first-time callers as well. And wherever you are, particularly if you want to do a Citizen Report picture where you're listening into the show right now with your dial locked onto SAFM, please do so. We're going to touch on a very interesting thing for now, and that concerns the withdrawal of a license to the South African Army Foundation. What exactly is that all about? We'll find out in a moment.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Egypt, Northeast Africa. Africa Month, one continent, many legacies. This Africa Month, we stand with Egypt. One of the world's oldest civilizations, a land of pyramids, of pharaohs, of power. The Nile River has been the lifeline of a nation for thousands of years, a gateway between Africa and the world. a country where history lives and breathes.
Egypt gained independence in 1922 from foreign control to national sovereignty. Through revolutions, through change, through time, Egypt has endured. From Cairo's energy to ancient stones, past and present stand side by side. A leader in culture, a force in the region.
Egypt does not fade, it endures. In every monument, in every story, in every heartbeat, there is legacy. Egypt is ancient, powerful, eternal.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Well, let's certainly pick up some of the issues you're going to talk about. I'll do that in a moment. But here's an interesting story. Well, concerning really the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. I'll repeat that. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which is the FSCA, they've dealt a blow to the South African Army Foundation as it withdraws its financial service provider license. Well, why have they done that? Gerard van Deventer is the Divisional Executive for Enforcement at the FSCA. Gerard, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. I just want to say I'm very sorry I'm male. I can hear you asking for female callers. But
but you're not a caller. You're a guest, which is different completely, right?
I should maybe just mention that my lead investigator in this case was a female, and she did a very good job.
Well, excellent indeed. Thank you. Let's start with this. When we talk about, when we talk about your role, but let me go to the SA Army Foundation. I sort of put that word around to a few people. Nobody knew who they were. So who is the SA Army Foundation?
Okay, yes. No, it's not surprising that nobody knows because it's an organization inside the military. But it's an organization that does more work than just the part we looked at. Our interest in this organization was that it's also a financial services provider that holds a license from the FSCA to provide financial services. So typically, what people call a broker, financial advisor. So that's a license you must hold if you want to provide financial advice or deal with policies or that type of thing. So they had such a license because through their offices, the policies for these around 70,000 military members, there was obviously insurance arranged for them. But that's, of course, only part of what they did. They also did other stuff, yeah.
All right. So as these brokers, right, your organization, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, has withdrawn its financial service provider license to the South African Army Foundation. Why? Give me the story. What has happened?
Okay, sure. Yeah, so these licenses are issued by us, and of course it's our job to keep an eye on it. And if there's any material misconduct or misappropriation, serious transgressions of financial sector laws, then we will step in and impose some sanctions. So in this case, the news actually broke on Monday, if I remember correctly, that there was a problem. I'm wrong. I'm confusing it. So what happened here is that the military police and the South African police was investigating issues around the Army Foundation. And, of course, their investigation moved into our area, that is financial services. So they approached us for assistance, and then we took the investigation further. What actually happened is that they were collecting funds from their members, and these funds were not dealt with the way it should have been dealt with. It is important to mention, however, that the actual premium money for the policies that did end up with the two insurance companies involved, and those policies are all in place, and we've reached out to those insurers to make sure that there's an orderly transfer of the collection process. It's actually additional money that is being collected, and that additional money, a lot of that has gone to the pockets of the two key persons in the SAfmRadio Foundation, as you would see from the media release, Mr. Barros and Mr. Ampeli. And that's where the issue came in. And from our point of view, that really means that they didn't act in the best interest of their clients, and they didn't keep these funds separate. So there was quite a few statutory contraventions from our point of view. That's what we investigated. It was quite an intensive investigation. Took a few years. Very difficult to do. And where we are today is, of course, we then took enforcement action, imposed sanctions, and the most important of those sanctions is that we withdrew their license to act as a financial services provider.
And that's centered on the two people you mentioned.
So the SAfmRadio Foundation license is withdrawn.
Right.
So that's their license. It's the entity's license. But yes, with reference to the two people, we also impose sanctions. There's an administrative penalty of just over 20 million on Mrs. Barros and then 24 million on Mr. Rampele. And then both of them were debarred for 30 years. So that means they're not allowed to come back into the financial industry for the next 30 years.
Okay. What then? So one is sanctions against them, but what is the impact then in terms of the license being withdrawn towards the SAfmRadio Foundation itself?
So the impact on the SAfmRadio Foundation is that they have to immediately stop doing financial services business. And just to reiterate, it's only about financial services business. They can start selling cars if they like. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be facetious, but they can do anything else. And they are doing other things, of course, for their members. And that's none of our business. The issue is they're not allowed to conduct financial services anymore. But I'm sure this will attract the attention of the military itself as well. And needless to say, all our work we have handed over to the National Prosecuting Authority and the Hawks, so they will take it further.
So that in terms of the two people who you've found against in the first place, what happens to them? You mentioned that, they can't practice in that service for over 30 years, you've mentioned, right? That's it in terms of them, right? That type of sanction is critical, I suppose, to maintain the type of checks and balances organizations like this have. Has there been a response from those that subscribe to the Army Foundation themselves?
So yes, it's all about protection of the public. So debarments, the withdrawal of licenses, the whole issue here is protection of the public, and that's what it's about. But as far as the members are concerned, so as far as their policies are concerned, that is in place, and that's well looked after, and we'll make sure there's no disruption with that. For the rest of the services that this entity, has performed for them, that is something that their boards and the military will have to pick up and look at going forward.
Okay, that's where we're going to leave it. Appreciate your time here on the show, Gerard van Deventer, Divisional Executive for Enforcement at the FSCA. Now, you may be close to the action regarding the South African Army Foundation. If that's the case, then how about we hear from you? If you want to tell us more about what you know, but also how it's impacted, the work of the foundation in being able to provide the type of needs of the people that they serve. So bring it on. If you have a thought on that, I certainly like to get your thoughts too.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products like 3 kg Sunlight Hand Wash Powder for R79.99. Save 20 Rand. Or Huggies Dry Comfort Nappies or Pads Jumbo Pack, including Gold Value Pack for R169.99. Save 30 Rand. Prices valid from 22 April till 10 May. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, we do know it's been a rather miserable few days for many people in the country because of plummeting temperatures. But for some people, specifically in the Eastern Cape and maybe the Southern Western Cape regions, it's not just plummeting temperatures. It's come with, snow in some areas and torrential rains and continued torrential rains at that. As a result of that, clearly it's had a huge impact upon the lives of people in those regions. Now, here's a story of huge concern. More than 40 people have been trapped in the Eastern Cape, completely cut off from other communities. Let's find out more about it. So Kokta in the Eastern Cape has warned its residents in the Garden Route and the Kucha region to evacuate low-lying areas and avoid unnecessary travel together. But let's find out what's happened specifically with the fact that 40 people are trapped. Gerard Otto, Head of Disaster Management at the Garden Route District Municipality. Gerard, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and all listeners also.
Thank you. I mean, so my headliner talks about 40 people trapped. Is that still the case?
No, they're out. They've been rescued. So it was a group of Namibian scholars that was trapped behind the Robenheimer Dam when the dam wall started spilling, and rescue operations today managed to get them out of that area. It was actually 17 girls, 17 boys, and 8 teachers. There were other people there too that we found when we did the rescue, but they're all safe.
Okay, and when did that happen?
Latest this afternoon. They've all moved now to be housed in Oudtshoorn, so they've all been catered for.
Okay, let's then talk about the general issues regarding the safety of people in that province right now. What's the weather conditions like? Firstly.
Weather conditions has cleared. Look, I'm on the border between the Eastern and the Western Cape. So the Garden Route is on the Western Cape side, and the weather conditions has cleared up completely by us. I know our storms might still be in the eastern parts of the Eastern Cape causing havoc. Our levels in our dams is already subsiding. The rivers is already subsiding, so it's looking better. We have got many areas still cut off where water has caused damages on roads. Internal roads is about 45 of them. It's still closed. Our major routes is all open. The last one that we had to open was the Robertson Pass, and that is open. We do have some ponding in one area on the N2 due to a culvert that's being blocked, but that's being addressed, and there is an alternative route around that. But yeah, the people cut off, we have been flying in assistance today, humanitarian aid to those areas, and that will also still continue tomorrow.
And the type of rescue operations, I mean, are people still at risk at all?
Areas that's cut off, remember to get medical aid there, that is your problem. We had a lady that had to give birth, it was an emergency, and we had to do alternatives. We got somebody on a video call and assisted the lady. We had airlifted today, but until today we could not get airlifted with our choppers because of the weather conditions. So that we've rescued 2 people that were stuck in Meiringspoort when the river came down. We didn't even know about them until today when we could fly in there. We got them. They were cold and hungry, but they were okay. They've all also been rescued. And so as we go through the district now with aerial reconnaissance and surveying, we might find even more people that's trapped that we don't know about, because in many areas the communication network is also down. You can only do that with an aerial survey and weather permitting. As we speak, we wanted to do the Vlucht area this afternoon. Fortunately, the cloud is covering those mountains. It's too dangerous to fly. But we will do it early tomorrow morning when we get a gap. We will go in there as well.
I see. What then about the mobility of people? I mean, are they mobile? Can they move around, or is that too risky?
What we say is on our major routes, on the main routes, it's fine. The tar parts, that's good. So if you need to get from one town to another, that's accessible. But we still caution people not to use the the secondary roads and the gravel roads, because they're very, very wet, very slippery still. And in many areas, we don't know the condition past the first low water bridge where you couldn't cross. So it could be in the area that there's still areas underwater, that the road conditions under the water is not conducive to driving conditions. We will only know that once the water level subsides.
Okay. And Eastern Cape, Western Cape, on those areas that you cover, would you advise that or would you put that on hold?
Well, the storms passed in our area, so it's safe to travel from the Eastern Cape to the Western Cape on the N2, as long as you remain on national roads.
Okay, remain on national roads. Gerard Otto, thank you for your time, Head of Disaster Management at the Garden Route District Municipality. You could well be one of those people who are there and hopefully on the national roads. If that's the case, give us a citizen report here. You're very much part of the Pulse community, so let us know. What's it like today in that region? You can call in live when we open the lines. You could drop us a WhatsApp comment immediately to 0614 104 107. Keep it up to 30 seconds. You also have the option to text as well. I'll get to some of your messages, WhatsApp that is, right after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so here's an interesting one. Time for concern, sadness, or celebration.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. South Africans have the right to celebrate based on today's judgment. That guy who say we don't have reason to celebrate, I don't know which country is he living. We cannot keep on protecting people that are corrupt. The president has violated the constitution, then he must face the music. It's simple as that. You cannot come on air and tell us about it. You did not see the mattresses, you did not see the dollars. Come on, man. We need people who are corrupt free. Good afternoon, Justice Mwebe from Polokwane, Limpopo.
We need people that are corrupt free. Clearly said. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Rian here from Pietermaritzburg. It's a great day for our Constitution. It's celebrating 30 years today. Constitutional Court has found that actually it was the ANC MPs that were wrong and those that sided with them. Yet the ANC trumpets this as a wonderful judgment. The MK spokesperson was even worse in that he keeps on pointing at Ramaphosa, yet everything that he says about Ramaphosa, his own boss, his own party president, is worse. It's a farcical situation.
A farcical situation is what is said. Here's another.
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's NJ here in Limpopo. Ashraf, the South African politics right now is at the climax. And I'm waiting to see how long will the ANC protect their president. And I do agree with the MK. They must just recall their president and he must step aside. Because if they don't do that, we're going to the elections. That small party called ANC to get 1%. Thank you.
To get 1%? Well, listen, some may say, as I've heard, the ANC would be damned if they go into the election without resolving the Ramaphosa issue. They'd also be damned if they effectively recall him ahead of the election. Because if not him, then who? There's been an oft-repeated narrative that, like him or not, Ramaphosa is the glue that keeps the ANC together. Who's the obvious replacement? In hierarchy, you may go for the deputy, but is it as obvious as that? Right, let's get the news headlines. Here's Jolani Tulongwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the African Transformation Movement says the Constitutional Court's ruling in the Palapala matter brings a long-awaited clarity on how Parliament must handle accountability processes involving the executive. Deputy Finance Minister Ashor Sarupen says national government is still working very closely with the city of Johannesburg despite the leaking of a letter revealing the metro's worsening financial situation. And finally, a woman in Ethiopia is celebrating giving birth to quintuplets after 12 years of trying for a baby without success. Gregory Host will have the details at 5 o'clock. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
If you're coming up into Joburg this afternoon on the mic one from Boyson's into the Crown, you're just being held up by a stationary truck. It's the same truck that we were reporting during the breakfast show this morning. It broke down about 5 o'clock and it's still there. The mic one north between Boyson's and Crown. It has been an all-day delay. Crash on the N12 eastbound just around Xavier Street. So coming past Southgate on your way to Alberton, that is slow go. And still no traffic lights, 14th Avenue N1 to the N1 from Bayers Nordia. Under a bit of pressure as you approach that jammed up off-ramp. N3, Buccleuch, down to Germiston, pretty heavy. You'll pick up the queues really about sort of Limbro Park, Alex area from there, all the way down to Elan's interchange this afternoon. And busy for a Friday on the M1 North, clocking up from Centurion as you make your way up at about Gasfontein Road. Also a crash on Paul Kruger North near Lavender, causing a bit of a backlog if you're heading up through that Pretoria North region today. Durban, another crash on the M7 at the N2. It is heavy both ways. If you're going away from Rossborough or coming along the M7 from Queensborough, there's some very heavy backlogging going on both directions on the M7. Cape Town, a crash on the N2 outbound at Meway in front of Khayelitsha. That's the reason for the big backlog that stretches beyond the airport back to Robert Sobukwe. Also holding the R300 up passing Delft down towards that N2 connection, and very busy this afternoon. There's a lot of road work, so not surprising. Goodwood and Elsie's River, routes like Trekker Road, the N7, Holt Road, Giel Basson, all jam-packed through that area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, let's get to sport. Toby, you want to talk about the Currie Cup?
Yes, Boerland Cavaliers coach Howie Zveri has opted for continuity ahead of tomorrow's decisive Currie Cup First Division clash against the Eastern Province Elephants in Wellington at 3 p.m, with the home side needing a bonus point victory to secure a semi-final berth and automatic promotion to the Premier Division. Milestones will be celebrated as Xavier Mitchell and Surly Arendse both make their 50th appearance, while second lock Marilyn Williams runs out for his 96th cap. And Fourie says that the squad is fully fit after last week's bruising encounter with the Pumas and believes managing workloads will be key as the Cavaliers aim to seal their playoff spot in style. In football, the path to glory and a record $4 million prize begins this weekend as USM Alger Zamalek SC in the first leg of the CAF Confederations Cup final. Kickoff is at 8 p.m. tomorrow at the Stade 5 Juliet in Algiers, with the return leg scheduled for the 16th of May at Cairo International Stadium. Both clubs are recent winners of the competition, with USM lifting the trophy back in 2023 and Zamalek claiming titles in 2019 and 2024. Meanwhile, former Mamelodi Sundowns head coach Pitso Mosimane says that the Betway Premiership's tightly contested title race between Mamelodi Sundowns and Orlando Pirates is good for the local game. For the first time in a very long time, the league title race will go down to the wire, and there's a huge possibility that it could also be decided on goal difference. Sundowns currently leads with 3 points, with Pirates having a game in hand and a superior goal difference in a second position. Mosimane, who won 5 league titles with Sundowns, says this title race brings some excitement to the local game.
It's good for football. You never know what's going to happen. If I asked you 10 days back, you wouldn't say what's happening now, right? So it's a game of football. So whichever team you are, whether you Chiefs, whether you Sundowns, whether you Pirates, they say you're playing, it's never over until the Fat Lady has sung, right? She has not sung yet. So every week it's a story.
Elsewhere, Bayern Munich coach Vincent Kompany has told his players not to dwell on their Champions League semi-final defeat to Paris Saint-Germain, urging them to finish the season strong with the German Cup still up for grabs. The Bavarians, already crowned Bundesliga champions, bowed out of Europe with a 1-1 draw in Munich, which left them trailing 6-5 on aggregate. Bayern now turn their focus to Saturday's league trip to Wolfsburg before facing Cologne and then VfB Stuttgart in the German Cup final on the 23rd of May. In weightlifting news, weightlifting newcomer Shane Smith says that using her CrossFit background as a springboard into the sport is a decision she now looks back on with pride after returning from Europe. The 26-year-old recently became one of the first African lifters to compete at a European Championship staged in Georgia last month, marking another milestone in what is rapidly becoming an international career. Smith says that she is enjoying her career thus far. Finally, in athletics, 7-time Olympic gold medalist Allyson Felix has revealed that she is targeting a place in the U.S. mixed 4x400 meters relay at the 2028 Los Angeles Games. The 40-year-old, who retired back in 2022 with 11 Olympic medals, says that the chance to compete in her hometown has inspired her comeback. Felix says that she is excited to test the limits and also to push for a 6th Olympic appearance, despite acknowledging the challenge of returning to elite level. That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
All right, perfect. Thanks for that, Tumi. Yeah, well, in fact, by the way, Tumi, I have to tell you this before I let you go. The interesting point. Let me pick it up with Tumi later on. I'll do that later. It's an important conversation to have then.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, with me with all those numbers, Paswane and Patlele. Paswane, what have you got locally and globally?
Afternoon, Ashraf and to your listeners. Well, it's 2 months into the war in the Middle East, and it's already impacting food prices. We got the global food price index that basically is signaling that inflation is rising on the food front, hitting the highest level since 2023. The big red flags being the high of vegetable oils, wheat, and fertilizers impacted by the supply disruption coming from the Middle East. This signaling stagflationary risk can be expected to hit consumers' budgets, especially major markets like South Africa. Meanwhile, the US data talked to the consumer sentiment, having been strained and at record lows, as households' budgets are also getting squeezed by the fuel and tariff cost pressures. While on the labor front, some resilience is reflected, as the unemployment rate was unchanged at 4.3, and jobs created exceeded expectations. The strength coming from the likes of transport, warehouses, and retail, signaling that there is inventory buildup and goods demand still in play. However, overall, they are looking at a soft lending environment that generally allows room for the US Fed to cut interest rates this year, and it's reflected in the easing yields and the dollar pricing lower and offering gold some support, up 0.9% at $4,730 an ounce, above tradable levels. When you look at the likes of oil, volatility has declined but still elevated, reflecting ongoing uncertainty as the world waits for Iran's response on the peace deal, which ends tonight. Oil prices are sitting at $101, up 1.4%. Anything towards $105 would create a big sell-off in the equities. As we look at the equities, they are trading, closing on weekly gains, and today's trading on mixed levels. We see the likes of the US are up 1%. You look at the Nasdaq, S&P up 0.7, Dow up 0.2. In Europe, it's down. DAX down 1%, and back home here in the JSE, we're down 1%. The resource and industrials are down 1%, and financials down 1.3. When we look at the currency mix, we're still fairly stable. Rand against the dollar is at 16.40, rand against the euro 19.30, and rand against the pound 22 rand 32 cents.
Thank you for that, Paswane. Have a fabulous weekend. More to come from you, of course. We're going to get to hear what you feel. You're on the pulse, aren't you?
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
All right, shortly we'll talk about a fascinating partnership between the NEWF, which is the Nature, Environment and Wildlife Filmmakers, and the what is called ECO, right? Encounter of Collectors. What exactly is all that about? You're going to have to find out in a few minutes' time. In the meantime, let's hear what you have to say. And there are others who are saying, hey, EFF, don't celebrate. Not yet.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf Matabo. Ashraf, I think EFF should not be happy and jubilate with ATM on this case. They have not won the real case. They've just won the part of procedure that was not followed by the parliament. But the real issues have to be there to be dealt with are the merits of the case at hand. Cyril Ramaphosa has never been found guilty. The only thing that was said by the committee was that there can be something to be investigated. And that thing is not yet known. Thank you.
You're pretty clear to say don't celebrate. Nothing's happened. Not the big one anyway.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. With due respect to the MKP party, that is not a judgment on the president. It's a judgment on the procedure. And who says to them, where you can see a person is having a problem is that when they know that there's a possibility that they will never get a 2/3 majority in respect of the impeachment hearing or the voting. So if you won't be able to get a 2/3 majority, then you're going to try to force the issue to say that the president must resign right now because it achieves whatever you are trying to say, that no, the president is guilty of some kind of an offense. So why can't we wait to hear those proceedings which are going to be taken live, and we, the people of South Africa, will judge ourselves, not for them to judge for us and say that the president must resign. We want to hear all the information.
Okay, interesting point you bring. We judge for ourselves, but I mean, what are your powers versus those in Parliament? I hear what you say about the 2/3 majority, but who knows what may happen within the ANC itself before it actually goes to Parliament. Let's get to Middelburg now. Jabu, hi. Jabu, you're live. Hello. Jabu?
How are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, I'm good indeed. Right, Jabu, go for it.
Ashraf, the ANC members must just sit this one out because they are kicking and screaming. I'm not a member of EFF. I'm an MKP member. EFF has a right to celebrate because if they didn't...
Yeah. Okay, I think we've just lost Jabu there just for a second. I'm not too sure what's the cause of that. I'm sorry about that, Jabu. I'm not too sure what happened. Lesiba in Khobakwani. Lesiba, hi.
Hi, Azra. Good afternoon and good afternoon to our listeners.
Good, a good afternoon, if you think it is, right? Yeah.
Look, Azra, we need to understand this because since the constitutional ruling earlier this morning, you have been lining up, your radio station has been lining up the constitutional expert, and they were very clear in outlining the process that need to be followed. But I can't understand why EFF should behave in a manner that has been behaving, because the Constitution made it very clear that no president was in court. The president was always ready. Ramaphosa was always ready to explain what happened at Palapala, what he knows, what he doesn't know. It is not President Ramaphosa who stopped the findings of the Section 81 committee to come to refer the report to the impeachment committee. He was ready. But now we must allow President Ramaphosa, if there's going to proceed with the impeachment process, he will appear before the impeachment committee, he will explain what he has to explain, and then it will be on the basis of what has been found by the committee that the parliament should decide whether they impeach the president or not. That's where we'll see the two-thirds majority, of which the parliament, except the ANC, does not have. Because if you exclude the ANC, the parliament is not even having 67%.
All right, but
that will be within the ANC to decide
you
whether
say
it's going or not.
Okay, but you're saying nothing with the president. The fact is, it is the president's party that actually threw out that vote that should have taken place and decided not to refer the matter to this impeachment committee. And that's what the Concord is now finding unconstitutional. So, in fact, it is his party and he's the leader of the party.
We are learning from this one. That is why you will hear the statement from the ANC on its own saying they accept the ruling of the Constitutional Court. The president is accepting the Constitutional Court ruling, and they are ready to abide by any processes. What we don't want is to see such parties like EFF, because themselves, Julius Malema was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment after lengthy processes. They were calling judge names, racist, whatever. That was unprofessional, and we will not encourage that for ANC. But look with the ANC, you can see that this is a party of the people. It's mature. The president is mature. They are subjected to processes, and they will work with any investigation for that matter.
Okay.
This is what we want from the leadership. This is what we want from the political party, not the EFF.
Okay. You made the point. You've said it like 3 times. I hear you. You've made the point very clearly, Lesiba. Thank you for that. Party of the people, mature, and they follow processes. Who gives a thumbs up to that comment? There's more. Salo in Mokopani. Hi, Salo.
Okay.
Salo, you're live. Hello.
Ashraf.
Yeah.
Blind loyalty sometimes is unfortunate. Your previous caller is like that. He doesn't see any wrong that ANC has done. And I not applaud the EFF for taking this matter to Constitutional Court to show them once again that the ANC, they're using their own majority to suppress some this pertinent issue like this one. And he's just so blind, Lisiwa, man. Lisiwa, I hope he's listening to him, but he's just so blind loyalty. The ANC in Parliament was wrong for not voting with the EFF and the other opposition party. Now we are here. It is the same thing that happened to Jacob Zuma. So I will say to the Lisiwa, Ashraf, ANC does not learn.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think that message could well be a message to many other ANC members. You see, you can be supportive of a party, but you can't be blind to suggest they're all perfect. Similarly, and the truth is the same with all the other parties, the DA, the EFF, the MK party. You can run all the way down the line. Hey, there's some things that they do that are really good, and you must acknowledge them. In this case, let's say the EFF and the ATM. Does that mean they do everything right? I don't know. Motibang in Florida, hello.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah,
let me throw you
let
me throw you the disclaimer. What I'm going to say has nothing to do with Ashraf or the SAFM, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're happy with this ruling of the Constitutional Court because Ramaphosa disappointed all of us. I'm one of those people who supported him in 2017 because I thought he was going to be the best president. But I've learned that this guy is so dishonest. Remember when he promised us the new dawn, all the good things, he's going to, fix the state. But the things he did so far, I think arrogance took over. It overtook him, actually. He became so arrogant, and as far as I'm concerned, and he's not a good president because he doesn't understand that being a president, you have to serve the people with humility. But now he was becoming more and more arrogant, threatening us, the citizens, with arrest when he is abating the illegal, the criminality, allowing the illegal foreigners to come into our country. So I think I so wish they impeach him. He's a very bad president.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
Well, you've said a lot. You don't have to say much more. You've said a lot. And I've left it at that because I know that others were going to pick up on it. We'll get further reaction, by the way, further analysis on what's developed today, what's happened today in the Constitutional Court ruling effectively on Palapala. We'll talk about that after 5-2. But in the meantime, here's that interesting story between the NEWF and ECO. Let's talk about that next.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. classics sounding so good. Only on SAfm. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, so this is interesting. The NEWF, which is an acronym for Nature, Environment and Wildlife Filmmakers, and ECO, which is Encounter of Collectives. Well, they have launched a partnership to support 12 interdisciplinary collectives from the Ibero-America and Africa with production grants of 5,000 euros each. Let's find out what that means, because clearly you'd be interested, wouldn't you? Pragna Parsontam Kok is with me, Executive Director of the NEWF and the National Geographic Explorer. Pragna, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good to be here.
Thank you. So is this worth celebrating? Tell me more.
Absolutely, it's worth celebrating. So this is, as you mentioned, it's a collaboration between NEWF, Nature, Environment and Wildlife Filmmakers, and an organization based in Colombia called VIST Projects. And through support from the Spanish Agency for International Development, we have put together this ECHO project. Now, ECHO has been running for a number of years, but only hosted within Ibero-America, and a lot of Amazonian stories coming through, Latin American stories coming through. And for the first time, VIST Projects is now partnering with NEWF so that we get this Africa and Ibero-America collectives together, able to tell stories that, document our histories, our past, our futures together.
And that now with a very specific African centered perspective, right?
Absolutely. It's never been done before with this ECHO project, and this is going to be the first opportunity for us to really have visual artists approach these thematics in a way, where they get this grant and they're really able to explore what it means to them.
Okay, we'll talk about the grant just now. I'm sure people are going to be making notes with pen and paper. But in terms of the end goal, when you say these stories will be told, what will then be the platform where it would be positioned on?
In previous years, this has been done through exhibits. These have been done at exhibits in, public spaces, massive photograph prints along important areas. So if we take South Africa, we would need to look at it and say, okay, where is this content that has now been produced? Obviously, at this point yet, we don't know what these stories are. We're waiting for the applications to come in, and the strongest ones would then be given the grant. But based on these stories, where are the communities in which these artworks need to be seen? What kind are they? Is it photography? Is it film? Is it, and that will determine its final end goal of where it needs to be. Is it libraries? Does it, go along our streets? Does it go on big banners across highways? So these are things we have to explore once we see the final output.
And of course, you're not prescribing, you're leaving it up to them, right? Well, in terms of these grants, I've got that production grants of 5,000 euros each, right? How do you determine who receives a grant?
There is a selection panel of readers that go through these applications, and you must have seen that in previous years in Ibero-America alone, they received over 1,200 applications. And so we're so excited this year with the African collectives also applying that we're going to have so many applications that will go through this process of selection with the readers, reading them, analyzing them for strength of work. What kinds of stories do they want to tell? Do they match the theme? Is it doable within the budget? Can they produce this with a budget of 5,000 euro or not? And that's a critical factor, because then you understand the creative person submitting and their skills in that way. But yeah, it will be with a selection panel and readers that will go through each application and score them, and ultimately from there they'll go through many rounds and a final decision.
Okay, and what sort of deadlines are we talking about? Applications open now, closing when?
Applications are closing on the 10th. And you never heard it from me, but maybe there'll be an extension of a few days.
And the whole country saying, "Oh, phew, thank goodness!" Yeah. So
I hope so.
they would find out by going where? Give me your website address or relevant portal.
Yes, so they can visit NEWF's website, which is www.newf.co.za, or they can visit ECHO directly, which is eco.vistprojects.com, and then for South African audiences /en/, so that you can read it in English.
Okay, and I'll also ask you to just, tweet it out or Facebook it out or Instagram it out. You can just tag myself, Ashraf Garda, as well as SAfmRadio. We'll gladly share that to a public that I think will be yearning for this. They would certainly want it, yeah.
Unbelievable. I think, this is such an incredible opportunity, Ashraf, because, Africa and Ibero-America, we share histories of land, we share histories of memory, of colonial disruption, and ecology. And I think this is really an opportunity for these stories to come together.
Just lastly, in terms of what has been done previously, right? What impact has that made on the communities whose stories that they've told?
There have been incredible support within the Amazon on these projects. Photographers have also had the opportunity. They've gone on and they've produced this work and they've become National Geographic explorers since then with this portfolio of evidence of this work that they've done. So I think there's so many doors and opportunities open once you're able to go through this process of producing work and receiving the mentorship. That you not only become a richer storyteller, but these other doors and avenues open for you for future grants and future opportunities.
And that's something not to be turned down as far as I'm concerned. Pragna Parsotam Kok, thanks for your time. Executive Director of NEWF for NEWF and the National Geographic Explorer. This wonderful collaboration, NEWF and ECHO, ECO, that partnership, 12 grants of €5,000 for visual storytelling collectives across, in the regional regions, Ibero-America and now Africa. So are you up for that? Check them out. Google it. You'll get all the stories you need.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, there's lots more to talk about the Palapala rulings.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweden. What am I ruling? I found it so rich for EFF to claim that it stands for the good rule of law. If they were standing for the good rule of law indeed, what about their criminal convict president? Ngus?
Well, at this point in time, yes, there's a conviction. He could have appealed it or has appealed it, so we'll see what happens. But listen, if there's one thing we've learned from all the political parties, and I even hear that today, they do not resist one moment to take the opportunity to be able to push their party line when there's adversity and how they can make adversity. I'm not talking to the EFF, I'm talking across the board here.
Good day, Ashraf. What if Ramaphosa did not sell buffaloes, but the money came from his recently weekend farm visit friend, and they went there to tell them that your dollars have created problems for me? What if, I'm just thinking from like a layman, what if the dollars just came and just outside of Limpopo?
Yeah, and just to pick up on the Julius Malema story, so a person gets convicted and then you have intention to appeal. So, well, I don't know, you can open that up for debate. At this point in time, until that's heard, you're guilty, right? But then the moment you actually appeal, then we'll see what happens, right? So I suppose, I've heard many people say he's convicted, and I think you technically would be right. He's also appealed that. So you have to wait for that process to take place as well, right? There's lots on the Palapala ruling, naturally speaking.
Good day, Ashraf. What if Ramaphosa did not sell buffaloes, but the money came from his recently weekend farm visit friend, and they went there to tell them that your dollars have created problems for me? What if, I'm just thinking from like a layman, what if the dollars just came and just outside of Limpopo?
Okay, sorry, we played that again. What if, but it's an important question. What if?
Hi, Ashraf and the listeners. I think this is a watershed moment, and I think it's time that South Africans realize that EFF and ATM, those are parties that are supposed to be having majority of votes because they are not compromising based on popular sentiments or anything like that. They, especially EFF, they are very clear what they want, and they don't compromise on that. No party is perfect, but I think what they are showing us is that as South Africans, we need to stand up for the constitution of this country. If they hadn't done that, imagine they did that with Zuma, they did that with Ramaphosa. If they hadn't done that, the constitutional democracy will become a joke. So well done to EFF, and let's give credit where it's due, and other things we'll worry about later. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, got that. Thank you for that. Let's give credit, is what is said. Many may not disagree with you on that. Surely you must give some credit, can't you? Should. Right. We'll pick up on some of the other comments later on. What we'll do have is we'll have further reaction with Professor Andre Duvenacher, who'll comment on and give his analysis, political analysis, that is on Palapala. Right now, just going 5 o'clock. Here's Greg Coase.
Thank you, Ashraf. Reaction to Concord's ruling in the Palapala case in Ethiopian women has quintuplets. Good day to you. The ATM party says the Constitutional Court's ruling on the Palapala matter brings a long-awaited clarity on how Parliament should handle accountability processes involving the executive. The party says the judgment underscores that procedural mechanisms cannot be used to shield political power from constitutional scrutiny, and that oversight institutions must act within the spirit of the Constitution. ATM spokesperson Zamanchon.
We therefore call for the impeachment committee to be convened without delay, for its work to be conducted openly and lawfully, and for the president to cooperate fully with every constitutional and investigative process. We reject impunity and trial by slogan. We stand for truth, fairness, and equal justice. This moment will define whether Parliament remains a guardian of constitutional democracy or becomes an instrument for shielding executive misconduct.
Meanwhile, despite being in the government of national unity with the ANC, the DA says it will not protect any wrongdoing in the judgment against President Cyril Ramaphosa in the Palapala matter. Earlier, the Concord found that Parliament erred in its rejection of the Section 89 report that the President has a case to answer in the Palapala saga. The DA's federal chairperson, Salim Simanga.
We are very, very clear. We have voted for the report when the report was tabled. I think today we are now having to study the judgment further and will apply our mind and ensure that the judgment leads to some consequences. But the DA is not going to protect any wrongdoing in any way or form.
The Deputy Finance Minister, Asho Sarupan, says national government is still working very closely with the city of Johannesburg, despite the leaking of a letter revealing the Metro's worsening financial situation. In a strongly worded letter this week from the Finance Minister, Idon Godungwana, it emerged that creditors are owed 25 billion rand, while the municipality only has 3.9 billion rand in available cash. He also instructed the Johannesburg Mayor, Dado Morero, to stop the implementation of a signed wage agreement with Municipal Workers Union SAMU over the risk to both the city's finances and the broader economy. The Deputy Minister elaborates.
Well, the Minister of Finance is engaging with the City of Johannesburg's political leadership, but at a technical level there's been, long before, consistent engagements at a technical level between the Treasury officials and the finance team in the City of Johannesburg about their finances, about their liquidity ratios, their cash coverage ratios, their collection rates which have been falling, and so it's been an ongoing process to try to remediate and get the City of Johannesburg to do what it's supposed to do.
The KwaZulu-Natal Premier Samsak Ntuli and the Provincial Police Commissioner Nchancham Kwenazi are holding a closed meeting in Durban today to tackle issues on illegal immigration in the province. The meeting includes civil society groups and organizations such as March and March, which have held protests against illegal immigrants in Durban. The Premier's spokesperson, Lindelani Mbata.
Sometimes we'd find out that a shop will be leased to Mr. Mbata, myself. However, I will give that permit, or maybe the actual shop to Abraham. So those are the things that they are talking about inside to say what needs to be done, what can be done in order to stop all that.
A woman in Ethiopia is celebrating giving birth to quintuplets after 12 years of trying for a baby without success. She says she and her husband were overjoyed to be blessed with 5 children at once. The BBC's Richard Kagoe has more.
35-year-old Bedri Adem says her prayers have finally been answered after years of pain and depression. She endured scrutiny in her village, with people questioning her ability to have children. An emotional Adem said she prayed for just one child, but Allah gave her 5, 4 boys and a girl, named Naif, Amar, Munzir, Nazira and Ansar. They were born in hospital by cesarean section, each weighing at least 1.3 kilograms, which means they have a good chance of survival and healthy growth. The hospital told the BBC the babies are conceived naturally and not through in vitro fertilization.
Top story, the ATM party says the Concourt's ruling in the Palapala matter brings a long-awaited clarity on how Parliament must handle accountability processes involving the executive. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Khus.
In sports this hour, Athletics South Africa to consult Minister for guidance on Soweto Marathon as James Molloy remains suspended, and Stormers face Ulster Test as playoff race intensifies. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy going on Joburg's N3 North this afternoon, quite unusual, but there are the roadworks at the Heldnase and then a breakdown between Heldnase and Van Buren, so quite a big backlog of traffic across all lanes from the cement factory coming up in towards that Bedfordview area. Going south is pretty slow, crash on the N3 down by the London Road exit at Alex, so that's slow from Buccleuch, and then a crash down at Elands interchange, so from Edenvale all the way down through Bedfordview and into Germiston, very busy and slow going there. That stationary truck on the Mike 1 north at Boysons is still there. Southbound from Melrose down to Boyson's quite slow as well. N1 heading north is busy from Buccleuch up to New Road, and then from John Foster up towards Garsfontein. N1 north busy for a Friday as you make your way through there. Durban, a crash scene a little bit earlier this afternoon, still backlogging traffic. It's the M7 at the N2. It's heavy both ways. If you're going away from Roxburgh out towards Pinetown, or you're coming from Pinetown from Queensborough, trying to get through the bluff, the M7 both ways under quite a bit of pressure there. Also collision N2 south at Spaghetti Junction, so traffic just starting to push back towards Umgeni roadside. Cape Town, the earlier crash on the N2 outbound at Meway has been cleared, but it's left a really big backlog of traffic on the N2 leaving Cape Town into that Khayelitsha area. Behind that, the R300 is solid from Kales River all the way down for a turning and connection into that N2. Also just very busy Goodwood and Elsie's this afternoon. Routes like the N7, 4 Trekker Road, Holt Road, Kiel, Basson, all of those very slow going. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So later on, we'll talk to one of the researchers from UCT's Department of Computer Science about their development of an AI model for all South African languages. What does that really mean? We'll talk about that. Then Palapala, we've been talking about it all afternoon. What's your one word to reflect your emotions on the Palapala Concourt judgment? I wonder what's the word you're going to use. You can tweet it out, tag SAfmRadio and myself on Twitter on the X platform. You can certainly send us a text message, and you can send us a voice note too. And when we open the lines, well, you can call in live as well. We will talk about just that with Professor Andre Duvenach, getting a different take on that. And it comes up right after this.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products like 400ml Nivea body lotions or creams, including Radiant and Beauty for $52.99. Save 32 Rand. Or 50ml Nivea roll-on deodorant. Buy any two for 44. Save 26 Rand. Price is valid from 22 April till 10 May. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Oh, you know all about it this morning, the Concourt ruling that the Palapala vote was unconstitutional. That's the Palapala vote at the National Assembly that was meant to refer the matter to an impeachment committee, which would then decide, after investigation, whether they could actually have an impeachment vote. So that was turned down, and that, in essence, is what has been found unconstitutional itself. So the court now has directed Parliament to properly address the Section 89 panel report, thereby reopening the possibility of a comprehensive impeachment inquiry into the president, and then who knows what may happen thereafter. With me, Professor Andre Duvenacher, who is a political analyst from the University of the Northwest. Prof. Duvenacher, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Good evening, Ashraf. Nice talking to you, and your analysis and your differentiation is very accurate, so I agree completely by the way you present the situation.
Well, much appreciated. So, well, what about you and how do you present it? Meaning, what are the implications of what we've just heard?
Well, let's start on a very general level. On a democratic, constitutional level, it is a very positive decision. It is emphasizing that the independence of the judiciary is still there, and that there's a clear demarcation of the functional areas of the executive, the legislative function, and that of the judiciary. And in this case, specifically, the fact that the legislative section should keep the executive responsible for their action. So in that sense, it is positive. If we look at some other dynamics, and I think it's important to analyze these other dynamics, for Mr. Ramaphosa, this is very, very negative news. And this is degrading his position within the ANC and within South African politics in an already very vulnerable political situation. Vulnerable in the sense that his party is only commanding 40% of the support, the fact that the government of national unity is not operating the way it should operate, the fact that his opposition, reading the EFF, the Transformation Party, and at the background, the MK Party, is benefiting from this. I also believe that the Democratic Alliance is going to take a position against the president, because before a local government election, they cannot take a position where they support some form of misconduct. And the last point is that this may fuel the already factional nature of the ANC, ending up in higher levels of conflict and battles in the build-up to the 2027 election. So at this point in time, I think we can say that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's presidency is at the weakest point since he took over as president.
Now, interesting, I mean, in terms of today's judgment, there was no direct reflection on Cyril Ramaphosa. There was no judgment on him whatsoever. Just explain why that was not the case.
Okay. We need to differentiate, and that's why I like your introduction. We need to differentiate between the merit of the Palapala case in judicial terms, and then secondly, the way Parliament dealt with it in terms of a issue that is implicating the president. And what we have seen, the verdict, is on the second one. I've also read the IPIT report, and the IPIT report is not implicating the president in any way whatsoever. But now we had the Article 89 investigation, and the outcome of that investigation was clearly that there are grounds for a possible prima facie case against the president. And what the Constitutional Court is saying, they need to take this further with the possibility of impeachment against the president. And now the important point is this decision of the ANC to rule this away was taken during the 6th administration. That was before the 2024 local election, national and provincial elections. And now we are in a different scenario where the ANC is only commanding about 40% of the support. And this is making the position of the president very vulnerable. And my take on the position is that if there's going to be a decision to impeach the president and there's a secret ballot, then we may see some ANC people voting against Ramaphosa. And this may lift the level of support to a level of 66.6% or two-thirds majority. And this may endanger his position. So that is a real risk. Now, the important thing, another development took place about 3 or 4 days ago, 5 days ago, and that is that there's a possible meeting between President Ramaphosa and Jacob Zuma. And I believe that this has a lot to do with what President Ramaphosa expected may come from the Constitutional Court decision. And therefore, he would like to rebuild the ties because the MK party can help him survive his position. But this will come at a price. So there's a lot of politics going on behind the scenes as a result of a legal decision.
Okay, let's then just go back to the big issue around impeachment, right? Can we say that looking at how the cards have been played out now, that at some stage that impeachment committee will make the recommendation that there must be a National Assembly vote, and therefore that, in fact, they will vote for an impeachment? Whether that will carry through is what we're going to ask you next. You think that will happen?
Well, there's a number of things that need to be happen before this can take place. The one thing is, it is now referred to a committee that need to decide on impeachment. And the Speaker is a very influential person in this regard, deciding on timelines, process, procedure, protocol, all of this. So there is the possibility that they can follow a bit of a Stalingrad strategy, trying to postpone it until a certain time. I think that may be the case. But at the end of the day, I think there is going to be some sort of an impeachment. But it's also possible, and we know that the president earlier, as a result of Palapala, wanted to resign. In fact, if my understanding was correct, and I'm referring to media and other reports about the context, he already wrote his resignation letter and was persuaded by the chairperson of the ANC, Gwenny Mantashe, and others to keep his position. And then we had the ANC majority taking away the findings of retired Chief Judge Nkobo, and where they say there is clear evidence that there is a problem. And according to Article 89, you can take the president out if there is a form of misconduct, if he cannot do his job. And there's a number of clear-cut reasons. And they found that that their analysis is showing that there's enough evidence to take the steps in this regard.
Okay, so that's being taken out, as you call it, right? I'm trying to think of the Wild West scenario being taken out. That's for the president of the country. What about the president of the ANC? Do you think, and I heard what you said about Gwede Mantashe earlier, do you think obviously ANC members will be having these, they'd be listening, hanging on to every word we talk about today, and they would be talking about it this weekend. Do you think that there's going to be a movement within the ANC to say, let's remove or recall our president before it gets any worse, keeping in mind we have a local government election coming up in a few months' time?
Ashraf, that may definitely be a scenario. There's a number of scenarios that can play out at this point. I have no doubt that the ANC, and we must not see the ANC only as a political party or a movement or even a government. They are the regime in the country. And there are real positions, interests, etc. at stake if Ramaphosa is running into trouble. And I have no doubt that senior people within the ANC is thinking about what will be the best for their interest, what will be the best for the party. Now you must think that Ramaphosa is going to be the face of the 2026 local elections. So, and about a week or two, I wonder if you picked it up in the media. I picked it up. There were rumors that Ramaphosa may resign. And it was not highly backed in the media, but there were these sounds coming from certain sources. So I believe there's a number of possibilities. There is a possibility that Ramaphosa may resign. We know that he would like to resign already a time ago. Secondly, there may be pressure from within his own political party. There's a lot of things going on. Paul Mashatile is playing his game, Fikile Mbalula, and there are other actors playing a game because they know that a best case scenario for Cyril Ramaphosa is the end of 2027. And that is about 18 months ago from here. So in that sense, I think that is definitely a topic. And for its own survival, and the ANC as a party is in crisis at the moment, they may put pressure on the president to make a decision. The reaction coming from the presidency is an interesting thing. They say they abide the law and they support the independence of the judiciary, etc. So I am not picking up any resistance coming from the presidency, contrary to what happened during the Zuma era.
I mean, that may be expected anyway. But anyway, let's leave it at that. I think, as you said, well, to paraphrase all the things, the show must go on no matter who's going to be in charge. Professor Andre Durban, I think it's going to be a particularly fascinating weekend of news reading, exposés that may come up in terms of what's going on behind the scenes of the African National Congress. Professor Andre Durban, thank you for your time. Right, let's talk about AI in all of South Africa's languages after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
I certainly love it when institutes champion really great causes. This is one of them, where UCT researchers have developed an AI model for all South African languages. So why is that a big deal? Let's find out with Dr. Francois Meyer from UCT's Department of Computer Science. Dr. Meyer, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. At a time when an AI is like probably the most common word in the vocabulary, I think, of all of us, and maybe going forward, right? Why is this important that the AI model has been developed now for all of South Africa's languages? Because one may think, isn't that already a given?
Yes. Just to give you some background context, so we are a research group at UCT, and what we are trying to do is to build AI tools and language technology for South African languages. So tools that your listeners might know about, like ChatGPT, they work well in English, maybe a handful of other languages. But most African languages are underrepresented in these systems, which means people can't interact with them in their home language. And it's still a big open challenge to build similar systems for most of the world's languages. And part of our focus is to try to build the resources required to achieve this for all of South Africa's official languages.
Okay, and would it be left to people like your group of researchers at the UCT? I mean, I would think, using the ChatGPT example, that you would think they would obviously naturally understand the need to be able to communicate in all languages of the world.
Yes, so there is a lot of progress that's been made in AI for African languages, including some South African languages like Afrikaans, isiXhosa, and isiZulu. But it's a very challenging problem. So today's AI systems rely on data. And if you don't have a lot of data in the language, then it's very difficult to build AI systems that are reliable for them. So there's a lot of great work being done in South Africa, so not just at UCT, but at other universities, at startups, at companies. But it's a very difficult problem. It's not a simple thing to solve. So although there's a lot of work that has to be done, I think it's also a very exciting time to be an AI researcher in South Africa, to try to be the ones to address those problems.
Okay, so tell me, how far are you now down the line? I mean, when we talk about researchers developing the model, has it been developed? Is it implemented, or is it very much in the visionary stage and lots of testing?
Yes, so we've developed several models already. So one I can tell you about, our most recent work, is called Mzansi LM. So this is a language model like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini, that we created specifically from data that covers all official South African written languages. And it's not a chatbot or a commercial product. It's more like a research prototype, so something that future researchers and people in the industry can build on. So it's a model that's out there. It's available for others to use and to adapt for what they want to. And I think in one sense, our work is a good foundation, and it shows that it's possible to build these models in lots of languages, lots of South African languages. But on the other hand, I think based on the current capabilities of Mzansi LM, it's also clear that there's a long way to go before we have AI systems that are general problem solvers in all of South African languages.
Okay, just to be clear, when we talk about Mzansi LM, what is that?
So that is a language model that we developed, and it specifically was trained on, so in the learning process of the language model, trained on data from all 11 official written South African languages. So there are language models out there that cover South African languages like Afrikaans and isiZulu and isiXhosa, but we tried with Mzansi LM specifically to build a single language model that covers all 11 official languages. So like I said, it's not a chatbot or a commercial product. It's kind of a research foundation and a prototype that shows that it's possible to do this.
And again, people listening in would obviously be piqued by the interest by the conversation we're having. If they want to find out more, what do they need to do?
So they can visit our group's website. They can just Google UCT NLP. That's our research group. And you can see all about the research that we're doing. There's also a new AI initiative at UCT. So there's a lot of stuff going on, not just, like I said, not at UCT, but all over the country. So I think South Africa has a lot of potential to contribute to the future of AI and to create AI that will actually work for the people of South Africa.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Dr. Francois Meyer from UCT's Department of Computer Science. Much appreciate you having this conversation with me on the National Pulse. Right, let's get before we get to the news. Okay, here's one. It's almost been off the radar in the last couple of days because of other issues, but it's important.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Gerald from Eastern Cape. Hey, Ashraf, I wanted to talk about the prices of petrol, prices of diesel and stuff. Since the war may end, and the taxes, the food and other stuff is expensive and it's gone up. So if the petrol or the oil itself goes down, the price goes down, will the taxes, the food and other stuff prices go down? That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Well, I wish I could talk to you on behalf of the taxis, but I clearly can't. The normal thing, everybody says it just never does go down no matter what. True or not? Willem saying the Constitution Court decision this morning actually found Parliament guilty. You may be spot on that. There's more to come, including we're going to play parts of that groundbreaking speech by Thabo Mbeki, I'm an African, because it coincides with the adopting of the Constitution many, many, many years ago today. Right now, 5:30, here's the news heads with Greg.
A quick look at the headlines. Parliament says it has noted and respects the Concourt's judgment on the Palapala matter. The ATM party says the ruling in the Palapala case brings a long-awaited clarity on how Parliament must handle accountability processes involving the executive. And officials in Spain say a woman in the southeast of the country has symptoms consistent with a hantavirus infection. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
If you're heading at a four-way, still no traffic lights on William Mandela and Montecasino. I can't remember the last time those lights were in working order. So very heavy from Bryanston across the highway to four-ways. The M1 south to get off at William Mandela. Quite heavy from Rivonia. The Mike 1 N1 slow from Greyston as far as New Road today. Crash scenes on the N3 south at London Road, causing a little bit of a slowdown from Limborough Park. And then Edenvale down to Germiston. Another crash before Elands Interchange, causing some delays there as well. N1 through Pretoria, reasonably busy for a Friday. Clogged up between Borta Avenue and Garsfontein Road. Durban, a breakdown after Umgeda Road, N2 South, pushing back through Inanda Road. A breakdown on the N3 inbound at Paradise Valley, so slow coming through from Pinetown. And a crash on the N3 outbound between Sherwood and Spaghetti Junction, causing some delays as well. Staying in Durban, the M7, a crash at the N2, causing major backlogs from Queensborough. From Rossborough, both sides of the M7 slow, and Bel Air through that M7 onto Wakesley down to Sarnia, very heavy queues there as well. Cape Town busy on the N2 out as far as Spine Road at Khayelitsha, behind that the R300 queues from Delft to get into that N2, and very busy on the N1 into Cape Town this afternoon. A crash near Monte Vista, pushing a queue back towards N1 City. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Should we want to talk about athletics, but before that, just to tell you, I mean, yesterday we chatted about the Bafana 2010 players going off to the World Cup on a holiday, and then of course subsequently we heard that, in fact, the Minister of Sport making the point to say, no, actually they are part of a unique arrangement invited by the Mexicans to commemorate that 2010 World Cup. I mean, that would change things, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. It definitely does change things. If it's an invitation, why not honor the invitation? But we're starting things off with athletics, where Athletics South Africa Vice President John Matane says that Athletics South Africa would consult the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for guidance on how to deal with the delayed payment of Soweto Marathon runners who still have not been paid months after the race was held on the 29th of November. Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie previously promised that the government would assist the affected athletes, and Matane says that ASA, together with Central Gauteng Athletics and Soweto Marathon clubs, would continue engaging with the department on the matter.
My response is very simple. That is why I said we are going to engage with the government to give the government the guidance. And we are also going to engage with the CGA. Remember, Soweto Marathon falls within the magisterial district of CGA. And we cannot deviate from what the CGA is doing. CGA knows the rules and regulations. What we are going to do, we are going to sit the government down to say what they are coming up with. It's a good initiative. What needs to happen? There are the federation processes and procedures that need to be followed. We are here to support everything that the government come with it.
In football, Durban City striker Litsie Kwapeng says that the club is excited about the prospect of competing in the CAF Confederation Cup next season. This is following the historic Nedbank Cup triumph. The Citizens secured qualification for the continental competition after edging TS Galaxy in last weekend's final at Pitamagaba Stadium. Kwapeng, who's one of the senior figures in the squad, believes that the opportunity on the continent will be especially meaningful meaningful for players nearing the latter stages of their careers before retirement. Meanwhile, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso admits that the Betway Premiership title race is no longer in their hands with just 2 matches remaining. The Betway Premiership defending champions dropped 2 points on Wednesday in a 1-1 draw against Kaizer Chiefs, opening the door for Orlando Pirates to take control of the title race if they win all their remaining fixtures. And Cardoso conceded that Sundowns can now only focus on collecting the maximum 6 points available against Welele and TS Galaxy. Elsewhere, PSG will pay for all the club's 500 plus staff to attend the Champions League final against Arsenal on the 30th of May. The news was delivered in an email for PSG President Nasser Al-Khelaifi delivered to all the French side's employees. The club president announced that charter flights will leave on the morning of the match and return to the French capital after the game that same night. In rugby, the Stormers will kick off the penultimate round of the United Rugby Championship tonight with a tricky assignment in Belfast against Ulster. The Stormers are a point ahead of Glasgow on the log, according to coach John Dobson. They intend on using their forward dominance against Ulster to stay at the top. After Ulster, the Stormers move on to face Cardiff, another team with quarterfinal aspirations, and it might be the penultimate round of the regular season. But for the Stormers, it does feel like the playoffs have already begun. With that said, it is a wrap from my side.
Hi, perfect. Thanks for that. Have a great weekend. In fact, to me, if you're going to ask me, I'll just tell you, what am I wearing today and what's my plan? Well, my wearing will tell you what my plan is, because I've got my paddle top on for the start of the team paddle league for the guys who are over 50 plus. So there you are. My team is called the Goats. All ready, kitted out, ready to rush to a 6:30 start. Team paddle, business class, 50 plus. Goodness, man, I can talk well, but can I play well? We shall see about that.
When you listen to me, I feel important. When you hug me, I feel safe. When you talk with me, I learn.
Your love and attention helps your child grow strong and confident. Listen, comfort, and connect with him, because every child deserves to feel seen, heard, and loved.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, the last for the weekend, Jimmy Moyaha. Jimmy, do I have you there? No. So we'll get the last report for the weekend. By the way, we'll get the update on Thabo Mbeki's speech, that I'm an African speech. We'll play that just now, right? Which, as you know, is always very inspiring. I'll just get a thumbs up whether Jimmy is around. If he's not, then we'll try and reconnect with him in a moment or so. Let me also remind you that, by the way, most of the conversations we've had, for example, even now with Andre Duvenacher, we'll have that up as a podcast as well. ASAP. I can't give you an exact time, but it's up. Go to safm.co.za. So do check that out. Okay, I think we've got a Jimmy Moyaha disconnect for the moment, right? Let's see if we can play some voice notes. In fact, we do now have Jimmy. Jimmy, you're there, right? 3, 2, 1, you can go.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Markets seemingly closing out the week in rather bearish territory. I thought we'd have a better close to the week, but it is still positive if we look at the Brent crude price, $100 a barrel. We haven't seen that going into a weekend in quite some time, but you still see that markets are a bit nervous. There's a bit of a late afternoon sell-off, especially on the local front. The all-share was down about 1% on the day's trade, the top 40 down a little over 1%. Industrials and financial stocks each down more, about 1.3%. Resources down about 0.75%, despite the fact that the gold price is still holding above $4,700 a fine ounce. Silver still above $80 a fine ounce, platinum still above 2,000, palladium though dipping below 1,500. International markets not having a much better day. U.S. markets are in the green though, but European and Asian markets all closed out in the red. The rand 16.41 against the US dollar. The British pound is 22.36. 1 euro 19.32. 1 Australian dollar still below 12 rand at 11.89, and 1 Bitcoin just below 80,000 at around 79,600, with a stronger rand that puts it just shy of the 1.3 million rand mark. Going into next week, we're going to hope that we don't get any unusual announcements over the weekend, and we're going to build up to obviously our Monetary Policy Committee meeting that will take place the week thereafter. I think sentiment at the moment is that there's still a bit of inflation in the market, and those second round inflationary effects are going to have a negative impact on whether or not we see rate cuts happening later this month. But those conversations will be dealt with next week as we go into the weekend. We take the win that is a firmer rand, a more moderate oil price, and markets that are still benefiting from both. We'll be back next week with more market updates. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, great. Have a great weekend, and we shall absolutely connect on Monday.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludek. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so a significant day today that coincides with the adoption of the Constitution, right? What was it, 1996? Have I got that right? Yeah, 2 years after we voted for the very first time, the Constitution was adopted, and is linked to that. Thabo Mbeki then made this speech, quite a historic speech, called I Am an African. Because we are also in Africa Month, right? I think it's really important just to hear that early part. It will, no matter what your political feelings about him are, this will inspire you. Listen to it.
I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. My body has frozen in our frosts and in our latter-day snows. It has thawed in the warmth of our sunshine and melted in the heat of the midday sun. The crack and the rumble of the summer thunders, lashed by startling lightning, have been a cause both of trembling and of hope. The fragrances of nature have been as pleasant to us as the sight of the wild blooms of the citizens of the veld. The dramatic shades of the Drakensberg, the soil-colored waters of the Likwa, Iqeli, Notugel, and the sands of the Kalahari have all been panels of the set on the natural stage on which we act out the foolish deeds of the theater of the day. At times, and in fear, I have wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, the black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito. A human presence among all of these, a feature on the face of our native land just defined, I know that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African. I am the grandchild of the warrior men and women that incense the Kukuni land. Patriots at Tetwayo and Mpepu took to battle. The soldiers Mushweshwe and Ngumunyane taught never to dishonor the cause of freedom. I am the child of Nongause. I am he who made it possible to trade in the world markets in diamonds and gold and the same food for which our stomachs yearn. Being part of all of these people, and in the knowledge that none dares contest that assertion, I shall claim that I'm an African. Today, it feels good to be an African.
And that's where we leave it. Why can't we say that every single day? Today, it feels good to be an African. And can we also say, today, it feels good to say, I am a South African. Let me challenge you on that one. Your comments, fingers on the pulse after this.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get to Roodepoort, Joburg West Rand, or Gauteng West Rand, right? NR, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. Yeah. Yes, well, what I want to know is what is unconstitutional is the actual voting that happened in Parliament, or what is it that is unconstitutional there? Also, then the question would be, if it happens that now Ramaphosa is being exposed to impeachment, and they do not, like the ANC, his party wins on that impeachment, what will happen? Is that not going to be unconstitutional?
Well, look, I mean, let's get to the first part. What was voted on is, yes, a committee advised that the president be voted on for impeachment. And Parliament, led by the ANC at the time, went through and said no. And that is what was determined as unconstitutional. So now we go back to that same committee to relook at setting up an advisory committee. That's what it was. I'm using my own words here. In terms of an impeachment committee that will actually then determine whether they can table a motion to have the president impeached. That's really what it is. Yeah. But it's significant.
Oh.
And the same. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
And now, thanks for that. Right. Tabo, go for it. We had one Tabo.
Yes,
Mbeki used
yes.
another Tabo. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Ashraf. And good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM.
Thank you.
And to yourself. I think the president said it, and he reaffirmed the fact that he supports the constitution and what the judiciary has come up with. I would like to comment on the listener who said there's a blind loyalty on the part, I think, of members who support the president or maybe the ANC. I would like to say the president has been supporting all the process and everything. But one thing that I would like to make the supporters of EFF and other political parties to make them aware is that less than 3 weeks ago, there was a judgment in Gqeberha whereby the judiciary was castigated. All sorts of things were said. But with the president, he said, no, he supports the outcome of the judiciary and nothing. So there's no blind loyalty on the matter. The fact of the matter is that the matter was brought before the Constitutional Court and it deliberated on the matter, and the president reaffirmed his support on that. So there's no blind loyalty. But the fact of the matter, EFF must also come up and support any outcome that the judiciary has come up with.
That's also important, yeah, because I mean, as others have said today, that this proves that we have a constitution in a constituent democracy that by and large works. But sometimes when it goes against you, then people cry foul and they use all sorts of things like political agendas and racism. Here's a good example that, in fact, it works, where they can send it back. They send the matter back to Parliament, which is obviously led by the, up to now, well, historically, the ANC majority, led by the president of this country here, in this case. And there's no issue with that. That's a country that's working, actually. So, Thabo, thanks for that call, right? Peter in the Northern Cape, hello.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, to you and your listeners.
Good afternoon.
Ashraf, two things for me. First and foremost, I think that we have to acknowledge that the parties that took the matter to the Constitutional Court, it was within their right. They have gotten the right interpretation, which helps Parliament itself as well. Because Parliament thought that separation of powers, we appoint a judicial commission. That commission makes recommendations, and those recommendations can be accepted or rejected. But Parliament said, no, there is the Constitutional Court says there is a prima facie case for which he has to answer, right? The president himself. Nowhere does it say that the president has erred or that the president is guilty or innocent. And I think it's that everybody throws their as though it is already given that the president has done something wrong. That committee is going to determine whether the president has to answer for something, yay or nay.
Absolutely. But that's the committee. That's the committee that didn't do that before, because it is not allowed to do that before.
It's fine because there was an interpretation problem about Parliament's powers, whether they have the right to overrule the recommendation or not. Right. Now that it is clarified, the president has been very clear, I will abide by the ruling of the courts and I will respect the outcome. There is this rumor that everybody is peddling, and I, to be honest with you, Asha, have heard nothing official from the African National Congress that says the president resigned and the national chairperson convinced him not to go ahead with his resignation. Somebody spread that rumor, and that rumor is now the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Until we get something official from either the president or the African National Congress, it remains a rumor in my view, and therefore the president at the appropriate time, now that Parliament has the powers to indicate, he will go there, he will answer the questions, only they will be within our rightful space.
All right, that point is taken, but that's going to come up soon. That's going to come up soon. Peter, thank you for that. So at some stage, somebody will ask the question to the president, Ramaphosa that is, did you offer to resign as president of the ANC and therefore the country X months ago? Did you offer to resign? And were you convinced to stay on? Let's see how he answers that when it finally gets put to him.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban. #Africa Travel Indaba.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, I'll take your voice notes in just a second or two. Firstly, Sir Prince in Zanin. Hi.
Good evening, Ashraf, and how are you?
Yeah, where do you get a name like that, Sir Prince?
Ashraf?
Where do you get a name like that, Sir Prince?
Sir Prince, that's Sir Prince.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Ashraf. Yes, Ashraf, I want to engage with the issue of the Palapala. I'm saying to you, Ashraf, now that this could be a red flag, Ashraf, that there are more wrong things that are going on in this land. It's just that me and you, we cannot afford to go to the Concord.
Okay, you mean if others had the money, they'd all do that and we'll find a lot more wrong.
If we had money, Ashraf, we will find out a lot of rot that is going on with our leadership. It's just that we can't afford. This is just an indication. This is an example that there are lots. It's just that we can't afford the Concord.
Okay, point made. Sir Prince, thank you for that. He may be right. Let's get to some of the comments from you. Here we are.
Ashraf, good afternoon. It's Dums from Waterfall in KZ. And I think after the ruling of the Concord today, it showed that the parliament likes to abuse Rule 129I. Now, my question is, are there other instances where this rule has been abused by parliament? Because to me, it feels like there may be, especially during the years when ANC had the majority, because they had so few people to question their actions. Now you have a lot of people, a lot of parties that are capable of questioning the actions of parliament. So someone must go back and check. Maybe we are just waking up right now. Let's be alive. Let's check.
Okay, well, look, we know the dynamics have changed completely in the country. The party with the most votes, not the majority, has only got 40%. Before, that was never the case. Things have changed.
Greetings, Ashraf. Yeah, I was listening to the MEC. They're talking about this Spaza shop, saying if the shop is registered with Mbata and then operated by Ibrahim or Abraham like that, I mean, they need to encourage that so that there is local ownership of also of that business as well, because this idea of saying we need to close down completely and replace with black people, it will fail, because I mean people don't understand. They need to partner with these guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we are. And yes, this is interesting.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ilim Makwela from Rotterdam village in Limpopo province. My one word to describe the ruling of Constitutional Court today regarding Palapala is convenient. Thank you.
Convenient. Convenient for who?
You know, Ashraf, it's Benny here. Ashraf, you know, this case really annoyed me from the beginning, when we were given all sorts of reasoning as to why the president could not be charged with a crime that he clearly committed. He allowed people to bring money, foreign currency into the country without being vetted or anything, or going through the processes. And we told that the thing was never perfected. The public protector came through in defense of the president. Even the media, you yourselves, guys, you did not ask these questions. You know, I just found myself numbed as to how on earth do we let this go on as a country?
Okay, you the media. Noted. Thank you.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ngabs Loa Setibala. If you are convicted and you appeal, then the status remain the same as it was before the conviction until the case is finalized. So the case of Las Malema cannot be compared with the one of President Cyril Ramaphosa, especially that the announcement was made by Constitutional Court while Malema is still at the regional court level. Now it's going to High Court. There's still the Supreme Court of Appeal, then Constitutional Court. So they're not the same. Let we not compare them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Made your points. Maybe I squeeze a couple more in.
Hi, Ashraf. Great show. Ben here, Joburg. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, how various people are interpreting, you know, the judgment, etc. But one thing I can assure you is that by the time the process comes to its conclusion, Cyril Ramaphosa would have finished his term. So, they'll spend millions and millions of money having all these inquiries, etc. And by the time they're done, his term of office would have come to an end, and then he will stand trial if necessary, and if he's acquitted, then that's it. Case closed. So let's not be excited. Thanks. Bye.
If he's acquitted, if he's convicted, even after that?
Good day, Ashraf. Interesting to note how the EFF pseudo revolutionaries and the Nkandla vultures are excited about this judgment. But this judgment is just a vindication of the Constitution. It's not a conviction on the part of the president. Now, there is a matter that still has to be ventilated, and now they're acting as if there is a guilty finding. Oh, what kind of thinking is this one? Putting the cart before the horses. It's totally uncalled for. The kind of excitement that we are seeing here, as if the guy is already pronounced guilty and there's been a vote and so on. The committee can still find otherwise, and the vote can still go otherwise. So what's the hullabaloo about and the excitement about? Chill, pseudo-revolutionaries and vultures. Shiga in Mhlawi.
Thank you. And linked to that is this point, isn't it? Those that are saying Ramaphosa should resign now. So let me put that to you. Should the president of the ANC and the president of the country resign now? That answer, don't give it to me. John Carricker is in the house. He'll take over the show after me, so you can answer that to him directly. Right now, it's the news with Greg. Have a great weekend, eh? News at 6 with Greg.